What a test match that was. 161 from Babar and then a fiver from Ish Sodhi. And the fight was on. Balancing acts, 200 from Kane Williamson. And eventually, the test match ended in a draw with some great performances. Salman got his first 100 and it went down right to the wire on day 5. Good morning. KFC presents Dafa News. Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series is the second test and it's the first day from the National Bank Cricket Arena. Hello and good morning and Happy New Year to everyone. It's 2023 and we're all geared up for the second test, the 2 test match series, and the first one was a draw. So let's find out what's going to happen here at the start of the first session on day 1 here in Karachi. I'm being joined by Bazid Khan and Chris Harris. Good morning and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Let's just reflect back a little bit on the first test match, Bazid. When you see what happened, there were flashes of brilliance, individual brilliance. How do you see Pakistan team walking into the second test, and what do they take out from the first?
Well, firstly, they'll be very happy that they were going into that second test all level, and they were able to salvage a draw. There was moments where you thought New Zealand would run away with it, but you'd say South Shakil Babar himself. They had good test matches and they would think that now they're in with a chance of winning the series. I think they needed that. They needed a draw. They needed a well-fought draw, considering that they lost the previous series 3-0. I think that sort of draw will help them now build into this second test match.
When you talk about New Zealand had the opportunity in the first test match to win it, do you think in the back of the mind somewhere it will be playing that we had it in our hands and it was taken away into a draw?
Yeah, I think there'll be a little bit of that. I think both teams had real positive situations at different times, but New Zealand will feel as though it's not one that got away, because I think the surface was very difficult to bowl a team out when they weren't being too aggressive. So look, they got themselves an opportunity to win. They didn't. They'll feel like they dominated for a lot of this test match, but you've got to put your hands up and say, I thought Pakistan fought brilliantly to save a draw in that second innings, but New Zealand will go into this test match with a lot of positiveness from that first test.
Yeah. When you actually look at Pakistan's squad, is one of the biggest ones for a home series. Obviously, really dependent on conditions out there, but anybody you feel should get an opportunity and probably might be seen, or you'd like to see it?
I think with the surface that is supposed to be prepared, they'll probably have a couple of seamers come into the side. I think if Naseem Shah is fit, he has to play. He's probably your premier bowler out of that squad. But the batting sort of stays the same for me. I think the batting's not doing too badly, and you don't think that you can replace anyone out of that top 6, even 7. I think it's the bowling that you need to tinker with. You probably think 20 wickets. How are you going to get that? I think, for my mind, Naseem Shah will, if he's fit, then he has to play.
Mm-hmm. And when you talk about New Zealand, any particular player you feel on the bench that might get an opportunity or should be given a try?
Yeah, I think there might be a slight change. I think all the batters did their job, and so you can't make any changes there. The one change that they may consider will be Neil Wagner coming out. And to be fair to Neil, I thought that first service didn't really suit his style of bowling, where he likes to bowl quick and into the wicket. It didn't really suit. So I think New Zealand will look to bring in Matt Henry, who tends to bowl just a little bit quicker, a little bit fuller, and this new surface might suit him, just hitting the seam a little bit more, and in that supporting role with Tim Southee.
We talk about Pakistan. Of course, they played Sarfaraz. We'll find out if there are any changes on that, because Rizwan was being rested, but Sarfaraz, of course, has 2 good scores and 2 good scores in a very, very strong cause. Then Abdullah Shafiq struggle. Lots of things to look into. You feel Babar Azam will take out the positives, but the areas that you would see needs to be corrected for Pakistan, what would that be?
There are plenty of areas. It's just one area. The worst problem that Pakistan's faced throughout, well, the 4 test matches, the home test matches that they have, is that they've not been able to get 20 wickets and not been able to get 20 wickets quickly in order to win a test match. I think that's the biggest concern. The rest, I think the batting take care of itself, but they need 20 wickets, and that's how they can apply pressure on the other team.
Mm-hmm. First outing for Tim Southee as captain. How did you read that, and how did you see him leading the side?
Look, I thought he was exceptional. The big advantage for Tim is that he's got Kane Williamson out there, who's vastly experienced, and Tom Latham. But look, I think he did a terrific job. It was a tough surface to win a test match on. New Zealand will be disappointed that they didn't bowl Pakistan out in that second innings, but I think there's a lot of positives to take out of it. And because of that experience in that first test, I think it's really going to help him in this next test match.
Well, lots to talk about, and as we move ahead into the first day, lots to discuss, and I guess we'll have more specifics to talk about once we know what's happening at the toss, and then the 11 that these sides choose. As the guests on the show feel surface dependent, there might be a few changes. So what we'll do now is we'll take a short break. When we come back, of course, we'll have the toss ready. We'll also show you what the pitch looks like for the second test match. So don't go away. We'll be back. Welcome back once again to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. So just looking back at the first test and what the surface was like, we saw some big scores, and we also had a bit of a chat in on the shows that gone by that the surface will be a little different and it'll have more spice to it. So only time will tell what it's like. We are very, very close to the toss. We've got Uruj Mumtaz out there, and she's got the two captains, Tim Southee and Babar Azam, with her. And let's find out what they want to do if they win the toss. Toss, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
First game of 2023. We're back at the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi for the second test between Pakistan and New Zealand. In the middle for the toss, and alongside me, the ICC match referee David Boone, and alongside him, the two captains, Tim Southee and Babar Azam. Babar, you have the coin? All right, let's go.
Heads.
Heads is a call.
Heads, New Zealand. Out of bet.
And heads has won. Tim, what are you going to do and why?
We'll have a bat. I think, this a little slightly different to the other day, but hopefully get through the first hour, and it's a nice surface.
A couple of days in terms of changeover. How's the camp feeling, and how tough was it to battle those 5 days out?
Yeah, well, Test cricket's not easy, so the guys know that, and you expect that when you play Test cricket, especially in this part of the world. It's hard, 5-day grind. So the guys had a quiet couple of days, and looking forward to get into another Test match.
You mentioned new surface, of course, under consideration or under discussion a lot. What do you make of this surface here?
Yeah, slightly different to the other one, but I imagine when you come to this part of the world, they tend to play pretty similar. So like I say, there might be a little bit with the nature of starting reasonably early. There might be a little bit in the first hour or so, and hopefully we can get through that.
Any changes to your side?
One change. Matt Henry comes in for Neil Wagner.
All right, cheers. Thanks for talking to us, and
Thank
have
you.
a good one.
Good luck, Baba.
Babar, if you had won the toss, what would you have done?
To be honest, we have also batting first, but toss is not our hand. But I think first half an hour or maybe hour, they sport fast bowlers. They have a little bit moisture on it, so we are utilize that condition.
From your changeover in a couple of days, what have you learned from the first game, and what do you plan to improve on, or what went wrong that you want to make better in this game?
We have a lot of positive things, so we are continue that things in this match, and we will try to not mistake repeatedly and be patient in the batting and bowling, and looking forward to the match.
A word on Salman Ali Agha, played a wonderful knock.
Definitely the way he's playing with the tail, and tail is help of Salman Ali Agha, and the way he's playing is outstanding.
And what are your team changes for today?
We have two changes. Numan is not playing, Hassan is back, and Wasim Jr. is not playing, Naseem is playing.
All right, Babar, thank you for talking to us, and have a great game.
Thank you.
And the news from the centre is that New Zealand have won the toss, and they will have a bat.
Toss brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Welcome back. So now we know what's happening out there. New Zealand winning the toss and deciding to bat first. And both the captains said if they would have won it, they would have batted first. Does that surprise you? Big smiles on your face when you heard the captain saying, "I want to bat first."
Yeah, it is a surprise. I think the amount of moisture that's left, it's probably the best time to bowl on this surface. And as we know, as it dries out, it becomes increasingly difficult to get wickets on it. So we saw in the first game where the ball spun quite a bit for the first couple of hours. I think there's more moisture in this pitch than there was in that previous test match. So I'm quite surprised that they still think that they want to bat and put runs on the board and go it down that route. That's a difficult route to play. The easier route would have been that this probably is the time that the bowlers will get more help than any other time in the test match, even on the 5th day final session. So yeah, I'm slightly surprised.
Okay. Chris, I'll come back to you with the changes. Right now we've got the pitch lined up, and let's join Waqar Yunus. Pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Good morning and Happy New Year to all. Last year in Karachi, 3 test matches were played, and 800s and a double hundred were scored. So they were a paradise for the batters when you look at the previous year. This is a new year, a new pitch, new regime. Everything is being changed. And this pitch, if I go closer, I see a little bit of grass, a little bit of tackiness, a little bit of moisture in the pitch. But I'm not sure how long this moisture is going to stay in this pitch. A brave captain will look to win the toss and look to bat first, because first an hour might be a little bit difficult, but I'm sure it's going to get easier and easier later on.
Pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, so let's come to you, Chris. Let's pick on what Waqar Yunus said. You want to bat first and just survive the first hour, and he feels that, things might just get better.
Well, obviously New Zealand were listening to Waqar because they have won the toss and decided to bat first. Look, I think it might be a little bit more than a first hour. We saw it on the first day of the first test where it actually spun because it was a little bit moist. So although New Zealand are saying that first hour is key, I think the whole first session is key, because I think it will do a little bit. But I think New Zealand will feel as though batting first is a positive move. And if they get through that first session without too much loss, they'll feel that they will be able to control this test match.
Yeah, it just seems that there's a bit more in the pitch in terms of, I wouldn't say grass, but the moisture is slightly apparent rather than what we saw in that first test match. First test match, there was moisture, but once you looked at the pitch, it looked dry. This one looks slightly more in terms of having moisture, and it slightly has that darker look to it. So yes, I'm with Chris. I think that moisture will last more than an hour. It might even last sort of into session 2, but it's probably the best time to bowl right now in this first session.
Chris, let's have a look at the New Zealand 11 that they've selected for the second test match. Talk us through that one change expected.
Yeah, no surprise really, just because it was very hard for Neil Wagner to bowl what he uses, the method he uses into the surface, and it's going to suit Matt Henry, who's the one change that comes in just a little bit quicker, a little bit more wicket to wicket, and bowls in really good areas. So on the surface, with a wee bit of assistance, I think Matt Henry is going to be a great foil for Tim Southee, and then the 3 spinners to follow.
Pakistan making 2 changes. They've got Naseem Shah and Hassan Ali into the 11. What do you make of these changes, Fatih?
Yeah, look, Hassan Ali is purely because the pitch will offer him assistance. I think he's a good change, especially if he bowls up front. And then Naseem Shah had to come back in. Once he was fit, he had to come back in, because you look at the bowling attack, there wasn't a lot of experience. Now, what this does is Naseem Shah and Hassan Ali especially, brings experience into that attack. So Pakistan have gone more seamer friendly. They feel that up front especially, they'll have these seamers to work the pitch, and then obviously abroad. So it's not an out-of-the-box sort of selection, but Hassan Ali coming in due to the conditions.
Do you feel that the surface that is outside, it will help him just blend into the 11 and get back into the rhythm?
Yeah, absolutely. He wouldn't have wanted to play in the previous, all the 4 test matches that have passed. This is probably the one test match you'd look at and said, maybe, yeah, we win the toss or we lose the toss and we're bowling first on this surface. I fancy myself. And he's quite an experienced bowler. He's come into this side after a long time. He'll have a point to prove. So I expect Hassan Ali to do well.
Pakistan picking 2 seamers and leaving out 1 spinner, that's Noman Ali. What do you make of this? Spinners will have a say as day 2, 3, 4 go, or not like the first game, but they will play an important role, Ish Sodhi and others?
Oh, yeah, I think the spinners will play a crucial role. But like you said, it probably won't be day 1. It might be day 3, day 4. I don't think it's necessarily going to spin anymore, but I think because of a little bit of moisture and grass, there might be just a little bit more pace for the spinners, which means it obviously makes the bounce and the turn, because it's going to be quicker, they're going to become more of a threat. So I think, as I said, come day 4, 5, I think the spinners are going to have a massive role to play. And New Zealand obviously think that because they've got 3.
All right. Time for us to now join the expert advice in talking about how Pakistan can get back to winning ways, because they haven't won a test match in a while now. So let's join Uruj and Simon Doe. Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
2023 is here, but 2022 wasn't quite the year for Pakistan, especially at home. What went wrong and what they can do better to get back on track? Simon Dool here with me to talk me through this. Simon, what does Pakistan do to get back to winning ways?
Morning to you, Ruj, and Happy New Year to everyone. It is a new year. I've been thinking about it. What do Pakistan need to do? What can they do better? They've got to go to their strengths. That's the key for me. 7 test matches last year. What do they have? No wins, 3 draws, 4 losses in a row, which is a real issue. Get back to your strengths. Your strengths are quick bowling. I want to take you to, first and foremost, the list, the top 10 wicket takers of all time for Pakistan. Only one current player on that list, and that's Yasir Shah, who apparently is bowling very well at the moment. But spin was their strength and has been for quite some time. If you go back to the early days of sort of Waqar and Wazim and Imran Khan, who are the top 3 wicket takers, we don't see a lot of seamers on that list, or any more seamers apart from Shoaib Akhtar. So spin has been the strength. But now, at the moment, I think in Pakistan, it's all about seam. Seam is a strength. I made a little list actually, Aruj. If you don't mind, I'm just going to come in here. Shaheen, Naseem, Harris, Wasim Jr., Shanawaz Dahani, Musa Khan, Hasnain, Hassan Ali, Zishan Zamir, Akif Javed. They're all guys that can bowl in excess of 140 kilometres per hour. Why aren't they using them? Why aren't they producing surfaces that allow them to bowl quick and to have success? They do in first class cricket, I understand, and that's one of the issues, I think. If you go back to first class cricket, we heard Safraz talk about it the other night on the post show, didn't we? Yep. He was saying something like they play on these green pitches at domestic level, but yet turn up to test match cricket, and I'm not sure why. Why are they just producing surfaces that aren't conducive to quick bowling?
Yeah, I mean, it always hurts Pakistan and it's dented them really hard. To lose at home is something that is quite disappointing, or difficult to bounce back when 4 on a trot, like you mentioned. Now, what does Pakistan do? I reckon they back their batting and they produce, like you're saying, conducive wicket to your quick bowlers. We've got decent batting. Back your batting and produce those
It's
surfaces.
tough, though. It's tough when your captain is a batter and a top order batter. It's tough to convince him, but he has to lead. This is where Bubba has to lead to me.
Yep.
He's got to say, okay, we're going to play in these pitches, guys. We're not going to average 50, 55 anymore, but we want to try our best to average 40. You look at the New Zealand top order, they're averaging 40s in and around that area. Tom Latham's a prime example. He opens half his games in New Zealand and half of them on pitches that look like this. Seriously, they are like this. They are that green at the start, but they've got it in their heads, this is what we have to play on. I think Pakistan need to do something very similar. Your strengths are genuine quick bowling. Use it well. Produce surfaces that is going to be conducive to those guys. And your batters, they just have to get their head around it. They have to say, okay, it's going to be tough, it's going to hurt, but it gives us our best chance of winning. Don't let other people come into your home and dominate. You wouldn't do it if it was your house. Don't let them do it on your cricket ground.
Well, you've heard from Dooley. He's really strong about his opinion. Back your strengths to get back winning at home.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. We're good people. We allow people to just come and have fun and enjoy when they come to our house. But really, when you talk about this, Pakistan didn't win a test match against Australia. Then we know what happened against England, and here the first test match draw. If there was one particular thing to point out, apart from the pitches, what would that be that Pakistan hasn't really had the opportunity to win one game at home?
Yeah, look, Dooley mentioned a lot of fast bowlers. These fast bowlers haven't played in a lot of test match cricket. We've had so many debuts in that previous series against England, and most of them have been bowlers, so that is an issue. The issue here is, what issue I can spot is that the gulf between first-class cricket and test match cricket, not the quality of cricket, the gulf between the conditions is so varied that you're not being able to produce results. Now, as everybody knows, first-class cricket playing on greener pitches with the same ball, and then you come to test match cricket, we play on surfaces benign with a kookaburra ball, which does not do much. So the problem is that Pakistan are not getting 20 wickets. This thing of thinking that their ball will spin, the pitches will break up and will produce turners, that I don't think that's possible. There's only venue, I keep on repeating myself, there's only one venue in Pakistan which supports spinners, that's Faisalabad. We don't play test match cricket there. The other venues don't break up. We've seen that in first class cricket, they do not break up. So how are you going to produce turning pitches? The uniformity should come in first class cricket and test match cricket. The conditions should replicate 90% of what you're going to have in a home test. That is the only way forward.
Well said. Let's talk about Tim Southee, and we're just going back to that decision of batting first. What do you make of this? Because you also sounded a little surprised. Would you go out there and bowl first if you were the captain?
Time will tell. Look, I was a little bit surprised, but in some ways I'm not, because I think New Zealand will feel batting first, and as Tim said, getting through the first hour. I think it's going to be a little bit longer than that. I think New Zealand have to get through unscathed or as much little damage as they can through to lunchtime, and then batting first. I feel like New Zealand will feel like they control this match a little bit better, and of course they've got the 3 spinners, so they think that spin's going to obviously play a part day 4, day 5. Absolute key for New Zealand, now that they've won the toss and decided to bat, is obviously to get through to lunch and to get through today with some wickets intact, and obviously the possibility of a big first innings total. But it plays right into Pakistan's hands. They've picked 3 seamers. We listened to Simon Daw about the masterclass, bit more grass, and so it fits in perfectly with their plan as well.
Yep. Okay, let's have our guests telling us their predictions. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. So my question to them, and I'll show you something in terms of the pitches and the difference in what we saw. If I can just show you, now these are 3 strips. One is against England. This is the middle one. And then you have the bottom one is the first test against New Zealand. And then you have the top one, which is today. What are we expecting in the first half, first session? And how much damage the batting side can sustain?
Oh, I think in that first, as I said, from New Zealand's point of view, they're just trying to get through. I think there's going to be a little bit more pace in the surface, perhaps a little bit more bounce, but the most important thing from Pakistan's point of view is a little bit more seam movement, I think. So it's going to be a real challenge for that first session, I think, for New Zealand, and it's going to be really interesting to see how well Pakistan do, because it is a reasonably inexperienced bowling lineup. Hassan Ali being the exception, so I think he's the one that, from Pakistan's point of view, has to lead the seam attack.
Best opportunity for Pakistan bowlers in recent times to, control the first session at least?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's something to work with. Mir Hamza will enjoy the surface. Hassan Ali will enjoy the surface. Even if you put on spin with that moisture, we saw in that first test match that it does go. I think this will be a very interesting day. I think there'll be plenty of wickets, and I'm going out on a limb. I'm saying 12 wickets today.
Today. Okay, you heard him. 12 wickets today. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, so we're almost wrapping up on our pre-show, and then we have the action ready. Just a quick word. Anything that you'd like to tell the New Zealand openers before they step out there?
Just be positive. Take the confidence they took out of the first innings. Obviously, you need to reassess. It's a new day. It's a new game. Get yourself set again, and then hopefully play like you did in that first innings of that first test.
Basil, with 12 wickets, you feel that you get an extra day off?
Yeah, it was a 4-day test match, and yes, we've had enough Karachi, haven't we? We've seen a lot of Karachi.
Thank you, gentlemen. And now it's time for us to join the action on the other side of the break when the second test match starts. New Zealand have won the toss, and they've decided to bat first against Pakistan here at the National Bank Cricket Arena.
Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. It is day one. Oh, God, yeah, beautiful bowling.
It's a bbig shot, and it's a big 100. It's Babar, and he's been absolutely brilliant. It is the coming of age for Salman Awad. He goes to glory with another boundary. It's his first century in his Test career.
And Tom Latham will pick up another Test match century.
With a 4, also bring up Ish Sodhi's 50.
He has picked up another 5-wicket bag in a Test match. Yet another Test match double century for this genius of a batter from New Zealand, Kane Williamson. It'll be a half century for Imam Ul-Haq. Another Test match half century for Sarfaraz. He goes back to back in this Test.
Oh, he's missed it. He's missed everything.
And terrific from Ish Sodhi for the first time in his Test career. Picks up 5 wickets.
Latham, big chase.
That is magnificent. That is superb. That's it, handshakes all around. It's been a draw.
Very good morning and welcome to the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. It is Test number 2 in the KFC presents Duffer News, Pakistan New Zealand Test Series. Day one, always excitement brewing on the morning of day one of a Test match. The first Test match at this venue was drawn. That was last year. This is a new year. 2nd to the 6th of January, this Test match, and then the one-day internationals to follow, 9th, 11th and 13th. The first Test match produced double hundreds, 5-wicket bags. What do we have in store here in Karachi for Test match number 2? Pakistan batted first, 438. New Zealand responded with 612, courtesy of Williamson's double 100 and Latham's 100. Then Pakistan 311 for 8 declared. New Zealand 61 for 1. That first Test match was drawn. It gave Pakistan 4 losses and 3 draws last year. Will 2023 be better for them? Will the surface be different from the last Test match? Let's find out more. Waqar Younis, Chris Harris out in the middle for us.
Well, Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome out to the middle here at the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. Well, there was a lot of talk about that first surface being a little bit slow. From the outset, this one looks like it's got a little bit of grass. So who better to bring in than a man in 1990 got 5 for 90 here and knows a lot about the surface, Waqar Younis.
Good morning, Harry.
Morning,
and,
Waqar.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well.
Yeah, the pitch looks a little bit different to what we have seen previously. I mean, the color seems very different. This is a lot more browner, a little bit more darker, and I feel that this pitch might have a little bit in for the pacer to begin with. I'm not sure how long it's going to stay because that grass you see on this pitch is very scattered. It's got patches where there is no grass at all, and there's a patches where are a little bit of grass on it. So that dampness early on I think might work for the bowlers, and the brave captain might just take a decision of bowling. But I feel that this pitch, you win the toss and bat first, and it'll be difficult to begin with, but it'll get easier and easier.
Well, there you have it. So a little bit more pace, which might help the seamers and also the spinners. So Waqar thinks captain that wins the toss will bat first.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And this was what happened at the toss. David Boone is our new match referee. Baba flicked the coin. Tim Southey called correctly, and he decided that New Zealand would have a bat. So it will be Latham, Conway, Williamson, Nichols, Mitchell and Blundell to get things underway for New Zealand bowlers and all-rounders to follow. And that one change in the New Zealand lineup, Matt Henry comes in for Neil Wagner in this Test match. New Zealand winning the toss, electing to bat first. Bowler-friendly conditions, perhaps. First thing this morning, we did see the ball spin a little bit in Test match number 1, and maybe for that very reason, that it might be a little bit friendly for the bowlers. They've gone with 2 seamers, and their changes have Pakistan, Hassan and Naseem Shah are in, so they've left 1 spinner out, left-arm spinner. Nawaz is out of the side, and Mohammad Wasim Jr. also misses out, so it'll be all around seam bowlers. Mir Hamza, I think, is a very good call to leave him in the side. He looked good in that first test match. He might find a little bit of help in this particular surface. First thing this morning, Abrar and Salman to do the rest of the bowling for Pakistan. So 5 genuine bowling options this time around. Right, a man who could not make a mistake last year. What does 2023 have in store for Tom Blundell? He caught up with Buzzard Khan earlier.
I got someone who set a very high bar last year in terms of not missing a stumping or a catch. Tom, it was terrific last year for you. How difficult was it to adjust to these conditions? Was it challenging?
Yeah, it was. You know, obviously the wicket was pretty low at times, and as the game wore on, you know, there's a lot more rough outside the off stump to the left-handers. So it was challenging, but you know, I thought I adjusted pretty well.
Yeah, you did. The other part is DRS. Is there a sort of set way that you go about it? Are you involved heavily?
Yeah, I think with me being, you know, behind the stumps, I probably get the best angle. That with the bowler, but at times it's a bit of a guessing game. You know, it's a tough thing. I think we're not very good at it. We can probably improve, but yeah, for me, it's probably I've got the best angle.
In terms of the changeover, very, very quick changeover, quite challenging for a keeper batsman, especially.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's something that's quite uncommon, I guess, you know, having a 2-day break. But, you know, we're up for the challenge and we've recovered really well. We've had 2 days of, you know, relaxation, so to speak. So we're rearing to go.
Yeah, the theory is a wicket-keeper batsman picks the spinners much better. Is that just a myth, or were you picking the Pakistani spinners much better than the others?
Yeah, so I think so. You got to watch the hand pretty carefully as a keeper anyway, and you get used to really getting the cues from the hand. So, yeah, you know, I try my best, and sometimes you don't pick them. Sometimes it's quite hard, but yeah, I try my best.
Hey, you went pretty hard against spin. Is that your game plan, to get down the track and take it on?
Yeah, I think for me it's looking to be positive. In these conditions, it can be quite hard, especially on the last wicket. It was quite a hard wicket to force, as I sort of found out. Some pretty rogue shots in there, but yeah, it's challenging, and that's the type of game I like to play.
Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Thank you, Buzzard Khan, and to Tom Blundell. New Zealand combination walking out to the middle. Devon Conway in front. Tom Latham picked up his 13th Test match century on the right-hand side of your screen. Umpires remain the same for today's Test match. Ali Dar of Pakistan, Alex Wharf of England, Hashan Raza will be our television umpire, and match referee has changed. David Boone has arrived in Pakistan. He will oversee things from a match referee point of view. New Zealand winning the toss, electing to bat first, so pressure on the opening combination. No pressure on the combination alongside me though. Uruj Mumtaz, very good morning to you, Happy New Year, and to Chris Harris as well.
Morning Dooley, morning Chris and everyone watching. This is a really good Pakistan side. I like what they've done with including Hassan Ali and Naseem Shah. Keeping Mir Hamza back in, who I thought had immense control, showed good control with the ball as well, and had consistent periods of pressure on them.
Morning to you, Simon. Happy New Year, everyone. Well, this New Zealand pair would have gained some great confidence from that first innings in the first test, and also the second innings. Thought they came out and played positively, played their shots. Tom Latham ended up 35 not out of 24 balls. Played beautifully. And look at that average of Devon Conway, 54.11. Equaled the record for first man to 1,000 runs in New Zealand. Getting there in 20 innings. Impressive. Tom Latham will take the first ball.
Left arm medium pace of Mir Hamza. Oh, I'm not sure whether this has happened before or not, but Tom Latham faced the very first ball of Test match cricket in 2022. Tuskin Ahmed against Bangladesh last year, and he will face the very first ball of Test match cricket in 2023 as well. For all you train spotters out there? It's a stat you will love, I'm sure. Hope you're watching, Francis Payne. A little bit of shape first ball and carry through to the keeper, which is nice.
Yeah, plenty of discussion around the surface, which obviously looks a lot different to the first game. A little bit of grass on it. A good carry. I think that'll be something that puts more interest into this game. The carry, the ball coming on better. It allows the batters to score as well. Good shape for Hamza to start off with.
This is much more like first ball of a, or first over of Test match, isn't it? 3 slips and a gully in place. Latham's underway with a single down to long leg. We are not going to say that. First big five. Chris Harris was out there with Makai Yunus, and there was just some tufts of grass. A little patchy, but it should provide a little bit of carry.
You'd think so, and provide a little bit more pace as well, which will not only suit the seamers, but perhaps later will help the spinners as well. Just thought even though there was spin, it was quite slow. I think this will be quicker. So it's going to suit all the bowlers.
Conway with his first ball, and it's very wide and a little bit of shape. There was quite a lot of activity out there this morning, Rouge.
Clearly. And I think, like I said before, the only thing under discussion was how the surface will be. And once the players turned up, everyone had a good look. And the opinions weren't much dissimilar either, I think. They were all happy. What's he looking for?
He's searching for gold or something, isn't he? And he's not even playing.
Well, it's actually always the ones who are not playing who have the closest look at the surface. But yeah, it looks a good one. I think it provides a little bit more even contest between bat and ball at the start of the game.
He hasn't quite got his line right, Mir Hamza, yet. Just been a little bit wide to Conway. It's better. Through to the keeper, one without loss after the first over. Just easing into his work first thing this morning, Mir Hamza. Confirmation of the changes, just the one change for New Zealand. Matt Henry in for Neil Wagner, Hassan Ali and Naseem Shah. So 2 seam bowling options in for Pakistan. Genuine pace of Naseem Shah and Hassan Ali as well. Given for left arm spinner Mohammad Nawaz and Mohammad Wasim Jr. Numan Ali. Replaced player, and Mohammad Wasim Jr.
Slightly. A little bit more. Yeah. Cameraman.
You still have a cast of thousands here to Pakistan from their backup squad as well.
Yeah, plenty of options. Enough to make 2 teams, I reckon. But they've picked a good squad, and that is good to see. They've actually picked a good squad, back their strengths, back to their premium seam options. Naseem Shah fit with his shoulder, and Hassan Ali makes a well-deserved comeback. He's been bowling good and really well-controlled lines at the domestic setup. I think just provides that much more firepower and wicket-taking options to Pakistan.
Yeah, good changes, I think. And Naseem back. Doing plenty of work in between, well, during the game, during that first test match out the back of this facility here at the National Bank Cricket Arena. There's some great practice facilities out the back of our grandstand. He was doing plenty of bowling throughout.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing Naseem Shah bowl. Didn't play in the first test, so he'll be fresh. He's coming back from a bit of a shoulder injury, but still a very young man at 19. Generally gets it through very quickly.
And good for Hassan Ali as well. He's a 100% cricketer. There's Hassan Ali with bat, with ball in the field. That's nice. Good line length and working up towards that 140k mark as well.
And it's the pace that he brings to the table. He's got excellent control, great start to his test career, and he was nestling a shoulder injury which comes when he throws. It's not necessarily in his bowling action, but obviously that does get exacerbated because of that. So it's good to see him fit in back again.
And back some years, but a couple of cricketers. Derek Pringle was one in particular who never threw the ball after a shoulder injury. England international, had a lot of cricket for England, different formats of the game, but ended up just bowling everything in from the outfield because his shoulder was so bad that he couldn't throw but could bowl. So ended up bowling everything in from the outfield. So that one nice and full.
This is against England when he did get injured, and it was difficult for him to continue to bowl as well, and he was obviously in much agony. And he was having trouble when he threw the ball in. He has that slingy sidearm throw back into the keeper. Still 19, impressive. 38 wickets to his name, still 19, and he is well up in pace, 140 k's plus here.
Well, that's nice to see, isn't it? Flying through to the keeper. Maiden over to start, one without loss. Yeah, I wonder if he's... The trouble is, I guess, with any injury in that region with the shoulder, it's all very well treating it kindly until such time as you are in the place to get a run out or create something different in the game when you have to dive or something slightly out of the ordinary where you have to exert full effort and throw the ball. And sort of subconsciously you don't think about it, you just do it. That's nice.
Especially when you're younger as well. Exuberance of youth takes over, and difficult to draw the line when a wicket chance is on the line and you almost forget about the injury and you end up hurting it a little bit more. Standing back at the deep fine leg boundary at the moment. Good carry though in his first over for Naseem Shah.
Oh, did it straighten enough? Did it straighten enough? Maybe just nipping down, but a good line. Just a little bit of seam movement nipping past the leg stump.
Better from Hamza though, and Pakistan. No, it's only the third over, but they've just been a little bit too wide on the surface that we think is going to offer a little bit of seam and bounce. And this is a much better area. Just going down and a little high, but certainly in that corridor of uncertainty for Conway.
A little bit of bounce and seam movement as well. Wicket's missing. And just look at that height. Look at the height of that ball, and I'll tell you why you look at the height of that ball after this. Always of the opinion, when the ball goes up, and this is why point has a massive part to play in referrals, and point has a big part to play for this very reason. Where does the ball go after it hits? If it goes up, it's always hitting above the thigh, above the knee roll. Okay, so if the ball goes up after the ball has hit the pads, it's hitting above the knee roll. Therefore, it's a chance to go over the top or to hit only just the top of the stumps if the player is relatively tall. You're thinking about a Temba Bavuma, maybe not. But in general terms, it's nicely played, and Conway will be underway. So therefore, those fielders square of the wicket have a big part to play on height. The keeper, first slip, have a big part to play on line. It's a team effort.
And always is. And we saw both teams struggling with their reviews in the previous game, where some relative questionable reviews were taken. Easier for us to sit up here and say that. But yeah, there's some of them, and both teams suffered with that, because there were points where they were both out of reviews.
It's full, just a little pat back. 3 without loss. Sedate start, but the line and the length has been pretty good. The first 3 overs, Naseem Shah bowled a tidy maiden first up. That's good, making Latham play.
And you can already see the difference of pace and the impact it has when it is in that channel of off stump and just around. I think still at 19, leading the Pakistan bowling attack. Naseem Shah, Shaheen Shafii, obviously still getting better from the injury. Look at those 4 bowlers, and Pakistan's got a really good bowling lineup. Add Shaheen Shah into the mix.
Worked away leg side and timed perfectly by Latham for 4.
A wonderful shot from Latham. This is the downside. Just if you get a little bit too straight to the left-hander, so strong, wonderful balance, economical feet movement, just such good balance with his head.
Right on.
It's good response from Naseem. It's the Osaka boundary contest. Whenever a boundary is hit while the Osaka display on the LED boards is on, that will be awarded Pakistan rupee 10,000. Got away this time off the back foot. Test to the outfield. And excellent work from Imam Ul Haq. Again, decent carry. Just got to be a bit more consistent with that line, just a touch tighter. 3 slips in a gully and waiting for Naseem. Gentle breeze going across the ground. He's got it at his back. It's blowing from basically from mid-on to around about gully area. Left well alone, 9 without loss after 4. There's a sign of that. A gentle breeze, really pleasant conditions early in the morning, 22, 23 degrees at the most. Supposed to get up to around about 26, 27 today. Great conditions for cricket. Oh, it's a lovely drive from Conway. Well, it should make it to the extra cover boundary quite comfortably, and it does. His first boundary.
We talked about the extra pace being good for the seamers, but also good for shots like this. You don't have to overhit it. Conway, so good with that high front elbow, showing the full face. It's nothing more than a forward push, but that ball was raced away. Wonderful timing.
Oh, good response. A little bit more effort and energy from Hamza.
Yeah, quite a common thing that seamers don't like get hitting to the boundary. And when they do, just a little bit more effort. Very good response from Hamza. You can just see that effort. Just a little bit more bounce and good carry through to the keeper.
One that comes back in. Oh, another one for you cricket boffins. I asked our stats man, Maz, how many times the first or the last test match of one year and the first test match of the next year have been played at the same ground? This is only the 3rd occasion in the history of our game that has happened. Sydney in 1887-88. Now, they were about 11 months apart, so you're talking February and January. February 1 year, 87, and January 88. Johannesburg at the old Wanderers ground in 1913 and 14. So it's the first time in 108 years that the last test match of a year and the first test match of a new year have been played at the same venue. Oh, nice line and length.
Have you and Maz spent New Year's together? Digging out all of this research.
Not 108, no. The reason I always give credit to the stats guys is just in case they're wrong. There's so many people sit in this position and they rattle off stats and they sort of pretend that they're their own. Never do that, because if they're wrong, you can't blame me. We haven't got a camera on our mate down the other end there, but if that stat is not right, do not blame me.
Research, math, stats, everything early morning. Shot, beautifully cut away and races into the fence to end the over. 17 for no loss.
Conway this time off the back foot. Wonderful timing. Not trying to overhit it. Makes a great noise when it comes off his bat. And all the fielder can do is go back and retrieve it from the boundary.
That middle. Ever so slightly. Yeah. No!
I like this from Nazim Shah, making the adjustments. Been a little bit wide to the left-handers. He's coming around the wicket. Wonderful pictures. There's the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi. Yeah, I like this angle to the left-handers. Bowling into the stumps.
Yeah, just got to get that line right, work his way in slightly. So both New Zealand and Pakistan will be hoping for a better return from 2023. They were pretty average in 2022, to be honest. 8 test matches, just won 2, New Zealand. That's both at Hagley Oval in Christchurch, one against Bangladesh, one against South Africa. Lost 5 apiece. Pakistan won just 1. That test match was in Gaul. They beat Sri Lanka down in Gaul. So fairly ordinary years, both these sides, and that has raced away past the left-hand side of the man at Gully and down to the boundary for 4.
Tries of catch it from Naseem Shah and some of the other Pakistan fielders. It has gone in the air, but it's gone quickly and no one's moved. But again, a sign of the extra pace. Harder for Tom Latham to get on top of it and completely control that shot.
Good run. Latham was going to the danger end and always knew he would be relatively comfortable.
Very good communication between these two. Latham very quick on the call and Conway reacted straight away. So important to pick up these singles in between the boundaries just to help rotate the strike.
Drive in on this occasion, through backward point and down to the boundary for 4 more. 3, second boundary in the over.
Certainly full value for shots. This time, looked as though Conway, one of the things, bottom hand just came off the bat. Looks a little bit awkward and out of control, but on contact was in full control. Full value for shots.
Single off the last ball of the Naseem Shah over. 27 without loss.
Yeah, for Pakistan, what's concerning is out of those 5 losses, 4 at home, and that's tough to justify, to bounce back from. 1 against Sri Lanka, in Sri Lanka, that loss. For New Zealand, I think, what, couple of losses out of those at home? It's always hard when you lose at home in home conditions. Come 2023, both teams at the bottom will look to make amends.
Yeah, New Zealand lost to Bangladesh at Mount Maunganui and then lost to South Africa as well. 1 win, 1 loss against South Africa in that home series, and then lost 3 in a row to England in England.
Pakistan 3 in a row against England at home. That's what makes it that much more tough. A change in bowling now. Hassan Ali comes in. Wonderful test career, 77 wickets to his name, and hasn't played in a while.
I like this from Pakistan and Babar Azam. Hamza just struggling with his line today, just a little bit too wide. And I think he knows with Hassan Ali, he's going to get the batsman to play a lot more deliveries, especially with this new ball being vitally important for Pakistan. And first ball, right on the money.
And Abra limbering up. Yeah, good from Hassan Ali. He does bowl generally nice and straight, asks questions.
And it's skiddy off the surface as well. The ball just seems to come on a little bit. He hasn't played Test cricket in 6 months. Last he plays was in Sri Lanka as well. But he has played the entire Qaid Azam Trophy, which is the premier domestic event. And he feels he's running in well. He's got good rhythm behind him.
Little bit of domestic cricket action going on today as well in Pakistan. Balochistan and Central Punjab are playing the final of the Pakistan Cup, which is the domestic 50-over competition. Around about 10 k's away. If we could send the drone out just to get some footage of that, we could bring you coverage of both games at once, which would be quite good, I would have thought. Innovative, maybe. Free entry at the National Bank Cricket Arena today for any of those who are tuning into our coverage in the Karachi area or surrounding areas. Get yourself down. It is free entry for the whole Test match. Great initiative from the PCB, I think, to allow free entry. Let's hope that the crowds pick up as the day goes on. Just in at leg stump. 29 without loss. steady start for New Zealand, winning the toss this morning. Tim Southey, no hesitation in batting first. Arrives nicely again, but straight to mid-off.
Plenty of merchandise that looks really good, and if you're interested, you can go to shop.pcb.com.pk. Really wonderful stuff. A lot of our crew has gone and shopped there already.
Love the look of those strips. They look amazing. One of the better Pakistan strips that I've seen.
It's called a Thunder jersey. With the angle that he's bowling, he has to be careful not to stray down leg side every now and then. And they've bowled good channels, both Mir Hamza and him, but it just hasn't been consistent. Mir Hamza was slightly wide outside off stump, fuller at times as well. With this angle to bring the slip cordon, the gully into play, needs to consistently be around the off stump line or slightly outside.
That's good there. That's good. Back-to-back good deliveries in that area. Runs again, and good timing from Latham for at least a couple. Obviously driven again, but straight to mid-off. 31 without loss.
First 8 overs, it's been
pretty solid from New Zealand. Won the toss and batted first. A bit more moisture in this pitch than we've seen over the course of the bumper test season in Pakistan. Ibrar with the ball. So in that first test match, there was a bit of turn off the surface when there was moisture. Now Ibrar will more or less want more pace on the pitch. He's not a big spinner of the ball, but he works with the pace of the pitch. Very interesting how much the ball will respond right now. First ball right. Oh, just maybe pitching outside or going down leg. Ibrar not shy on of appeal.
Good morning, Bazid. Good morning, Sikandar, and Happy New Year to all. Well, I was maybe thinking of taking DRS. It was a good start from Abrar. There's been so much talk about the pitch being different. Might see a bit more bounce, a bit more green. By the look of it, what we have seen so far, I feel it's going to be really good to bat on. Yeah, just a little bit of spin for Abrar, maybe missing leg stump. Just pitched in, just bouncing and going away from the left-hander Conway.
Eventually go through for a single. A bit of hesitation. Lathan looked up, then almost stopped.
Talking about the surface, I've been promised 12 wickets this morning. I'm waiting for those. Well, I'm pretty sure we'll get close to that.
lovely start. हो रहा बस जगह पे गिरेगा तो हो जाएगा.
Depends on how you define close. 3 would always be close to 12 as well. But yeah, it was a pitch where a bit of excitement created because of that moisture. But so far it's been very good by the New Zealand openers. 33 without loss.
Turn your ball in right arm around the wicket. Ali, Hassan, any swing?
Hassan Ali's second over. Some change ends, calling from the university end. Bit of chatter from Babar saying that there's more grass to work with once you bowl from that end. Well, wait and see. Full and hit through the offside. Lovely looking cover drive. Yet again, Latham with that balance.
Well, Pakistani bowlers, the right arm fast bowlers coming round the wicket is not really helping the cause. You bowl a little full and Latham was up for it. It wasn't a half volley, wasn't the worst of the deliveries. But what about that shot? Just planting his leg, coming forward and hitting through the line. He's in such a good form, Tom Latham.
Suddenly just overstepping. Raise over. Has had the problem of overstepping consistently in the past, but he's worked on it.
This morning we were discussing, looking at the surface. This is probably the best time Hassan Ali can just blend in and make his way back into the 11. And probably not prefer to bowl in the first one.
Yeah, if you look at this pitch closely, there are a few patches where there is a bit of green grass, but most of the areas are bare. There is no grass and there are few cracks around. But definitely a little bit more moisture. This is the grass which Baz were talking about.
Yeah, and Pakistan been searching for a bit of movement and been quite full throughout this half an hour or so, 40 minutes. They've all pretty full. There's short of a length. There's no actual bouncers. It's all been length and full. And it's almost now that the batters have decided that we'll just jump on that front foot, and it's becoming easier and easier to predict, to be able to get that stride in. Yeah, even if there is a bit of seam movement, you can't be consistently feeding that. That is just offline, picked off by Latham, this time leg side.
A little bit more pace in this pitch. So that means if it's not moving off the surface, off the seam, it is going to really travel quickly on the boundary. He didn't try to hit it hard. All he did was just timed it beautifully. Fine leg there, had no chance of cutting that. 7 boundaries in 9.4 overs.
Yeah, I was surprised that there's been no bouncer at all, and that has allowed the opening batters to just camp on that front foot. Even if there was excessive movement, even if there was that, just to keep them honest, you reckon there'd be a couple of bounces in there. But has that surprised you, or it's been the same as usual from Pakistan?
Look, I'm more than surprised, actually, because when you're playing on a surface like this, you want to push the batsman on the back foot. 10 overs gone, 42 without loss, New Zealand.
Yeah, New Zealand going at a fair clip. This one full toss and dealt with. He came down the track and then just swung away.
Yeah, not a bad ploy to deal that way. How Conway did on that ball. It was just a bit of a gift there. Made it to a low full toss, just coming down. There's a big vacant zone there.
Once you're set, once you've judged the pace of the pitch, it's going to be hard for the bowlers to get people out on this surface. Abrar did get a little bit of spin on the first delivery we saw. Talking of the bouncers, as Pakistan played 3 seamers, they left out Wasim from the team. And I feel that one of these guys, especially Naseem Shah, who's the quicker among the other two, he needs to be the aggressor. He needs to bowl those bouncers. He needs to come hard, maybe bowl short spells, although they have bowled short spells, but they have to come hard.
Right now it's Conway who's coming hard. He's come down the track and that's gone all the way. 50 partnership in the 11th over brought up.
And the first 6 of the new year. and using his feet beautifully and making sure that he leaves nothing behind. Good swing of the bat, and Abrar under pressure early.
It'll be interesting to see how Abrar reacts to this. He hasn't really been put under pressure at any point in time. Double checking. That's a 6 and by at least a couple of feet.
And now off the back foot, he just gave himself that extra bit of time and hits it down the ground. This is good batting.
Speaking of the short deliveries, Pakistan has been a little slow to react. We saw in the first test match, different surface, yes, but I don't know if it was after tea or lunch when they came with the whole barrage of short deliveries by Wasim Jr. to Ish Sodhi, but he was well settled by then.
Change of angle. Solid in defense. It's 54 without loss. Yeah, another difficult start for Babar Azam in terms of the runs scored from New Zealand. 11 overs, 54 without loss. Look at different things now because plan A hasn't really worked. Talked about the bouncer ploy, but surprised that there hasn't, not just about bowling bounces, but there hasn't been a change up. There hasn't been 3 deliveries up to the bat and then the bouncer just to keep the batsman honest. It's not about right now having a barrage of short pitch bowling, but even with that new ball, you expect the fast bowler anyway to bowl a couple of bounces. And maybe they've just heard what Sikandar has mentioned. They've gone to a deep square leg round the wicket. Hassan Ali.
Right on!
It's mostly on the front foot. Those deliveries outside off, they're easy pickings, but yeah, there's a lot of drives in between those. There's plenty of drive balls which have gone to the fence. That is good. That is short of a length. It just nips away. Now that deep square leg in place, I don't know if that's played a part, but there's something to think about for Latham. Just a bit tentative this time around.
And that delivery might have just landed in that area where there's a little bit green grass there. And if you hit the seam, there will be a chance that the ball will deviate. But yeah, putting a fielder back there, putting a little bit of doubt in their mind has really worked. Another half volley, I would say, too full. Good fielding.
Hassan Ali had a brilliant 2021, and then a sudden dip. 2022 is a year probably you'd like to forget. But you've worked with him. I mean, why do we keep seeing that fluctuating performance? He goes back, works hard, and makes his way back into the 11, but hasn't really been consistently in there.
Short ball. And just mixing it up better now. Is from round the wicket. He'll want the ball just to pitch and seam away, but to build that, he makes sure that batters don't just lunge forward.
Hassan Ali has been injured a lot in his career. Started off with some gem performances, especially in Champions Trophy. He was a man, the best in that Champions Trophy, best bowler, the energy he used to provide, and then he had some injuries and then he went away. 2021 was his best year, where he picked up 41. I still remember him picking up 10 wickets in Rawalpindi, and then 2022 is just sort of going downward, only 5 wickets in 4 matches. And that's why he was just being sort of left out of the team. Just getting a rhythm back now. 55 without loss, New Zealand.
Flash cricket. These lads get a chance to play on the outfield during lunch, and we've seen them throughout the Karachi Test match, previous one, and they're here early today again. Brought from over the wicket. The other aspect here is that because Pakistan have opted for 3 fast bowlers, Numan Ali has made way. Now, cast your mind back to the first day of that previous Test match. A little bit of moisture to work with. It was the finger spinners into the pitch who were getting that turn. Ijaz Patel, Bracewell got the ball to talk with that spin. Abrar is not a big turner of the ball anyway. So maybe the option right now is with 2 left-handers, you go to off spin with Salman Agha. Maybe he can use the bit of moisture that there is on the pitch. We saw excessive turn in that very first session of that previous Test match, with the ball going off the straight regularly, but it was finger spin. It was bowlers into the pitch.
Well, it's almost a reluctance. We haven't seen him bowling much against England. Last game, yes, he wasn't well, but he is your 5th option, and that's why he was selected. On he offers a bit with the ball. 57 for no loss.
Yeah, the options for Pakistan: Salman Agha. Shakil hasn't bowled after got hit for 6 boundaries. Harry Brook. But yeah, the off spin to 2 left-handers alongside Hassan Ali. Hassan Ali passed over, just looked as if he's getting it back, getting the ball to seam away from the 2 left-handers. He works on this round the wicket angle.
More cricket he plays, you see the old Hassan He needs to bowl a lot more overs to get into his rhythm. Pace around about 132, 133 at the moment. Nicely tapped away for couple. It's just rolling quickly. Yeah, good work by Mom. Saved a run. So even previously when he got injured, he had to go back in the first class cricket. He just bowled his heart out. And when he came back, that was back in 2021, he was just bowling so beautifully. The pace was up there in the 140s, is swinging the ball, and he was ready to bowl long spells. Last year, I'm just saying it because this year has just started. Last year he's played in county cricket. He's played 5 games. He's picked up 25 wickets, which was decent. But over here, once he come back, he picked up another injury. And then he played in patches. He played 6 games, 14 wickets. I guess the pitches didn't really support him, especially when you're coming back from England playing all those conditions. It is difficult to come and bowl suddenly on a flat pitches. The rhythm looks good. There's nothing much I can see wrong with the action. It's always been like this.
Yep. You're cool. No.
It is one of those guys you would love to have in the dressing room. Is a bubbly character. Keeps things moving, always being positive. It's all about when he's not performing well, he just sort of start thinking too much about things rather than just focusing on getting things right.
That brings me to another question here, Waqar. 8 test matches, he got 41 wickets, and then 4 test matches, he got 5 wickets. Now those 4 test matches, 2 against Australia, and we saw the type of pitches that were produced here against Australia, not really a pitch where fast bowlers would like to bowl on. And then 2 in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, again, it was all about spin. But for a bowler who's previously got 41 wickets in 8 test matches, maybe it was a time for a longer leash, just to let him be in the side. Don't just take him out of the side and then bring in players with not a lot of experience, and then you have to revert back to him. 62 without loss.
Stay down.
ये बॉल है.
Amazing thing about Hassan Ali's track record is his comebacks. How he actually makes it back to the 11 time and again. The want and the hunger in him. Not many do that, and he's been in and out pretty quickly. Still remember that 100 in the final of the first class here right on this ground. And there's a certain level of... Oh, was in the air for a while. Level of reliability that the captain has with him. He's got a bit of experience compared to what the bowling attack Pakistan has available nowadays. So, yes, you have that comfort level that he comes out, he knows exactly what's required of him. And he wants to, you know, make an impact.
I'm a little curious where Mohammad Abbas is. He was another bowler who bowled quite nicely on the flattest of the pitches. Remember him playing in Dubai, UAE. He was the biggest threat to the other sides. Nope. Not sure where he is. Abbas plays for Southern Punjab. Very accurate when it comes to accuracy. He's played 6 games, I beg your pardon, and picked up 18 wickets. Hassan and Abbas both plays for the same team at the domestic level.
Yourself.
Off the back foot, the first hour belongs firmly with New Zealand. No wickets lost, 63 runs, and it's time for a drink.
First morning of the second test match between Pakistan and New Zealand. KFC presents Duffer News Test Series, and New Zealand winning the toss, selecting to bat first. Tim Southee had no hesitation whatsoever, and Tom Latham and Devon Conway have got New Zealand away to the perfect start inside the first hour. 15 overs have been bowled. There's been very little trouble as far as both opening batters are concerned. Latham 29 from 49. Conway's faced slightly less deliveries for his 33. But New Zealand had any fears at all about the slight damp nature or a little bit more grass on this particular pitch. They have been alleviated very, very quickly, and I'm sure that dressing room is a pretty happy place at the moment. 4 bowlers used. Mir Hamza, just the 3 overs. Naseem and Hassan have been brought into the side for this second test match, replacing Numan Ali and Mohammad Wasim Jr., and 4 overs for Abrar Ahmed as well. New Zealand's first hour, Pakistan will need to bounce back, or look to bounce back, leading into the lunch session. Waqar Younis is still alongside us. Chris Harris is here as well. I guess the question, Waqar, for you first and foremost, what can they do differently? And have they done too much wrong, or have New Zealand just been good?
I think New Zealand were just too good. There were deliveries bowled, which was, you know, when you look at the pitch where you see there's a little bit of moisture, they did bowl in the area, but it was just too good. You know, that's not a bad delivery on this pitch. But the New Zealand openers, both left-handers, have been very aggressive. Anything presented to them or a little bit wide or leg side, they have milked them, or they have hit boundaries. So the first hour, clearly belongs to New Zealand.
Babar Azam just having a decent chat to his troops during the drinks break. Not sure that is laying down the law. It's just reminding them of perhaps what they need to do. Stick in, stick with it.
Wakara, I heard you just talking about it just pre-drinks. It's a bit of a surprise to me that it hasn't been a little bit more short stuff. I think I've seen one bouncer the first hour from Hassan Ali, and in that over he also went past the outside edge of Tom Latham. Just a little bit surprised to, not just to see, just to make it a little bit more awkward for the openers, just the odd bouncer, just to push them back, make them think about something else.
Oh, wow. Fortunate, I think.
Great bit of fielding from the stumps at the bowler's end. Certainly saved 4. Yeah, and both so strong off the front foot. Wonderful timing. Both players look so graceful. Don't try and overhit it. It's almost just like a punch with a full face. Comes off like a rocket.
Well, more than Hassan Ali, I was expecting the short stuff from Naseem Shah, because he's the quickest among these 3 fast bowlers Pakistan have played. He's the one who could have really bowled some short stuff and sort of rattled them a bit. The fastest delivery, 143, good average speed. I thought watching him bowling those wide line wasn't really the way to go. 63 without loss, New Zealand. Yeah, he should be clearly the enforcer. He should be the one who should run in and bowl that short stuff. Hassan Ali just coming in the side. I guess he will get better as he bowled more overs. Naseem played the first game against England and then he was just been rested since then. All that moisture in the pitch is vanished.
Oh, great use of the feet and timing again, this time from Latham.
Well, these New Zealand batters are reading Abrar much better than what we saw from England. Yes, England came hard at him, but they were not reading him. They were sweeping him, reverse sweeping him. But I'm seeing, or have seen in the previous Test match, they have controlled Abrar a lot better, played a lot better. Oh, a little inside edge. You got to be careful. I don't think he was expecting the fielder to throw the ball on the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I think they've decided that while the surface is not offering any assistance to Abrar, and while the ball is still a little bit newish or got a little bit of shine on it, it's not going to turn a lot. Just watch the knee there, Mir Hamza, digging in the surface a touch. They feel more comfortable going down the pitch and playing the ball back down the wicket. It's not going to do too much, not going to turn a lot. Another one through the onside, just whipped away for 4 more.
Yeah, he's just been a little bit too full for me today. Conway, we know he loves to use his feet. This time just stood from his crease, hit with the spin. The only protection Abrar's got out there is a man behind square, so anything in front of the wicket that beats the infield is always going to run away. That's the length. You can just see A little bit more awkward for Conway there. Much better length that from Abra.
Well, we were also talking about the finger spinner early on. Now we saw Ajit Patel getting a little bit more out of the surface when there is a bit of moisture in the pitch. But Pakistan not playing the finger spinner Noman, leaving him out for Hassan Ali.
Nice.
Another 9 runs from that over. New Zealand racing along here, 72 without loss. Pakistan made 2 changes, 2 seam bowlers in, left out left arm spinner and a seam bowling all rounder. No sign of Salman Aga just yet. The right arm off spinner, maybe an option to the left-handers early on.
And also, when you look at the previous match, you know, the finger spinners have got a bit more out of the surface early on in the game. Needham's normally a swing bowler, normally likes to take the ball away from the left-hander. He's bowled 3 overs for 11. Every time he bowled a little wider outside the offside, he does swing, but anything from the middle of the pitch, I've not seen anything. Easy runs. That's the line you don't want to bowl. You don't want to bowl too straight or leg side-ish. That means easy pickings, easy runs.
Walked a long way across there, Latham. It'll just be 1. Plenty going on out on the field prior to play this morning. We'll catch up, talk about New Year's resolutions perhaps, Makar, or talking about bowling.
There's nothing to do with bowling. You know, this is where we were talking about the pitch, that what this pitch can offer. And just encouraging the kids. I mean, they're young at this level. They want to hear good stuff. You provide them, you encourage them. Test match cricket is a hard job. So be prepared for a hard work.
Nicely bowled, good line, good length. Now, I know what you're talking about there, Wakar. Exactly. That's the length of the spikes you used to wear when you were on your bowling boots to rough things up. That's exactly what you were talking about, isn't it? I know it. Because I used to look at the bottom of your boots and thought, cheapers, they are long.
Maybe in New Zealand, not on these pitches, mate. You can't. I was just generally talking about the moisture in the pitch. And I felt that if there is any moisture in this pitch, because grass you've seen there is bits and pieces here and there, but the moisture in the pitch is in the top bit, because they've just watered, I think 2 days ago, and they just have had one heavy roll, and then they've just roll down lightly. That's why the color is not like the one next door pitch. The next door pitch where we played the 2 test matches, the 2 pitches you can see on the left of your picture, they're the 2 pitches being used against New Zealand and England. I thought he just got it on the back leg, but I think it was off the inside edge. 75 without loss, New Zealand.
Now, it was a better line and length, wasn't it? He does get a lot of inside edges. Devon Conway tends to play just outside the line often, and that is a genuine, healthy inside edge. Back onto that front pad. And it might have been the moisture, but I'm going to stick with the length of spike story. I'm going to run with that. I know it probably wasn't, but I'm just going to run with that.
Well, I did need long spikes because I used to run from far and at a big strides. I did, but not that long. Come on.
That's something that's checked, I wonder, nowadays. Not sure. Check the width of bats and things. Right, Salman Aga, just early into his test career, hasn't done a huge amount of bowling. That's well. Short and punished. Wait for 4 more for Latham.
Yeah, Tom Latham, eyes lit up. Can't believe how much time he had. Went back and just picked his spot. Easy pickings for a man in his form.
There is cover. They're quite deep as well.
Well, when your non-regular bowler is bowling, you be prepared for those loose deliveries. And I think it's important for Babar to give him a little bit of cushion early on. Once he gets into his groove, once he bowl maybe a couple of overs, and then maybe you can bring the fielders up. That was a much better delivery. Not sure if it's spun, but the length was good, the line was excellent.
Snatched it, didn't he?
Yeah, he's certainly turned that one a little bit off the straight. I think Devon Conway hit his pad. That might have been the noise you heard. I don't think it was a dropped catch, but it's still a little bit untidy from Sarfaraz. That's where he struggled in that first test match. A little bit untidy at times.
Oh, lovely bowling.
Nice line and length there. 80 without loss. This was that one that went past the outside edge in the previous over. Devon Conway hitting his pad, which is what we thought. That was the noise you heard. And then completely missing the bat, but Sarfaraz just a little untidy. You'll want to improve on that last test match.
The feeling Mir Hamza feels much more comfortable at the university end. Started this morning with 3 overs from the media centre end. Wasn't his best, a little bit too wide to the left-handers. I thought his last over, his first of the spell, was very good. Pakistan desperate to apply some pressure on New Zealand.
Well, that is a goodie. That is a goodie. Is it too high, though, or not? No. Alex Wharf says adjacent enough, and straight away Latham has reviewed. We'll take in the voice of Hassan Raza, who is in the third umpire's chair.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
He doesn't think.
Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Roll back. Roll back. Now roll forward. Forward. Now roll. Yeah, freeze. Roll back, back. Freeze the frame when ball is next to the bat. Yeah, satisfied. There is a little spike. When ball is next to the bat, there is no gap between ball and bat. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, you are on screen. Make a signal. Overturn your original out decision into not out. Make a signal, please.
Yeah, Tom Latham knew he got a little inside edge. We thought it was a little bit high, perhaps, but Latham went up straight away, which generally tells you that the batter, without discussing it with their mate, knows that they've got a little edge on it. That's really good line, though, from Mir Hamza. Just honing in on those pads.
Normally, Alex will just give it very, very quickly. If he feels that it's hitting the stumps, or if he has to give the decision, his finger comes out very quickly. And in that decision which is given, I think he even had a little doubt in his mind. He took his time and then raised his finger. Not sure if he was thinking there was an inside edge, but he definitely had some doubt of ball going over the top. That's good bowling from Mir Hamza. Is asking the questions from both the two left-handers. There's a little bit more for Mir Hamza coming from university end. That angle maybe, or maybe a little bit of grass just outside the left-hander's off stump.
Oh, nice. Oh, just tailing back in a touch. 82 without loss. Well, Sensodyne's sensitivity. Free moment. Life is far too short for sensitive teeth. Nice block ice cream kind of day later on. Free entry, of course. Just a reminder, if you are in and around the Karachi area, want to get down and watch some test match cricket today, this afternoon, or any of the 5 days of this second test match, it is absolutely free. Come on down.
I hope the crowd will get better in the afternoon. It's a free entry. So anyone nearby want to watch a test match cricket, walk in. Just a question to you too. With all this DRS and drinks coming on the field, you know, we struggle to complete 90 overs, especially playing in this time of the year. And somewhere around 4:45, we switch on the lights, and the lights don't go on for too long. So the question is that how are we going to get 90 overs in? Because sometimes DRS can take good 3, 4, 5 minutes. And the run outs and the gloves changes, all of that. So how can we get 90 overs in?
I'm in favour of whether it be 15 minutes earlier. In these conditions, I think no reason why he couldn't start at 9:30, 9:45. Also think 40 minutes is too long for lunch. I think half an hour lunch break, 20-minute tea break is something that the ICC could certainly look into for test match cricket. So first session could be 2 hours and 10 minutes, and then a half an hour break, and then two 2-hour sessions with a 20-minute break.
Yeah, I mean, previous series against England, in some of the games we were having 75, 78 overs, and the odd games, yes, 80 plus, but we never completed 90 overs. This part, maybe Karachi, you might get those 90 overs, still have to switch on the lights. So either when you switch on the lights, carry on and make sure that you complete 90 overs with the light, or start early, 85 without loss.
And I understand it's warm in certain places, but the bottom line is cricket is a game where fitness plays a role. And I don't agree with drinks being out on the field at all unless it's a drinks break. So if you want your gloves changed, that's fine, but you don't get water with it. They bring gloves out, and the gloves are changed very quickly, but there's no water. So if the 12th man, 13th man, 14th man is running on the ground, and the umpires, this is where the umpires don't take control of the game. They are the custodians. That's a little bit high as well, is it? Big appeal. Alex Wolf says no this time. Certainly darted back in. I think the line was okay. Worried about the height. Bubba is the master of the late one. There he goes again.
And Sarfraz is saying there might be umpires called. Take a chance. Who knows?
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Yeah, ball is close to the bat. To confirm outrage, please. Just keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line. Roll up to the pad, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Can you go for ball tracking, please? Original decision not out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, I recommend you to stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Good decision on that occasion. And this, what I was talking about earlier in the first little half hour, this is where point has a huge part to play. Sarfraz has come through our stump mics and basically said, I think it might be umpire's call. He can't tell as well. He's online for mine. The guy at point has to be so outspoken and say, guys, that's high. It's never hitting. He has to have his say, whoever's at point. And that's where you do need someone with experience. Imam, Shan, the other men square of the wicket. They need to have a voice.
That's another great indication of what you were talking about, Waka. I mean, I love the DRS because it adds so much to the game, but again, that's a great indication of how much time it takes out of the game. So if there's 7 or 8 reviews a day, you're talking sort of 15 minutes. Hence, perhaps maybe look at playing 2 hour 10 sessions every session, so you play 6.5 hours. And I like the, especially here, starting a little bit earlier.
Well, in certain places, the light issue is not there. So that's fine. 2 hours, and maybe, you know, play another half an hour if it comes to that they can't complete the over. But where there is an issue of light dying at the end, either you allow these towers to just lit up and carry on and don't worry about the sort of bad light, because it doesn't go that bad.
Cut away for 4. Little bit of width. Conway pounces on it.
Yeah, wonderful shot for Conway for a couple of reasons. One, it was beautifully played, but also thought that Hamza was just building a little bit of pressure on New Zealand. And what a wonderful way to break the shackles. Hit down over the top of it, full control. Loves any width, Conway.
There was a talk that this pitch will be supportive to bat and ball, but so far it's been a very good batting pitch. If they would have prepared maybe the pitch next to it, where we are from sitting, left of that greenish, proper green wicket, roll that in, leave a little bit of moisture, and then with the Kookaburra cricket ball, you will say, okay, that's a good pitch. But this one here, yes, there was a tiny bit of moisture in the morning, but now it's just hit through the line kind of pitch. And it's going to be like this for good couple of days.
.91 without loss.
I'll pick up a couple of runs on the paddle. Play from now 48.
Yeah, shabash, shabash.
Yeah, looking really comfortable now against the pace, against the spin. 6-4 to his name. That single takes Latham to 49, 94 for no loss.
किसने किया है?
It's been tough for him, Babar Azam, in terms of reviews. Ran out of them in the previous game as well. Could have helped had he held on to one, and a couple of shockers as well. Duly, you've been speaking about DRS, and that is his 50. Gentle single, 24th 50 to his name, along with the 13 centuries. Tom Latham is enjoying his time in Pakistan.
Yeah, picked up 100 in that first test match, of course, in the first innings. His 13th 100 to go past John Wright. As most hundreds for a New Zealand opening batter. 35 not out in the second innings. Played beautifully as well. Timed the ball to perfection in that second innings. And then another half century today. Mentioned his previous international innings before coming to Pakistan was 145 not out in a one-day international. So in a rich vein of form at the moment, Tom Latham.
Yeah, and excellent conditions here in Pakistan for batting as well. Off late, the number of runs scored here is quite staggering. Nicely driven. It was full, and he's presented the full face of the bat as well. Conway now moves to 48.
Yeah, today Conway has taken the aggressive option every time the ball's been pitched up. And then when there's adjustment of length being pulled back, he's very quick to rock back, but down the ground, make sure that he hits it hard.
Excellent start as well. 99 for New Zealand in this first session.
Yeah, strike rate almost 65, and the boundaries, 7 boundaries and a 6, so he's pounced on anything. But Mir Hamza with the ball nipping back in, that's the one that's caused him slight error or slight problems. And that's where Mir Hamza is working at, just getting that maybe slightly outside off and the ball darting back in.
.99 for no loss. Excellent start here from New Zealand, 99. A couple of close calls. Pakistan have already lost to review and they've scored well. And that is the 100 partnership for New Zealand as well. New Zealand pair with back-to-back 100-run stands for the first wicket. And they've looked really good in the middle. Tom Latham with 51 again, contribution with the 100-run partnership. And it just seems to be a feature with New Zealand cricket and first wicket 100-run stands with Latham's involved in it, Dooley.
Yes, second time for Tom Latham and Devon Conway. Tom Latham and Jeet Raval went back to back and they opened together, and Rod Latham, Tom's dad, also did it back to back with Mark Greatbatch. Now, I think that was Bulawayo in 1992. Rockin' Rod Latham and Mark Greatbatch.
Must have been plenty of shots played there. You playing in that game, Dooley? Or?
I think that's why I remember it.
But both of them would take the bowlers on from the word go.
Absolutely, yeah. Both aggressive players by nature. So, Latham combination, 101 without loss. Forming a very good combination at the top of the order, these two players. Devon Conway, Tom Latham. A relatively new opening partnership from New Zealand's point of view. New Zealand tried a different combination in England last summer. Will Young. Who was on tour, of course. Will Young, the Central District's opening batter, was asked to change his position. He was a middle order player, number 3-4 general terms. Was asked to move up to open the batting so that he would have his prospects for New Zealand increased, and then played a couple of test matches. Did quite well in a couple of games, but now reverted back to Latham Conway at the top, Williamson at 3.
A change of bowling from the university and Naseem Shah back into the attack. Bowled well in his first spell. Every now and then just erred in length slightly. Well, New Zealand will be very happy with this opening stand, with this opening combination. They've taken to Pakistan conditions with quite some ease. clipped off his legs, and that will be another 50 in his test career, his 6th in his international career, along with 3 centuries to his name. What a start he's had to his international career and going strong.
It's been brilliant since he's been inducted into international cricket, any format. And his aggressive batting today, he's been able to put the balls away like that. Latham with that drive, you've seen it throughout this series already. Through mid-wicket and through cover. That one just punched away.
Airing length again, just too full. And with the form the two men are in at the moment, it is quite sweetly timed. Impact point as well, so under the eyes, so much in control, and he's not trying to overhit this. Nice high elbow for anybody learning. That's quite an example.
Still don't think we've seen a bouncer as yet. Got to be tried at some stage. I don't quite understand why Naseem Shah in particular, who's got the most pace, hasn't at least tried one. Not saying it's going to bring instant success, but at least it stops the batters from thinking about just propping onto that front foot.
Yeah, quite surprising, especially on a surface where we've seen a little bit of more bounce and carry. You just imagine, and we just roll these pictures in comparison from day one in the first test, which is the blue ball, about 4 centimeters, about 4.5 centimeters between those two. 4 centimeters there, the difference in bounce. And in the nature of the surface where there is a little bit of more bounce and carry, yet to see a bouncer in this test. Or pick up a single to end the over. 107 for no loss. Now both openers have crossed that half-century mark, and it has come in quick time. Pakistan still searching for the first wicket. New Zealand 107. Wide and put away. Put away with quite some ease.
Well, it's short and wide as well. Just so slow, and Latham has pounced on this very quickly. All the time in the world to find the right placement and put it away.
Yeah!
Yeah, left-handed openers against Pakistan in Pakistan. Usman Khwaja made plenty of runs. Duckett, plenty. Latham comes in. He gets going and he's still going. Overall, there's been plenty of runs throughout, but you look at the openers, the left-handed opener in Pakistan against Pakistan has scored a lot. I don't know what the issue is. Maybe the off-spinner Sajid Khan did play in that series, couldn't get a lot of wickets there. But you look at the Pakistani bowlers, generally most of the bowlers want to bowl against right-handers. Shaheen Shah Afridi loves bowling against right-handers. Hassan Ali prefers bowling right-handers. The spinners, Noman Ali, right-handers. Abrar, right-handers. there is an issue. I can't put my exact point on it. I can't put my finger on it, but it's just the stats tell you that left-handed openers in the home series against Pakistan have had it easy.
112 for no loss.
It's not like there's a dearth of left-handers around the world. I mean, you get plenty of opportunities to bowl two left-handers nowadays. I'm sure there's more than enough in and around Pakistan and the domestic cricket.
Interesting discussion we were having before we went on break regarding Pakistan and the struggle against left-handers. Edged away to the fence.
It's a better length and line, to be fair. It's made Latham play at it. Slightly false shot. The nature of the soft hands and the angle back kept it down.
It's the one place where the cricket has been thoroughly enjoyed, along with a cup of tea. Tapal Tea Lounge, and the fans enjoy a Tapal tea moment. Bazid, you obviously mentioned you're struggling to put a finger on what it is against the left-handers, and Dooley, you obviously make a good point that it's nothing out of the norm bowling to left-handers. Just in Pakistan, in the top 6, you have 3 left-handers. You've got Imam up the order, Shan as well, Saud Shakil, if Nawaz is playing, he does as well, Noman. So it can't be the reason. It shouldn't be the reason. Bowlers should be, yes, you can always have a preference of bowling to right-hander or a left-hander given your strength. There can't be a reason in the modern game where there are so many left-handers present on the circuit and in your own team as well.
Yeah, it's a hard one. Look, I understand that some have a preference. I never bothered me. Left-handers, I don't know why, whether it was comfortable, and just felt quite comfortable bowling to a left-hander.
Why would it bother you? Playing New Zealand ball, hooping around corners, so why would it bother you at all?
Didn't always hoop around corners, Baz.
Yeah, just to start here, last 1 year visiting openers. Now, the problem here is that the visiting openers, there's only been one right-hander, which has been Zach Crawley. Otherwise, all of them left-handers. But left-handers are averaging 85. Zach Crawley averaged 39, but 85 left-handed opening batters in this past 1 year visiting Pakistan, which is not a small number.
Better channel here from Naseem to end the over. 117 for no loss. A quick single. We've again looked to our right to Maz, who keeps throwing in the stats, and we've tried to look up an average for the Pakistan opening pair. Both Imam and Abdullah averaging 50 in the same period. In the same time period where the visiting openers, left-handed, have averaged 85. Bazir, there are 5 left-handers in that. Comes down the track. 2 Australian openers, Duckett as well, and now 2 New Zealand openers, Latham and Conway.
Before the lunch, lads, come on. 1 wicket before the lunch, boys, come on. Lovely stop, Aga.
He's done well to get a hand to that. Salman Agha, centurion from the first game, made in Test 100. And now he has to play the role of the 5th bowler in this Pakistan lineup.
Yes, Aga. Nice, Lakshmi. Stalling, boys. Right on.
119 for no loss.
That's the end of the day.
Steer Alindar in the stump microphone saying last over. Good from Pakistan too. I know they've been under the pump a little bit, 119 without loss, but they're about to get through their 30th over for the session, which is right up with the over rate. So they've done well.
Closing in on lunch here in Karachi, session 1. Fair to say would belong to New Zealand. 1 more over to go. A Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. A bit early in the morning to be having that stuff. There is a solution for it as well, of course. Solution is what Pakistan's looking for as well, and you keep hearing Sarfaraz behind the stump mic. 1 wicket before lunch is the plan. Pakistan would love to pick up a wicket here as they head into lunch.
Well, New Zealand winning the toss would dearly love to go into lunch without the loss of a wicket as well. Yeah, terrific session if they can get through this next 4 deliveries. Pakistan will feel better about their lunch. They just pick 1 up.
Inside edge. This is a good line, cramping the left-hander, and it's about that line where Conway is looking to just turn the bat.
Yeah, it's an area that Devon Conway has inside edged a lot, and he does. There was some numbers last summer when we were in the UK that he gets more inside edges than any other opening batter. He does tend to play just outside the line at times.
Well, it used to be that you'd pay for the whole bat. Now you get given bats. So it doesn't really matter if you inside edge it or not. But Normally when you sledge someone, he would come back with saying, well, I paid for the whole bat. I can use whatever part of it I want.
Yeah, good angles here again. Once again, it's the inside half of the bat. Last ball before lunch. Lets it go. 30 overs done, 119 for no loss, and that will be lunch.
Yeah, New Zealand, after having won the toss, the openers have batted superbly. No issues whatsoever with a bit of movement that they've encountered, and it's been a tough old session for Pakistan. Latham and Conway, they're looking the part. Conway slightly more aggressive, but Latham slightly more aggressive, but 3.97 per over. That means that is a good session. No wickets lost. And New Zealand, having won the toss, have vindicated that decision already. Pakistan had no answer. They searched for wickets, maybe bowling slightly too full throughout that session, but there's been no rewards whatsoever. They go into lunch. There's a lot more questions than answers. 67 of 87 for Latham. Conway 51 of 94. Plenty of boundaries hit, and it's been very secure from New Zealand. Well, 5 bowlers used, Salman 6 overs. Fast bowlers couldn't get enough from the surface. Maybe just missed their length and then exploit the conditions as they could. But anyway, that's 30 overs that were bowled, and there's no loss for New Zealand. We'll start off with hitting the Pakistani fast bowlers with that full length. The drive came out pretty often once you drop short outside off. Well, left-handers love that. Being able to get their boundaries away in between those solid defensive shots. But the full length was dealt with severely. Conway wanting to get at the spinner. That was a huge 6. He came down the track. Latham is pushing one down for a boundary. There was a couple of opportunities. This one was given out, referred straight away. Deemed to have an inside edge, so that had to be overturned. And then into the leg side. That was 50 for Tom Latham. He's carried on where he left off in that first test match. Drift down the leg side, and this was 50 for Conway. He's been quite superb to Latham through the offside. And first session belonging completely to New Zealand. And that has meant they've gone into lunch in a very strong position. And we'll be back after that lunch break in about 35 minutes or so.
It's been a session that has belonged to New Zealand after winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Latham and Conway have led the way. They posted 119 and nothing in the wickets column for Pakistan. Have a quick look at the batting card, and it's 51 not out for Conway, 67 not out for Latham. They both have faced 30 overs. Bowling. Again, the wickets column is when nothing's there. Pakistan have tried 5 bowlers. New ball was with Naseem Shah and Hamza. A bit of movement, but then that vanished after almost 5 or 6 overs. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. Day 1, session 1 of the second test match is done and dusted, and of course the session belongs to New Zealand. I've got Uruj Mumtaz and Simon Dool alongside me. It just feels like almost like a bluff. When you looked at the pitch this morning, you're like, something's in there. And to everyone's surprise, I had 2 other guests over here. When the captain decided to bat first, like, really? But that wasn't a bad call.
I mean, honestly, I had a good look at the surface in the morning. It looked very hard and compact. It looks like a surface that will hold together. The grass was a little bit bluffy, if that's even a term. It looked like, yes, there is grass, but it didn't really look like the live grass where the ball will take off. And even if it does, maybe the first half hour, 45 minutes. Apart from that, it looks like a real good batting track than anything else.
Yeah, the scoring rate tells you it's 119 for no loss. When you actually look at Pakistan's bowling attack with the new ball, you feel they made good use of that cherry or could have done better?
50-50. I think they bowled enough deliveries in the right area, but then they just gave up too many loose deliveries as well. I think there wasn't that real penetration with that new ball. I think there was a little bit there. I thought Mir Hamza was a touch wide of off stump early on to the left-handers. If he'd just been a bit more in and around that off stump with a hint of movement early, he was getting a bit of swing, but not a huge amount. He might have asked a few more questions. Naseem was just slightly off as well, and I thought Hassan was just slightly off. So it hasn't been spot on. It hasn't been perfect from Pakistan's point of view, but I think New Zealand have just played really well. Any slight loose delivery they have pounced on, and I think that's been the key. It's put Pakistan back under pressure.
You talk about the 2 openers. They've really done well. 119 for no loss. They started off cautiously. They took their time. You see off that brand new ball and the moisture, and then they're sitting nice and pretty at 119 for no loss. Talk about a top performer. Hard to pick. Where's Latham with his 67 not out? Top performer brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Just continuing on, isn't he, from that 100 in the first test and then the not out in the second innings of that first test match. He has not looked in trouble at all this morning. Timing has been impeccable. Anything full he's put away, anything on his legs, which I think you note that from most left-handers. They're very strong off their legs, and then through the covers as well, off front foot and back foot. He's been superb, Tom Latham, and it just continued on that form from the first test match. New Zealand are loving the form he's in at the moment and scoring all around the ground as well. Spinners, pace bowlers, he's just in great nick.
Top performer brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Well, no wickets have fallen, so there is no fall of wickets, but we can concentrate and focus on Pakistan's bowling. So I'll come to you, Uruj. Hassan Ali's comeback. You look at the surface and you say probably the ideal, surface for him to, nice and easy slide into the 11. But it stands out when you don't have any wickets as a team.
It's tough to defend as well, but I think Pakistan have let themselves down a little bit by not being consistent enough in that first session. Yes, the ball was doing a little bit up earlier on. Yes, there's a little bit of carry there, but you got to exploit those conditions on a longer period of time. Like Dooley said, there was enough on offer in terms of boundary deliveries, which New Zealand pounced on. And not just Conway, who looked like the obvious aggressor, but Latham's probably scoring faster than Conway in this situation. So both of them have pounced on anything that's been short or too full. And lines as well, but the lengths have every now and then been too full, enough boundary deliveries. Spinners have landed them short. So it just hasn't been enough consistent good bowling, which had come in bits and pieces. So had it been the case, could have been different in the wickets column.
When you look at Latham, 67 not out, and the wagon wheel, lots of runs, around the hip area, behind the square on the onside. especially Hassan Ali coming round the wicket with that angle, probably he wants to create. But is there anything special that we are missing out of, that he's going round the wicket trying to create that angle, or is it just because it's a left-hander?
Yeah, I think he's going because of the left-hander going around the wicket. But when you do go around the wicket, if you're going to target the stumps, then you've got to have a square leg in place and a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Yeah. I don't like having a bowler come around the wicket looking to target the stumps and not have that protection on the leg side. I would rather see a field set there with maybe one slip and a gully, just in case he gets a little bit of away movement. So set the field accordingly, I think is the key. And if he wants to dry the runs up, then set a predominantly offside field and bowl wide of off stump. Bowl a foot wide of off stump and make Latham and Conway chase the ball. So those are your two options, but don't sort of have, you can't have a foot in each camp and ask him to bowl straight without the protection on that leg side.
You speak of Conway. Let's have a look at Conway's innings. He's not out 51, and yeah, they complement each other.
Yeah, that's what's so good to see about this New Zealand opening pair. They're both contrasting in their styles of play, being left-handers, but Conway prefers more sort of in front of the wicket and more happy to use his crease and hit the ball straight. And again, once again, I think Test cricket, white ball cricket, everything that he's touched is turning to gold for him at the moment. All around the ground as well for him, but again, predominantly more in front. So Pakistan having to deal with two left-handers, but both of them who play in a different manner as well, which making life a little bit more difficult for Pakistan.
As a bowler yourself, Dooley, do you actually prefer bowling to a certain style of batter, left or right, or you feel it's just part of the job?
Part of the job, and there's so many more left-handers. We just talked about this in commentary a little bit as well, and there's so many more left-handers around the world nowadays than there probably was 15. The only real left-handed team we came up against in my time was Sri Lanka. They seem to have about 7 of the 11 were left-handers in the sort of 90s and at times like that, and then Zimbabwe came up with a few as well. But there wasn't a plethora of left-handed batters, but there are nowadays. There's so many more, so you can't just have a preference. You can't say, oh, I only want to bowl to right-handers. You have to find a way, and if that way is staying over the wicket and running the ball across them, and I think that to me is Hassan Ali's best way. I think that is something I'd rather see him do, is stay over the wicket, run the ball across the left-handers, use that channel just on and around off stump and outside, and set the field accordingly then. But you've got to be patient. And I don't know that there was enough patience shown this morning. That's probably the one area.
You feel he came round the wicket a little too early? We've seen, I think it was the second over that he changed it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought he was just a little bit too early in giving up that over the wicket roll and coming around the wicket, because it probably felt there wasn't a lot of movement, but you're creating angle over the wicket, and it's an angle that, as a left-hander, when you're looking sort of down the barrel or at a right armer coming around the wicket, you've got two eyes. You're basically a lot better off. When you're looking at a guy coming over the wicket, you're just closed off a little bit, and I think that means then you can tend as a left-hander to fall over. So I always felt that staying over the wicket to the left-handers was a better option.
Also, you speak to left-handers and they like the round the wicket angle coming in, because they've got an obvious, like you're saying, obvious eye line off that ball, and most often are angles into your pads. So I just feel like Dooley saying there wasn't enough trying off a plan for a longer period of time for it to say it worked or it didn't.
It's such a catch-20 situation. I mean, in terms of bowlers, how quickly do you decide as a captain that the new ball hasn't worked? How quickly do I bring in my part-timer who might work against two left-handers? So sometimes you need a bit of luck as well. Now, Salman Agha was introduced, but do you feel he was introduced a little too late when the two batters are set?
Look, I think it's easy to focus on what might not have gone quite right for Pakistan. To me, New Zealand have been brilliant. Yes. The opening batters have been so good at it, and it's easy to get too focused on one side of it and not pay enough credit to the other side. I just think New Zealand have been brilliant this morning. They really have. And Pakistan have tried things, they haven't always worked, but they haven't been terrible. They've been okay. New Zealand have just been better.
No two words about that. New Zealand has done so well. They won the toss, and the captain wanted to bat first, and they went out and scored 119. Time for us to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk more about what to expect in session 2. And of course, there's a nice interview lined up with Kane Williamson. Welcome back to Inverx Solar Energy Pitchside Studio, and time for us now to join an interview. This was taken just as before the start of the series. Uruj Mumtaz caught up with Kane Williamson.
16,000 international runs. It doesn't get better than that. I'm in conversation with one of the stalwarts of New Zealand cricket, the captain of the ICC Test winning team, the ICC Test Championship. Kane, thank you very much for joining me. First time in Pakistan. What are the overall emotions like?
Yeah, I mean, obviously such a rich cricketing history here in Pakistan, so it's great to get the opportunity to come here and play and let the fans as well support this great game. So yeah, it's exciting to be here.
On a personal level, you captained the side to the ICC Test Championship, and New Zealand has come a long way in terms of global titles in the recent past, and majority under your captaincy. What was the feeling like lifting that particular trophy?
Yeah, a really special feeling, and an amazing achievement for our team, and for around a 4 or 5 year period to be sort of challenging for the trophies in certain events, and to kind of get the fruits in one was pretty satisfying, and especially in this format as well, which is so close to my heart, and certainly the other players in the team as well.
You recently stepped down from Test captaincy. Thoughts behind that?
Yeah, been thinking not so much just Test captaincy, but about taking a little bit of the load off in terms of just the volume that we have at the moment in all three formats, and it's incredibly busy, and we're fortunate that there's a number of leaders in the environment, and so in discussions with New Zealand Cricket and the board, they felt that perhaps this format might be a reasonable one to relinquish, and I'm excited to support Tim and his journey as well, and it's never just an individual that does it. It's very much a collective approach, and so he's really looking forward to the opportunity.
The way forward in terms of you as a batter, now you're second in the list of all-time greats in terms of runs for New Zealand, 16,000 plus to your name. Let's go back in history a little bit. 2018, where foreign batters did not find UAE conditions easy, especially against the Pakistan spin attack. Well, you seem to take it very comfortably, scoring at an average of 77 plus, just about 400 runs in that period. What was it in your game that allowed you to adapt so well and then score runs?
It's always a really tough challenge playing against Pakistan, any conditions, any format, and so for us, we try and prepare as well as we can, try and make adjustments to the conditions, which is always important when you're playing in different countries, and then try and stick to your plans and your role within the team as well as you can, and you're always just trying to put your team in a stronger position as possible, and it was nice to be able to do that. It was a really memorable series for us as a team, and so now we're here a few years down the line, but a lot of familiar faces, and I'm sure it'll be a good series again.
Now, the recently concluded England series, and England had to work really hard and toil for long periods of the game, but they were probably the better side in terms of positivity and looking for results. Not easy conditions. There's not a lot of sort of purchase for the bowlers, whether it's seam bowlers or spin bowlers here in Pakistan. As a group, I'm sure you're looking for results. How difficult or easy will it be for you as a group to manufacture those?
Yeah, it was an incredible series, and England played extremely well, and we've seen how tough Pakistan are to beat here, and they had a really tough series against Australia, and so for us, it's trying to make sure we really commit to our plans and how we want to play our cricket, try and make those adjustments as best we can, but we all know that in Test cricket, trying to stay in it for long periods of time, although at times it might feel like it's not going somewhere quickly, it can change quickly. So I think that's a part of just reconnecting with the mindset of Test cricket, that it may be at times a slightly slower pace, but things can change quickly.
Kane, lastly, you've been a prolific run getter in Test cricket, and probably one of the biggest names in Test cricket. Looking back at your career at the moment, which is your favorite moment in terms of either a result or an innings that's one that's very close to your heart?
You mentioned the Test Championship. That was, a special time for us as a team and in our cricketing history. But you know, on a personal perspective, I don't know. I think you're always just trying to improve your game to make, you know, bigger contributions for your team, and enjoy doing that. And yeah, we'll see.
No, we'll see. It's been lovely. It's been enjoyable talking to you as always. Thank you for your time and your insight on everything that we look forward to, and good luck for the upcoming series.
Thank you.
Well, you can catch the full version of this interview with Ken Williamson on all our social media sites that belong to the Pakistan Cricket Board. Now, time for us to pay a visit to the St. Patrick's Cathedral. That's part of our City Trail. Let's go and enjoy. City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Situated on Shara, Iraq, near Empress Market, Sadr, Karachi, St. Patrick's Cathedral is the first church in Sindh province of Pakistan. It was initially built on the grounds of the cathedral in 1845 and was called St. Patrick's Church. In April 1878, the present cathedral was opened. It does have a huge capacity and can accommodate over 1,500 devotees. The design was conceived by Father Carl Wagner S.J., Brother Kluver and Brother Jaw at the Society of Jesus. St. Patrick's was built on the Indo-Gothic style with Gizri stone, and it became the first church in the subcontinent to be used as a model for such style. At the front of the cathedral, there is a monument to Christ the King. It was elevated in front of the main building in 1931, nearly half a century after the cathedral was constructed. It features soaring pillars arranged in a semicircle with a gleaming white sculptures. The monument was built to honor the memory of Jesuit mission in Sindh. St. Patrick's is the only cathedral in Pakistan with stained glass windows, which are found across Europe and America. These bright and beautiful windows were imported from Germany. At a time when most people were unable to read or write, stained glass windows were used to explain the stories of the Bible in picture form. Glass windows in the cathedral are both beautiful, educational, and were produced by Franz Mayer of Munich, Germany. The church is surrounded by Christian schools and some of the Christian community living in Sadr before partition. If you love history and ancient Gothic architecture, then this is a must-visit place.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Welcome back once again. Here we are to the Inverex Solar Energy pitchside studio. Lots of lovely places to visit in Karachi whenever you're around here. Do catch the City Trail every day on the show. Now, let's talk about predictions. What to expect from the second session. I'll be a little more specific. Let's have that. Expert prediction, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. So talking about what to expect from the second session, I'll be a little specific. I'll start with you, Simon. 3.96 is the run rate at which New Zealand is scoring at the moment. If they don't lose another wicket for the, say, next half an hour, would they, accelerate a little more and try to put more pressure?
I don't think so. I think they'll just bat. It's all about batting, batting, batting. New Zealand's goal will be to get as many as they can in the first innings and then have a bowl at Pakistan. Now, if it goes to plan, I'm guessing tea time tomorrow would be their ideal situation. After tea tomorrow, 550, 600, 650. If you ever wanted an opportunity to get a test match 100, double 100, triple 100, even at some stage if you wanted to, this is probably the right time to do it. Beautiful outfield, great pitch, and I just think it's there for the taking.
What do you feel? Second session start, choice of bowler for Babar Azam to start again?
I think he'll have to start with Naseem, but I'm not quite sure if he will. But again, it doesn't matter who he starts with. I think they just need to execute their plans better. They can't be in between. I just felt the first session, Pakistan wasn't sure. It didn't feel like whether they were trying to pick up wickets or whether they're trying to stop the runs. Now, Pakistan needs to come out with a specific plan. 4 runs and over is already scoring at a decent pace for New Zealand. I think you either try and drive the runs out with the wicket options, but keep on one side of the wicket with good field placement. So, second session being the best time to bat, where the sun's out, the wicket's nice and rolled in, is going to be a tough outing for Pakistan if they don't manage to break this partnership.
That's her prediction. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Little focus on Pakistan's bowling. Pakistan haven't not won a test match. Well, in 2022 wasn't really good home series I'm talking about. And one of the reasons is that we've been discussed earlier that Pakistan has been lacking that experience in the bowling attack. And they're also lacking the services of Shaheen Shafri. The Simon Dole just pointed out that somebody's been, doing those run-ups and bowling. I think this is the first time I've seen him in action after the World Cup final. I'm sure he's been practicing otherwise, but good to see him out there.
Yeah, it is. It's great to see him out. He was doing a few little wind sprints prior to bowling, probably about a dozen, maybe 15 balls out in the middle. So any time you see Shaheen back and running in and practicing and getting perhaps a few wind sprints and a little bit of fitness and training under his belt is a great sign from a Pakistan point of view. So, look, I don't think they should rush him back. We talked about this a year or so ago, I think, Aruj, and playing all 3 formats. It was always going to prove very difficult for Shaheen to do that and to do it regularly. Now, I know he wanted to, but he's going to have to make some choices, I think, and Pakistan are going to have to make some choices in the next 6 months as to what cricket he chooses to play and how important 2020s and ODIs and test matches are to him, to his career, and to him for Pakistan, because he cannot play every format all day, every day.
Yeah, when you look at him, I mean, if you remember the World Cup, when he came out in his first 2 games, he wasn't firing all cylinders, but then he got into his rhythm, only to end up with an injury. How difficult would it be again to get into that mindset and, get out there playing for Pakistan? Of course, you don't expect him to, do exactly what he did earlier on. Give him some time.
Yeah, I think so. I think for him, it'll have to be a self-assessment as to how the body's feeling. If your body's feeling right, it's easier to get into that rhythm and mindset. So hoping that he's 100% fit. But I think for Pakistan, as a larger interest, they'll have to pick and choose when they play Shaheen and how much they play him.
Okay, there we go. So this lunch session is done. We're looking at session 2 on the first day. Thank you so much. And let's find out if Pakistan can find a wicket, or do we see 3 figures for each of the batters out there. Enjoy.
Second session of this second test match. KFC presents Tougher News Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. New Zealand won the toss and elected to bat, and it's all gone their way. Latham 67, Conway 51. Went at 3.97 in the 30 overs, and it all looked very good from the openers. Latham, as he's done all series, his balance has been a standout, able to pounce on anything full, cover drive or through the onside. He's been able to pick the gaps, and today he's been striking at 77. 9 boundaries in his 67, and he looks very secure as he's done in both test matches. Conway, he made his move early with those drives through the offside pounces on a short ball. And whenever Pakistan has faltered, Latham has been there with Conway to take the attack to Pakistan. Conway 51, 7 boundaries and a 6 for him. Pakistan, well, the struggle is on yet again. Hamza 7, Naseem 7 and Prime for Hassan, but haven't been able to get a wicket. Neither have the spinners, so now Pakistan will have to think long and hard on how to A, stem the flow of runs, and B, pick up wickets. Normally the second session here at National Bank Cricket Arena is the session you want to bat in after lunch. Stats suggest that it is the time where you can fill your boots. Seems as Babar was interested Abrar with the first over after lunch. Had expensive when he started off with the new ball. Conway especially coming down the track and making his own pace. He's going to bowl round the wicket. He's got a short leg and a slip in place as catches. A conventional feel otherwise. Man out for the sweep. So session 2. Abrar to Latham. And just with the moisture in the pitch, the ball came on better to the bat, and now you just feel that this is the session where you like to bat on and on. Run scoring was good at a fair clip. Pakistan have it all to do, but you know, Abrar can make a dent. It just seems as if, especially the first session, both Conway and Latham were picking him really well. And as with every bowler, as you play more and more, people work you out. It was always going to be the challenge for Abrar. It always will be the challenge with a finger spinner or a mystery spinner to be able to sustain that level of performance.
And I think with that, Baz, I think it becomes that much more a question of him controlling, or him having good control of the ball, having good control of the lengths that he bowls. With more players starting to pick him around the world, with footages now, and players, 2 teams have actually faced him, his control becomes that much more important for him to groom into this test circuit and to be effective. Pakistan still searching for wickets. Babar relying on him. Now to see what lines he bowls here.
Yeah, the boundary balls were most of them Conway came at him. The length's good, not a lot of assistance, but one thing you've got to keep an eye on is the pace that he bowls. That one's slightly slower. 120 without loss.
Considering the previous test match wicket to this, I think we might see the closing fielder comes into play a bit more because of the bounce. This pitch might not spin that much, but that bounce will sort of have issues for the batters. If you consistently ball on the length which this pitch requires. Naseem Shah will be starting from University stand end. His ball 7 overs, bit expensive. He would like to fix that also. Plus, wickets are crucial. If Pakistan don't pick up early wickets after lunch, be a problem, serious problem.
Yeah, the other aspect is Pakistan having, this is their 5th test match at home. Every test match has been about runs. The batters have got a lot of runs, and this test match, you started off the test match thinking that there's a bit of moisture and there might be something in it for the bowlers, but sometimes with that history of games where you're coming in thinking that there'll be runs scored, and with that history being very, very recent, you fall into that trap that once a few boundaries get scored, once the batters get in, you think, oh, we're in for another long day's work, we're in for another big score. And to actually come out with a performance which stops that, that is the key. I don't think that Pakistan throughout this is the 5th test match, they're able to break that monotony at all.
Take absolutely nothing away from how the New Zealand openers have batted here in particular. Yes, they did a fantastic job in the first test as well. I take nothing away from them, but having said that, I think Pakistan, the recent history or the recent past that you mentioned, Baz, Pakistan haven't been their best. Yes, obviously they have a few players missing, but the players who've played as well, there hasn't been enough consistency on display. Tough conditions to get 20 wickets. We've seen that it's not easy. On the surfaces are also not giving you that little bit of help. Even the first session, Mir Hamza to start off with a little bit of wide out off stump. Naseem every now and then towards the fuller length as well. Haven't been enough consistent periods of pressure being applied.
Right on.
Last 2 tests in Karachi. Who would want to bowl quick? Tight lines from Naseem Shah, 120 without loss.
Good to see the pace is up there. Naseem Shah, although he's not played that much of cricket lately, had shoulder issues and then he went away and played Pakistan Cup, and he's back. Considering this pitch, you know, he should be. Oh, what a shot! A brilliant shot. How many times in this 2.5 hours that we've seen Conway playing that shot and playing with control and conviction.
Yeah, he's taken to Abrar throughout this innings. Whenever Abrar has come on to bowl, Conway has either hit him over the top or hit him down the ground. He'll feel he missed out that time around because Abrar straight down leg side. But with the pace that Abrar has bowled, it's helped Conway hit him over the top and hit him straight. There again, a lot of flight, and that makes it easier for Conway just to get on that front foot.
Also, the two left-handers, contrasting styles of play. Latham likes playing square of the wicket. Conway, on the other hand, likes playing down the ground as well. And with that, just makes it a little bit more difficult for Abrar to adjust the length to the two left-handers. We've seen Conway come down the wicket a couple of times, use his feet. And every now and then when the ball is full, he hits the ball hard, times it really nice in the V.
Pakistan's gone way too defensive for my liking. Start of the game and the field is well spread. There's a short leg and then there's one slip. And runs are leaking. There's opportunity here for a run out. Straight hit. I don't think Aleem will go upstairs. Leg by has been called. 127 without loss, New Zealand.
You're in, you're in! You're in, you're in! Alex.
Naseem Shah round the wicket.
Little bit of reverse, I would say. That one just held its line, although Naseem Shah ball wide of the crease. And the biggest indication is that he's hiding the ball, he's hiding the shiny side, taking that left hand off the ball very, very late. And then this ball should just straightens a little bit, and yes, it did. That's good bowling. That's very, very good bowling. Maybe just pull a length, a touch back. Allowed the ball to just deviate a little bit more.
With the ball now, with the hint of reverse swing, I think just becomes that much more important for a period for Pakistan to bowl the right channels and not waste this while it's reversing. It's a good time to bat with the sun beaming down, but when the ball's reversing, a best chance of Pakistan to pick up a wicket.
Full again. Another thing which Pakistan missed out in the first session is bowling those short deliveries. I have not seen anyone try that. Not many batters. They like short deliveries. So if you can just bowl few short deliveries and then pitch it up, and then there's a hope that the the batsman's feet will not really move or won't move that much. He'll have doubt.
Yeah, definite reverse. Also, it's just into the 34th over, so the ball hasn't gone that soft. Yes, slightly softer, but you want the ball to reverse when it's quite hard. Once it goes over 70 overs, if it's reversing, then it's not a lot of pace off the pitch. Right now, it's probably perfect for Pakistan. If it starts to reverse and reverses big, then they're in with a shout.
Normally when it's reversing, the ideal place to ball from is close to the stumps, because that makes it line very nice and straight. This one is pitched almost on the edge of that pitch. That means even if it comes back, that's not gonna threaten the stumps or LBW. So you have to go wicket to wicket, nice and close to the stumps. He's bowling way too wide off the crease. His front foot almost going out of that line. You're not going to get LBW from this angle also, because the ball's going to go on and miss the stumps with that angle. It'd be a bad decision to go upstairs. I can say it now.
.127 without loss. Easy delivery, picked off. Last ball, last over. Wakar talking about the angle. All the angles working against Naseem Shah. Comes from wide, the ball angles back in. And it's going to miss another set. And the googly very slow. So Conway just waits for it. And just, even if he hadn't read that, he had so much time off the pitch to be able to just block it. And down the leg side, picked away. That's timing for you. Poor delivery and picked off.
It has been the boundary balls and the number of boundary balls that are hurting Pakistan. Every now and then, he strays onto those pads, and both left-hand is very strong.
When you had so much success early in your career, this can happen. You just sometime over-attack things. You try too many things too early in your spell. That is why Abrar's, the numbers you look at it, 7.4 overs, 38 runs. That's a lot. You got to learn to control the scoring rate, and you have to also bowl in tandem with your other partner. If he has bowled a good over or a maiden over, it's your job to also do the same. And by doing that, you create pressure, and then there's opportunity comes. 134 without loss.
They're still very comfortable, New Zealand, after lunch. Discussion with Abrar probably about him leaking runs. You wouldn't mind the odd boundary, but if you're consistently being just tucked away and milking him, that is an issue. Nasim Shah, well, he's going round the wicket. Got a bit of shape last over back into the left-handers. That is close. That's slightly fuller. Alex Wolf agrees. There's going to be a discussion, but that one was quite full. Now he's walking off, so Nasim Shah has the breakthrough. The LBW reverse swing from round the wicket works.
Well. Wide of the crease, making an angle. Maybe just taking the ball away from the right-hander. Hit him inside the line. Would probably go on to hit. Middle leg. Good decision, I feel. And that's the first breakthrough Pakistan been looking for. And that's a big wicket. Tom Latham gone for 71. It's 134 for one New Zealand.
Ken Williamson walks in. Pakistan finally with a wicket. The numbers speak for themselves. Coming off the back of a 200. And played reverse swing really well in that previous test match. His balance was perfect, as most of the time it is. Nasim Shah with his tail up. And what a huge wicket with Latham now, just working on that ball. Couple of slips in. He's gone back over the wicket. 2 slips and a gully. Keep an eye out for that ball coming back in. Hiding the ball. Yeah, good lines. Nasim Shah from round the wicket this time was slightly fuller, and Alex Wolf agreed with him.
It was also the pace. 3 reds. Good line, getting him to play that shot, but it was also the pace. 144, that previous delivery, with the hint of shape as the breakthrough Pakistan was looking for.
Just want to have a look where the shiny side is. The shiny side is to the right. That means the ball straightened a little bit, because from that angle, which was wide of the crease, ball has to just straightens a little bit to come back at stumps. Because from there, if you push the ball, the angle should have taken the ball away from the left-hander, would have missed the stumps. Because the shiny side was to the right, the ball sort of straightened from there.
Again, we slow it down. Just want to see where the shiny side is. Over there is the shiny side on the right, isn't it? Yeah, just enough. It was a poor shot, no doubt, because he was just wanted to whip that through mid-wicket. Nice and full. And that's the wicket Pakistan searching for. Again, Naseem hiding the ball.
Wide on.
Williamson played reverse swing really well in that previous test matches because he's got such immaculate balance, and straight away is his challenging bowling. Williamson in form, being able to, so far, 4 deliveries, he's been able to just get into his zone. We don't want Williamson get back into that zone, and once he plays a half a dozen deliveries or a dozen deliveries, he's back in form. Bit of reverse swing, challenging, 141 clicks, 134 for 1.
It's all about bowling dot deliveries, bowling maiden overs, and that's how you bring wickets in test match cricket. And if both bowlers can do it, there's more chances of getting more success. Naseem Shah bowled 4 overs on the trot, 4 maidens. That's how you go about things. And he's picked up a wicket. It's job of Abrar to control the scoring rate now.
Commentators, I'll not include you two in this, but I'll say myself that I'm quite impatient in the way things go. And I'll just throw this out there. If there is reverse swing and the ball's reversing a little bit and it's pretty hard, is this the moment that you bring on maybe Amir Hamza from this end? Just for a few overs. Because at the moment, as you can see, Conway has the measure of Abrar.
Yeah, once again full. And once again Conway drives this really nicely. It is too full, and it's in that wonderful driving range for him. He likes playing straight, and he wouldn't mind those.
No harm in bringing Hassan Ali. It was only bowled 5 overs.
The timing again, this time leg side. Almost goes all the way. They'll come back for no. They decide against it, just a couple of runs, but a drive down the ground and just a little flick towards mid-wicket.
An excellent effort on the boundary for Hassan Ali. Had to make a long way across from square leg. I think he's done extremely well. Good energy as always with him.
Well, this will help him to warm up also if Babar decides to go with him next over or over when from this end, which is a pavilion end.
Yeah, Bra looking all too easy at the moment. He's trying too many things with his pace as well as his line, and that he's not being consistent. And every now and then you hear Babar and Sarfaraz from behind telling him to land it in the one spot.
Another single, a leg by probably, but Bra leaking runs. 143 for 1.
Well, lovely, you're a gentleman.
All right. A 143 for one. Kane Williamson out there because Latham got an LBW decision to a really good delivery from Naseem Shah. He's been the pick of the bowler so far and has done the bulk of the bowling as well. 10 overs to his name. Hassan Ali just the 5 for him. Abrar's bowled 9. And Naseem Shah will continue his 4th over after lunch. And yet to give a run away. Pakistan have come out from lunch and with the ball with a hint of shape from Naseem. He's looking like the one that will get the big breakthrough, the most likely to get a breakthrough here for Pakistan. Another one.
Yeah, the perfect start for Pakistan. That would have been the absolute key at lunch. Talk about breaking this partnership.
Bazid, as always, posed a question to us just before he went off, asking whether there should be another seamer from the other end with the ball reversing, albeit not too much, but with Abrar not having a control over things, Cornwell targeting him as well. Just feel a change at the other end. Use your resources and use them at the right time.
I think it's something that Bubba will be certainly thinking about, especially if Abrar can't control the run rate. But at the moment, Naseem Shah is right on the money, bowling with good pace too, in excess of 140 Ks, and asking the right questions. It's just enough shape to make it awkward for the New Zealanders.
Yeah, Abrar's gone at over 5 runs and over, and he hasn't looked threatening. Not a good effort. It was Abrar. And Mir Hamza cleans up behind him.
The pile tea moment. Enjoying a nice cup of tea sideline in the Tapal Tea Lounge. Oh, shape. Really nice. From Naseem at decent pace.
Yeah, wonderful. Williamson seems to be more worried about the ball that's coming back into him or tailing in. This was a beautiful delivery from Naseem. Just climbed and went away from Williamson. Just close enough that he thought he had to play.
Yeah, promising signs here.
No!
That's good from Naseem, 148 for 1.
Excellent shape here to the right-hander. He's getting the ball to reverse. Good carry through.
At least 3 hours. Yeah, man. 8 overs, still 25 minutes remaining.
9 overs of 48 for Abrar. It's not what Pakistan were looking for from this spinner, looking to keep things tight, control this run rate, which is just under 3.9 now. And you give tickets away for nothing, you get some people who have never been to a game before.
You just feel these runs New Zealand are scoring off Abrar is just relieving some of the pressure that Naseem Shah's brought up at his end. Sure, Bubba is very keen for Abrar just to keep things tight, but Conway playing very friendly now. Needs to get his length right. That's better.
He's hit well straight and he's used his feet, and Abrar now has long on halfway back. And then he drops it short.
Slip and place man under the helmet on the leg side for Kane Williamson. A little bit of a tighter field for Williamson. That one's going down. No point in reviewing that. Keep those arms folded, Bubba.
All the way through to the timer.
Emotioned. It was too late though, wasn't it?
Right signal though for him this time round, going down. Come on, Abrar.
Williamson is underway. He's underway with a couple. Only 3 in the end. I think Hassan Ali was okay on the boundary.
Well, that's going to be 2 in 2 overs now. He's had to make the run behind the ball. His right leg is touching the advertising cushion. At the same time, his right hand is trying to push the ball back in as well. That should be a boundary. Abrar continue to leak runs here.
He ran around it somewhat to get onto his right side, to be able to hook the ball back. And that's what cost him that extra yard or two. Actually played for 156 for 1. Odd.
Change button, right arm over.
Kane Williamson's got his innings underway in that previous Abra over. And time for a change. Hassan Ali.
Now this is a good change, especially with that hint of reverse on offer. He's a good exponent of that. He's effective because with his action, the ball just tends to skid on a little bit. It hurries on to the batter.
We'll delve a little bit deeper into that, Arush, and the reasons behind the ball skidding on for Hassan and why reverse swing is a big part of his game. That didn't reverse much at all. Straight into the middle of the bat.
Straight out of the middle of the bat. All day, please, would say Kane Williamson. Oh, this picture perfect. It is so effortless.
It was a little bit wide, wasn't it? You had to reach, but because it was so full, look at that. Glorious shot.
Stayed a little bit low. Just did a little comparison. Hawkeye have been really good downstairs, beavering away in the dungeons, looking at Naseem and Hassan Ali, and just the difference between genuine quick bowling, braced front leg, left of screen, really bent front leg, right of screen with Hassan Ali. Just have a look at how bent that leg is. I'm going to roll it through the feet. Hassan Ali more pointing straight down the pitch. Naseem getting a little bit crossed up, so he's got to be careful with that a touch. And then you wonder why these sort of actions come about. And Naseem's obviously wanting to bowl quick, so you'll see from side on when we show that shortly that is very braced and over top of that front leg. Hassan Ali has had quite a bit of time out. With 2021, he had almost a year out with a back injury. And sometimes you can bend that front leg, and in place of sort of a little injury that's been or a niggle that you're feeling, he also gets through the crease really quickly, which means he bowls more often from off his toes. It doesn't have a really braced front leg or a solid grounding to let the ball go. So that's sometimes why his direction can be a little bit astray, when the rhythm or when the synchronicity of the action is not quite right. It just happens a little bit. He gets through his action just a little bit too quickly, and it ends up on his toes, so overbalances at times, and therefore just the accuracy is a little bit wayward at times. But when the synchronicity is right, he's a brilliant bowler. And so the skid factor comes in because he's low. He's got that bent front leg rather than the braced front leg. Doesn't use his full height by any stretch of the imagination. And therefore the skid, the reverse swing, and all of those things come into play. And Naseem, being a quick bowler, bowling over a braced front leg, which is what most of the great quick bowlers have done, genuine fast men have done, he just gets a little bit crossed up. That's one of his little issues, with that front foot pointing quite a lot towards the leg side. 40 overs have been bowled, 160 for 1. Sticking with Abra is Babar Azam. And sticking with boundaries is Devon Conway, another one into the 80s now.
Just so strong off his legs. Every time Abra's got around that leg stump. Conway has just put him away. So strong through that area. Plays it so late. Because it's so full, it doesn't even matter if it's spinning. It's on top of the ball. It's a bit more protection in the deep for Pakistan now. Makes the overcorrection, and this way Conway goes through the offside. And well run by New Zealand, get back to 3. Conway doing a wonderful job of putting lots of pressure on Abrar.
You just see the way Abrar is also walking back to his crease. Seems to be out of his element a little bit. Yeah, different story. Yes, the New Zealand openers have picked him out of the hand. You still have to play it, and he's made playing his art so much easier by not being consistent with his length or his line.
Gone very fine. I'm not sure whether there was any bat on it or not from Kane Williamson. Seems to think so. Pick up another boundary.
That's another example. He's bowled 3 deliveries in 3 separate areas. And this one too far wide down the leg side. Just a faint glove on the way out. That's ultra edge confirming. Just a very fine tickle on it.
Oh yes, boy.
And question to the two of you, with Abrar and his art, and he broke onto the scene. When you break onto the scene with that much success, expectations most often not get the better of you in coming times. We'll pick up on that after the over. 1-7-1 for 1.
Round the wicket.
Good around the wicket. Nice line from Hassan Ali. Look, it's not easy, Guruj, on a young man making his way. Hasn't played a huge amount of first-class cricket. 14 first-class games before his debut. Now that Chris Harris just sort of said off air, slightly jokingly, but he's about right. It's a first-class season. That's just one season of first-class cricket. So to be elevated straight away to the Test side, to have some success straight away, but then have some failures as well. It's not easy on a young man, so it's hard to be too critical, because he's learning and developing his art at the highest possible level. This is not easy. This is Test match cricket. We've seen a no ball from Hassan Ali. Got to keep that foot behind the line, but this is the ultimate test. That's why they call it that. And so he's learning his trade at the toughest possible level you can play. So he has to be given some slack, and he has to be allowed to learn along the way. You cannot just say he's had one successful test and hasn't bowled that well again. He has to be given time and allowed that time to get better, because he's learning at the toughest possible level.
And that's exactly the point. That's where... Oh, that's another one. He doesn't want to be overstepping on an occasion where he ends up with a wicket. That has been a consistent problem. But just the pictures here, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is where Babar and his captaincy comes in, his leadership or mentoring comes in. Where every now and then you want to see him go up to the youngster and you want to give him words of confidence and support more than anything else. Because like you're saying, he's learning on the go. He's learning at the toughest time possible in toughest conditions as well. And you just feel that every now and then, because of the inexperience, of the youth factor, he does try things. I think that relationship with Babar, Sarfaraz behind the stumps becomes that much of a key in a long way for this guy's career. To just keep backing him and keep backing his ability. He does have the numbers to prove for it. 43 of those wickets have come this season in first-class cricket. So he can bowl, but again, so obviously when you're up against the best in the business from the other end, on a stage which is the pinnacle of the sport, it's a very tough ask. And I just like those pictures where Babar was on to him and just trying to get the best out of his bowler. This is good to see.
Yeah, just in defence of Brar a little bit more as well. I mean, I don't think there has been obviously a little bit of spin, but he's bowling to very good players with spin, because he's been bowling to the New Zealand top order. And when you look at Williamson, Conway, Latham, and even Mitchell. This is Conway touch for another single. Runs hard, but it'll only be one. So when you're bowling to those four guys who are up there amongst the best in the world as far as playing against spin is concerned, that just adds to the challenge even more. And I think his success against England, probably that expectation that he needed to come out in these games against New Zealand and pick up wickets. Sometimes you play on a surface that doesn't really suit you, and you've got to do a bit more of a holding role. And I think that will come with experience. And I think maybe in these two tests, he's just gone searching a little bit more than perhaps he should have.
And much like in white ball cricket as well, though, wickets come when batters are going after you, and that's what England did a lot. Oh, that's wonderful. Clamped down on it to Williamson. But England were trying to score at 6, 7, 8 and over, so therefore they were creating opportunities, and Abrar was able to pick up those wickets courtesy of that real attacking approach. New Zealand haven't overly attacked, they've just put the bad ball away.
An attacking approach with the horizontal bat, which leaves maybe say 4 inches for the ball to make contact, and in contrast New Zealand have preferred to play with the vertical bat. Nicely picked off his legs, couple of runs, and that's what New Zealand have done really well. They've preferred to play with a vertical bat and are obviously not searching at 7.5 runs and over. 176 for 1.
I like the fact he's continuing with them as well, and you discussed that little chat that Bubba had with Abrar. I think this is really good captaincy. This is what you need.
And it dovetails perfectly into that. Where he's backing his youngster, he's having those pep talks along the way. And he's always in his ear with the words of encouragement. And to back it up, he throws the ball to him as well. Very easily could have been taken off.
This goes back to setting the right field as well. So he's given him protection. I think he's asking him to bowl in at middle and leg stump. And he's given him protection at deep mid-wicket. So that now becomes 1 rather than 4, and it makes the bowler feel a whole lot better.
You're absolutely right, and both of you touched on it. I think it's great captaincy. It would be so easy to just say, look, it's not working, remove him from the bowling crease, but they had a big discussion, and I'd hope that Bubba's come up with a reasonably simple plan for Abrar, just giving him the field that he needs. And again, the conversation continues because they've changed ends, and now bowling to Williamson. As you can see, just demonstrating where he wants him to bowl. Simple plan, give him the field. This is exactly what Abrar needs. Very good leadership from Bubba Azam.
Also becomes important with the plans that have been given to Abrar. He has to feel comfortable and confident in the plan. And Babar needs to support that with the field. And also the plan needs to be simple. He needs to not try too many things. That's where I think Babar needs to step in. Just keep it simple and keep it for prolonged periods of time.
I like this from Williamson as well. Probably identified that exactly what's going on. Perhaps looking to be a bit more aggressive. And put Abrar under pressure. Ends the over. New Zealand now 177 for 1.
This partnership at 49 deliveries. So it's raced along. On the wicket, Hassan Ali to the left-handed Conway.
Now the crowd's enjoying that. It is hot outside. But you need to follow that up with Sensodyne because it is a Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment. Life is too short for sensitive teeth.
And Williamson picked up that double hundred, his 5th double hundred in the previous Test match. Only played 5 innings in 2022, but that double century not out did take his average past 50 again. 6 years in a row now, and Williamson has averaged at least 50 in Test matches. Good time of it last year, courtesy of that double hundred. Averaging 74. Wedged. Just short, I think, was it? Abdullah Shafiq. Or did it carry? The disappointment around the team tells me that it might have actually carried. It was a full-blooded drive.
It was at good pace too, 138 kilometres an hour. It was a full-blooded drive. Looked like it might have been just on the half volley. Must be a better angle. Oh, may have carried. If he'd got forward slightly, I think he could have got his fingers underneath that.
Oh, and then you get paid. You'd be made to pay the tune of 3, possibly just 3. Yeah, we could have had an Ollie Pope moment, couldn't we? If it, taken that.
Let's not remind Pakistan about that,
hurt
Dooley.
still?
That
Does it
still
still hurt?
hurts. 26 runs in the end still hurts.
Sorry about that.
Opportunity here. It was always dying on him. Oh, he's bounced in front. He hasn't dropped that. Has dropped short of him.
In the end, a good bit of fielding.
Signs though for Hassan Ali, just getting that ball to reverse swing a little bit, creating one or two little concerns. One ball away from what we think will be a drinks break. Slightly different action, trying to put the batter off a little bit, Hassan Ali. And I can have a laugh about it now. That is the end of the over. New Zealand 181 for 1 at drinks.
Where you have 181 for 1. And the scoring has also gone up a little, 4.11. Conway still out there, 89. The only wicket, Latham, 71. That's the wicket. Coming round the wicket, getting a bit of shape. And somewhere the batter knew that he's in trouble. Was given out on the field. So had to miss the stumps completely. So no review taken. And that's the only wicket Pakistan have had since morning. The two have looked good, just like the first session. They carried on attacking, especially Abrar has been
gone for it, taken for runs. He's Pakistan captain have tried 6 different options that he's available, but really nothing for them in the first session, just that 1 wicket. The scoring rate from 3.96 in the first session going to 4.1. 5 bowlers rather. And that's all Babar has, unless he decides to get Saud Shakil a go, or himself, as we've seen in the past. But this is how it is. 1 for 34, Naseem Shah, the only one in the wickets column. And here we are. And in the commentary box, we've been joined, and some reinforcements have arrived. Scott Stires joins us. Scott, find us a way to get Williamson.
A lot of teams have been searching for that for many, many years now. He's just continues getting in a groove, doesn't he? And that concentration he possesses is right up there with anyone who's played the game, and therefore you are waiting for a mistake on a surface like this.
But the other question is, was it a mistake from Scott Stires to arrive so late, or was that pre-planned? Is it Simon Dool you're avoiding? I won't say myself, because I'm so nice to you always.
Well, it was one of 2 options. It was Queenstown,
yeah,
or Karachi.
So Karachi wins every time.
That's why I'm here. Exactly.
Buzz had mentioned, and a talk has been going on about Abrar and how well the 2 openers picked him and played him. And also, maybe it's a deliberate ploy that they've attacked him more. None for 68, just to not let him control things as it was slightly in the first game.
Well, I think what we'll see is the reversing ball will be Pakistan's biggest friend in terms of picking up Williamson and Conway, getting into that middle order. The New Zealanders will know that, so being aggressive at this one end, I think, just gets them in front of the game. So if they do lose a couple in a row, then they're still in a commanding position. So I like tactically what we've seen from Babar Azam in the last few overs, but I think New Zealand's tactics with the bat has been good too.
Yes, lovely bowling.
Yeah, the problem has been since lunch, 62 runs scored, and out of those 62, 42 given by Abrar. So you'd want, yes, reverse swing, but you also want control from the other end, which Pakistan haven't had through this first hour after lunch.
Did keep it touch low, 181 for 1. Amir Hamza, a little wayward with the new ball, probably the second spell that he did in the first test match. Didn't get any wickets there. He was very good with his line. Edge, that's just past that flying slip. He just threw his bat at it. Saud Shakil dived to his right, but nowhere close. That went flying.
It's a wonderful effort, wasn't it? And you don't mind putting these down Nice and close. Again, it was a full-blooded drive from Devon Conway. And the pace that was travelling, they either stick or they don't.
And not only went over the wicket that previous delivery, just that angle exaggerated with the little bit of reverse swing that he got. Goes back round the wicket. Definitely plenty of shape. Even from round the wicket, the ball is straightening up.
This was the previous over, and personally, having spent a lot of time standing at slip, I just felt that you have to be brave. Take a look at that effort. Goalkeeper style. Got two hands to it. It's a brilliant effort. The previous over, one didn't quite carry. And this will be what disappoints Pakistan, because that's not soft hands. It's another full-blooded drive, and it's not carried to slip, which says that first slip is too deep. You have to be brave. In some cases, even stand in front of the keeper. You take your cue from where the wicketkeeper ends up. And I don't think first slip on this particular surface can be behind the wicketkeeper. You have to be a couple of metres closer and risk putting the catch down, but at least it does get through and carry.
Yeah, we had this discussion in the England series and now in the New Zealand series. South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, ball carries through. It's much simpler standing at slip. The ball almost carries through. Australia, even you can walk towards the ball as you catch it in slip. The ball floats to you in the subcontinent, especially here where the ball's not carrying through. You go closer, but it's still coming at a fair pace. It's almost instinctive, the catches you're going to get. But in order to make that happen, in order to give yourself a chance, you have to stand up. You have to make sure the ball carries on the full. 185 for 1.
Lovely bowling. Lovely bowling, mashallah, looking good.
The other thing you can do, and you make a good point about standing at slip in Australia, you often see the slip fielders with their hands on their knees staying nice and tall because of the bounce that you get. Whereas on these surfaces, you can almost set yourself a little lower. Because you know it's not going to fly through at head height. A little different for the gully position. Another look at the drop. Full-blooded drive, and that is low. So you can set yourself expecting the catch to be low and almost cheat on it a little bit, knowing that the conditions will dictate just how much bounce there is.
Wait on! Ajay, Mumbai, Ajay.
And then you have a short wide one and he cuts it and it goes straight at your head. Yeah, it is very difficult standing in slip where the ball's low, where the ball's coming at you low, because the one that will carry will come very quickly. And I reckon the best slip fielder I saw was Yunus Khan. He would pick up these catches, very low catches, and it would almost seem regulation, but all these catches, the first slip, second slip, especially when you're standing so close, to be able to pick it up, boot lace high, is quite a skill.
Yeah, especially from these two as well, because the two batsmen at the crease now, their strength is they don't tend to push at the ball too often. Williamson in particular plays the ball late, under his eyes, doesn't have those extravagant drives. Conway usually as well, but the last couple of overs we've seen him start going after the bowling.
$185 for 1. That's been the scoring session-wise. And overall, they've got to almost just around touching 4 runs in over. Previous game, especially from that end, if you're bowling from there, that's a University Road end, we did see that variable bounce even with the keeper. Some of them would just come to ankle high. Some of them is collecting around his waist or chest. It just becomes, you get into two minds where exactly you want to stand on a particular bowler. But this time around is more consistent.
One of the concerns, if you are Pakistan, I think, is that the main weapon, you think back to the England series, was Mark Wood with that pace that he had and getting the ball to reverse, just hurrying the batsman up. Nazim Shah has that ability, there's no question about it. And the fact that he's bowled 11 overs already, if you were Babar Azam, I think you'd want to have a fit and fresh Nazim Shah in about 5 or 10 overs when the ball really is reversing.
It brings me back to the conversation we had last test match. Now we had 3 test matches against Australia, 3 against England. This is the second against New Zealand. The biggest problem that Pakistan has had is taking 20 wickets. And Pakistan, well, although they've gone for 3 paces there, they've dropped a spinner, so they're still basically playing with 4 bowlers. Now, right now, the ball is reversing, but Babar's worried about rotating his quick, so he's got Hassan Ali right now bowling from University end, and then he's got spin from this end. Spin hasn't been effective today, especially after lunch. And he doesn't have the cushion of another fast bowler or another bowler who can do the job. Salman's bowled 6 overs, but he's more or less a part-timer. You want 20 wickets, and your team's in this home stretch, these 8 games, 8 test matches, you haven't been able to get 20 wickets or haven't been able to get 20 wickets quickly enough. I reckon at some point of time, you want to go to 5 bowlers. Some point of time, you think 5 specialist bowlers. But they've resisted that throughout the England series and throughout this series. And maybe Babar would have an extra bowler. He might well have Mir Hamza or even Naseem Shah right now from the other end because of that cushion, but he doesn't. And so he has to rely on rotating the fast bowlers who at the moment look most potent to take a wicket.
Well, that's the old school theory, isn't it? On a batting surface, you pick the extra bowler, and on a bowling surface, you pick the extra batsman. And maybe that's the thinking that Pakistan needs to go with. And you just want your bowlers fresh throughout, and that's where Babar Azam, I think, needs to be careful. The big long spells, I would like to see him just keep continually mixing it up, short, quick bursts, make the batsmen think about what's coming down at them rather than allowing them to get into a routine against the same bowler.
Singleton the over, 187 for 1. .48 overs bowled today, 187 now for one. Closing up Conway on 100. Further carrying on to that discussion of the resources available in terms of bowlers for Babar. Is he ready to sacrifice one batter? With Salman Agha coming at 6 or 7, scoring 100, he just feels that he's got someone in him who can bowl a bit, but he hasn't been used. That's been the case in the past test matches against England as well.
Well, the answer is no, because he's resisted throughout the home series. He hasn't gone with 5 bowlers. He's resisted that option and he's gone with 4 bowlers. And if you look back at the season, well, the question then arises, why not the 5th bowler? Because you've not been able to force any sort of result throughout those test matches.
It's also the trustworthiness of Naseem Shah. He's been injury prone recently, played the first test against England and then missed a couple. Didn't play the last test match. And so how reliant or how reliable is he to get through 20 overs in a day? And especially at full pace, where you really want him coming in short bursts and providing those wicket-taking opportunities.
Down the wicket, straight, safe, and a clean hit from Williamson. Boundary added to the total. Just taken a liking towards the Pakistan attack. He's got so many runs against them.
So this last test match, he just hits through the line. Never tries and overhit it. Just times it over.
Yeah, he's got 500s against Pakistan, a double 100 in the previous game, 300s in the ODIs. He's just likes what he's facing. I think some of them, a couple of them were in Abu Dhabi.
Aye, yaar.
191 for 1.
Left arm over.
Into second session of the first day of this second test. Another point was how Pakistan have used that new ball. We had a discussion in the morning when Bazid was there, and he talked about the use of shorter deliveries. Pakistan was a touch fuller, and the new ball, especially with someone like Naseem Shah's pace, just to provide a bit of variation if the surface isn't doing much. But Pakistan hasn't really tested the batters with that new ball. Oh, that came in and it's probably taken some part of the bat.
And that's the delivery that's troubled Conway all throughout the innings. The ball coming back in, especially from Mir Hamza. He's had a review. He's also got a couple of inside edges. He does get a lot of inside edges, but this is the exact delivery that you want to bowl at him. It's from outside off, nip back in. That is maybe bouncing over, but that's where you want to attack him.
A new challenge as well for Devon Conway. Hassan Ali predominantly getting the ball to reverse away from the left-hander. Now coming back, so it's an adjustment I felt Devon Conway in that spell with Hassan Ali was just starting to play away from his body a little bit, following the swing. Now the challenge is to protect those stumps. Don't, I guess, get your front foot across the line.
It's going down, way down.
A lot of experience batting in these conditions too, Buzzer. Did you change your guard when the ball starts reversing? I.e., when it's coming back into you, did you come away towards leg stump a little more, not getting your pads in the way, move across if it was swinging away? Did you change your guard at all? We haven't seen Conway as yet. His back toe almost looks like it's on that middle and off.
Yeah, you're always conscious of that front pad. You don't want to plant your front pad or with reverse swing. I think Kane Williamson plays his best because he naturally plays it late and doesn't get that front pad across at all. And that's always the danger. The ball coming back into your stumps is always the more potent delivery when the ball is reversing. For some players, yes, they would stand a bit leg side, but what I found was to make sure that there's minimum movement of that front pad. Just allow the ball to swing or whatever and try and get back to it and make sure that that front pad doesn't go across or doesn't go too far forward even with reverse swing.
Osaka boundary contest. Whenever a boundary is hit while Osaka displays on the LED boards, the batter will be awarded 10,000. $192 for one. The other reason what we can think of the reluctance of not having the fifth option, if you're talking about quicks, Pakistan had a lot of injuries. Starting off with Shaheen Shah not available, Haris Rauf introduced against England, injured. Naseem Shah was also out with his shoulder. And more runs here. There's no protection there. Long run for wide square leg. Another boundary. So yeah, I mean, cumulative. If you really talk about the experience of Test match bowling, was only what 13 amongst all the bowlers. So that too has not played in Pakistan's favour.
I think people out there have to understand how difficult it is playing a lot of T20 cricket, even one-day cricket, and going from 4 overs or 10 overs at maximum effort, then having to get through 20, 22, 23 overs in a day. You often see that's that dangerous phase when bowlers can get injured.
Moves to 99, Conway.
Just that dude on the. Oh yeah, lovely bowling. Nice, Abby. Nice bowling, Imran.
One of the differences you'll see between the England series and this as well is no deep backward square on the boundary. England love the sweep shot, reverse sweep. The discipline of these two, particularly Williamson. Even though there is that big gap in the outfield, he's just not tempted with the low bounce of the surface to go across the line. Man under the helmet, short on the 45 as well as mid-wicket and mid-on. And that is it. He will wait for the bad ball or use his feet from time to time.
England series is a sensitive subject. You had Anderson facing the first ball and hitting a reverse sweep. Duckett, of course. And it worked for them. End of the over, 197 for 1. Conway, 99. Another great knock, just like the first test match. Him and Latham gave them a brilliant start. And once again, there it is. Brilliant shot on the onside to get a couple of runs, and Conway moves to 4th test match 100, make that 3. Brilliant knock from Conway, getting to 102 and counting.
Just has an appetite for runs, doesn't he? A brilliant 100. Double quick time as well. Has not looked to overhit the ball, just good cricket strokes. And that is some record. 400s already in just 12 matches.
And 400s, double 100 in there as well. But today he's been able to pick off Pakistan's bowlings, particularly severe against spin, but the rhythm to his innings has been impressive. Strike rate of 65. That has meant that the runs have come quickly.
More runs. Add one more boundary to that pick outside edge.
Another great example of the soft hands. Williamson will not chase. Just off the face. It is so well played. This is where Babar Azam, I think, can just take a gamble. He's got a mid-wicket in place. And I think at times you can just bring that man across and only have the 2 on the leg side. Open that gap. Williamson may just close the face, looking to go into it. Have another catcher, a second gully, or in the gap. Just try and tempt Williamson to play a shot that he doesn't want to. He might go for the odd run more than you'd like. May just bring about a wicket. Keep your line. That is very good. And Hamza, but just take that mid-wicket out and see if Williamson will close and go across the line.
Yeah, made sure this time around. 92 in the first test match got dismissed, but this time around he's made sure that he's got to that magical 3-figure mark.
It's also the way we looked at the pitch this morning. Everyone thought that it's going to be a testing first hour and a half, but the way the two openers, Conway and Latham, handled the new ball, not only kept their wickets intact, but also scored runs against all the options put up by Babar Azam. Just made us all think otherwise. Went wicketless in the first test match. It bowled brilliantly. You just need that bit of luck. Just a wicket against your name to add that confidence. It's been mighty close to getting a wicket or two, but just luck hasn't favored him. Mir Hamza. $204 for 1 New Zealand.
Little bounce, little bounce. Better bounce the previous one.
It's been more runs off the bat of Devon Conway as he's reached another century. It's been a good knock. He has taken the attack to Pakistan. It's been lovely to watch. A magic moment.
Had to wait for a long time to qualify for New Zealand, and he's making the most of it. 4th century in 12 games. Very compact player, got all shots all around the ground. Mainly a very attacking batsman, isn't he? He's looking for runs every time, and if the ball's not in his zone, he'll soften his hands, he plays it late.
Yeah, I mentioned in the first test that there was an enormous amount of pressure on Devon Conway as well, because the expectation was huge. He had basically just been the chief contributor in first-class cricket, in 50-over cricket, almost in T20 cricket. He was predominantly owning the top 2, 3, 4 spots, if not number 1, in all the averages and run scoring throughout most competitions in New Zealand for 3 to 4 years leading into the qualification period. So by the time he actually qualified, there was an enormous amount of expectation from people back home as to what he could do. Probably I can only think it similar to what Kane Williamson encountered when he first came into the team, but Williamson was so young. Conway was of an age where he knew his game, and I think that's such a key. 42 and change in ODIs and 48. He was over 50 in T20 internationals for some time, but that is a phenomenal career in the early parts of it.
And he's not one of those players who'll mind his business. He'll just stay quiet at the crease and just go by his business. He's ready to help the others. He's ready to sort of indicate things. We saw it in the previous match. He was helping Latham when they were batting abroad against abroad. Straight away something happens. He will talk to the other partner and he'll say, oh, it's swinging, it's not swinging, what sort of pitch it is. And that sort of character you do need in your team, isn't it?
And I think part of that too, Waka, comes from the fact that he spent so long qualifying that he wants to just make every moment count. And he will continue to try and make every moment count for the next 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years, and maybe longer if he wants to.
Well, fair to say the journey from Joburg to Wellington has been a good one for him.
Nice, nice, nice.
209 for 1. New Zealand sitting very comfortable at the moment, 209 for 1. Courtesy a big ton with the man on screen, Devon Conway, 104. Williamson as well, 228, beg your pardon. Conway just batting a little bit deeper in his crease now. Picking up on Conway, not just being at a part of your life when you're a little bit more experienced and age-wise as well, a little bit knowing yourself better and your game, but 108 first-class games before his test career, 18 centuries in that. Surely well assured of his game and his strengths. Oh, cut away. That is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, just got a little bit of width there. Hamza is disappointed. Offered up the length and the width. Yeah, I think I'm right in saying that his career in South Africa wasn't great. It took him some time to figure things out. He didn't have the numbers that he produced in New Zealand, just weren't there to be seen in South Africa at all.
And you just cannot discount the experience at the first class level when you've been in that situation time and again. And interviewed him before this series as well, and he said that transition, which appears to come with a lot of pressure, but it's easier when you've got the number of first class games and the time in the game. And he felt the transition for him was not as under pressure as it would be for someone who's probably not as experienced.
Also, when you're changing country, that added pressure, and then you have to carry on playing for a long period to qualify, and then you're still not sure that you know, from domestic cricket to international cricket, that you will succeed. Yes, you're hungry, you've done so well at lower level, but it's a big difference from first class to international cricket. And I guess his technique is so good and he's got so much hunger, which was shown, which was I seen first time when I saw him in just recently in the World Cup. You know, the way he was playing. And the New Zealand series, the Tri-Nation, I went and we played on that difficult pitches, and he He really played with a lot of control. He played a lot of aggression, and he can change his game from T20 to Test match very quickly. Don't want to jinx it. 213 for 1.
Last ball of the previous over, just playing away from his body. And he's very lucky that that inside edge hasn't come back onto the stumps. It's been a few times now that after lunch he's just hung his bat outside and playing away from his off stump. Nicked 1-2 slips which didn't carry. Brar continues here.
You spoke about getting 18 centuries before playing for the country, and then carrying on, scoring 4th century today. 18 first-class centuries. I'm just going to give you a few other numbers here. The people who have, before making a debut for their country. Let's see, Andrew Simons, 30 centuries. Darren Lehman, 3-0, another one. Brad Hodge, 38 centuries before he played for Australia. Mike Hussey, 39 centuries, amazing. There are a few triple centuries in there too. Australia had such a strong side then it was hard for anyone to just walk in. And then the big name, Graham Hick, 57 centuries before he played for England. Amazing.
He had to qualify as well, though, didn't he? He was Zimbabwean, obviously, and had to qualify. So therefore, a lot of those would have been on the road to qualification. WG Grace, the world record. These are modern day players that you will have heard of. Obviously, WG Grace, if you haven't heard of him, you probably haven't heard of cricket. But he had scored how many centuries, Moses? 62 before he made his Test debut. So these are more of the modern day players that you're talking about. 213 for 1.
And then Graham Hick, who's been the coach around different sides. He's coaching Australia also as a batting consultant there. Scored 136 first-class centuries overall, including 6 Test centuries. Unbelievable numbers. Are you asking me how many Test centuries I have got? I've got a few with ball in hand when people scored against me.
Just thought I'll take my chance with my fellow co-commentators who had this big wry smile on their face. Nice shape here from Mir Hamza. Got a few 50s, Vakar, don't you?
Not at Test level. That was my dream, actually, to be honest. If you ask me all my wickets and whatever I've done in cricket, my biggest wish was to just raise that bat and, show it to the crowd, Yeah, that didn't happen. I just got to maybe 42, 43. I don't know exactly what else. And when I start thinking that I'm going to get there, that was it. It happened a couple of times.
That is a lovely shot. Clipped off his legs, and his timing has been sublime all day.
Yeah, this is one of his signature shots, Devon Conway. Times it beautifully. Well, you are part of a batting stat. You're the top 3 in the world, Waqar Younis. You're one of the best 3 ever to have played the game. There's only 3 people have got 1,000 runs in Test match cricket without a 50. Only 3 in the history of this wonderful game. And you are one of them. One of only 3.
First one.
You were the first one as well.
Yeah, I was the first one. I'm not really sure how to react on that, to be honest. Should I feel ashamed, or should I say, yeah, 1,000 runs, what else, what else? I mean, I got 1,000 wickets, but with that 1,000 runs, I'm not sure. But I'm still happy, 1,000 runs.
3, mate.
How many did you get?
None.
No. I mean,
I didn't get
talking
1,000.
overall.
I wouldn't have got 300.
Did you get 1,000 runs?
No, I wouldn't have got 300.
Ah, there you go then.
Well, Waqar, you can raise your bat to that. Come on.
You're alongside Nathan Lyon and Kimar Roach.
He's got his heads in his hand right now.
I promise you I was better than them.
So you are better than Nathan Lyon and Kimar Roach. There you go.
Definitely. 100%. I can bet my life on that. But the...
Oh, here you go. I'm number 1. I'm number 1, as has just told me. I've got the most Test runs for New Zealand of anyone who hasn't got a 50.
That's brilliant.
Do I want that stat or not?
I don't know. You're in the same boat. Me and you, very similar boat. Yours probably leaking more than mine.
There's holes in both of them, I reckon.
It's been a morning of stats. As we've approached into this new year, that's probably the best of them. I'd raise a bat to the 2 of you. Well done.
Yeah, that's why we tailenders, we love batting. But Dooley definitely a lot better than me. You know, when it comes to hitting the ball, I was more of a, you know, if luck goes with me, Mushi, Aqib Javed, all of us, these tailenders, we also used to fight for numbers all the time. What number, who bats? And we used to have Intikhab Alam, manager, coach, everything basically, physio, trainer. He was everything to us. And he used to be, he was literally sick of us. 219 for 1. And you know, there was always a fight that who's going to go night watchman, who's going to bat at number 9. 9, 10, 11, come on. What difference does it make? But those days, there was a competition between, so no competition in the middle when it comes to bowling, or you take a new ball, you take the old ball. I was fine with anything. But batting, very sensitive topic for me. Intikhab Alam, a great Intikhab Alam. Love the man. Amazing human being, Intikhab Alam. Coached us for a long period. Is like a father to me. Or to all of us who have played cricket in the 80s, 90s, even 70s. He's coached for a long time. And the 2-time Pakistan won the World Cups twice in 1992 and 2009. He was the man in charge. So he had lots of achievements which are not being recognized or praised that much.
There's so much respect, I think, is the key, isn't it, around that. Don't know what he was like behind closed doors, but he always had a smile. Every time you saw him, just on the field of play, when he toured, when you saw him outside of the game, he always had a smile on his face.
Yeah, he was a good professional. He's played for Surrey for a long period. When I went to Surrey for the first time, they always used to talk about him, Intikhab Alam. In his tenure, I have not seen or been part of any controversy. He was that sort of guy. He was very quiet, he's very humble, very smiley. He used to cook for us. Especially, remember the old days? When you go to New Zealand, we used to stay in those motels. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. You want to see that again and again and again. Stood tall and just hitting through the cover. I remember staying in those motels, and he used to get those big suite rooms, and he used to make that dal chawal for us, and he used to invite us all. The entire team used to sit in his room. There used to be a backyard at the back. Everyone's sitting around. That's why I feel a reason is that our team was really, really gelled purely because of that man. I'm talking Hamilton back in 95, 96.
That's a better line and length as well. Into the left-hander. Just have him pushing at the ball. Come on, Babar. Thank you. Lily, what is it that you call him?
Come on, boys!
Last second, Bubba.
.225 for 1.
Interesting you bring it up to Wakar and talk about Intikhab Alam. I don't think there's any secret to the fact that when teams are successful, it's either a coach or a manager that everybody remembers or respects, or things. I mean, I can think of a couple in my time, and one very recently from New Zealand cricket's point of view, Mike Sandel, the manager who is so highly respected by to a man around the world. I think man, woman around the world. Everywhere New Zealand went, Mike Sandel had an enormous amount of respect. And the way he conducted himself, the way the team conducted themselves under him, along with the whole management group, it wasn't just him. He will hate me saying it was about him because he's not that sort of guy, but the management group and coaching structure around him was incredible, and New Zealand had a great amount of success under that management group. And what they did and how they conducted themselves. It was sort of, New Zealand became, I think, and I don't know whether they still are, part of it was Kane Williamson and Brendan McCullum, but it was sort of everyone's second favourite team. You know, it was one of those situations where support your own team at a World Cup, but if you had to support someone else, it was generally New Zealand. I remember a gentleman called John Graham, DJ Graham, who was our manager way back in the 90s, the same time you're talking about Intikhab being with your Pakistan team. He was an All Black captain, former All Black captain, school headmaster, and just an unbelievable human being. And along with Steve Rickson, he got the best out of our team and demanded respect. But you just, one of those gentlemen, you knew he was in the room before he'd walked in, or before you saw him, sort of thing. There was an aura around DJ Graham, and tremendous, tremendous man. He's a great loss to New Zealand sport, and he passed away. But those sorts of people, they help gel a team or make a team. Just a couple of examples from New Zealand's point of view.
Well, another small Intikhab Alam was also a man of crisis. You know, us naughty boys in the 90s, you know, when we used to have issues with each other, they used to remove any manager or any coach and bring him back. He retired a couple of times in the middle. He had enough. He said, I'm done with it. But every time some issue comes up, move everyone, bring in Intikhab Alam, he'll fix everything. He was a fixer, let's put it that way. A problem fixer. 226 for 1.
Well, it's time for a tuple tea for everyone. It has been a terrific session.
Just the one wicket loss, but another 107 runs, 28 overs bowled. New Zealand's run rate has been fantastic, and this partnership is now 92 between Devon Conway and Kane Williamson.
Yeah, Pakistan just with the 1 wicket, and that of Tom Latham. And apart from that, they haven't been able to break this New Zealand top order. Lots to think about, but a better session in terms of length for Pakistan. New Zealand still going steady at just under 4 runs in over 71 to Latham. And Conway, another century to add to his test career, 120, joined by Kane Williamson, who is batting well at 29. New Zealand 226 for 1.
Hamza 11 for Naseem Shah. Hassan has bowled 10. Brar 19. The only success, Naseem Shah picking a wicket of Latham LBW from around the wicket. That wicket fell on 134. And this partnership again troubling Pakistan. 92 of 139 deliveries. 58 overs been bowled. 226 for 1. And highlights of the session, once again Conway in control, playing his beautiful cover drives, on-side shots. That's when Naseem picked up Latham from around the wicket. Quick delivery, nice and straight, hitting the stumps. Abrar has been totally off colour. He hasn't really found his rhythm yet. Even Hassan was just too full at times. But this did not carry, just almost carried, but wasn't there. Little loose. There was a period where Conway was little loose, and then his own way, Williamson hitting those beautiful shots. 4th century, and he's not done yet. That's typical. Williamson just allowing the ball to come close to him. Ball him wide, he'll punish you. Ball him leg side, he'll punish you. What a player. Excellent player. And at T, 226 for 1. And the overall stat says it's 58 overs been bowled. And we are at T. I guess it's time for all of us to have tea. Let's take a break.
only celebration for Pakistan in this session, that one wicket of Latham where Naseem Shah got through his defenses. And then the big 100, his fifth in Test match cricket, and what a form he's in and what a time he's having out there, enjoying his batting. New Zealand in command, controlling both the sessions, 226 for 1, faced 58 overs. Williamson, again, looking very strong, very good. Quick look at the bowling card. Pakistan's 5 options, including the part-timer and Salman. Lots of runs given away by Abrar. He's the one they've been attacking, and 1 wicket for Naseem Shah. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. Let's talk about session 2, and then again at the end of it we'll look into session 3, what to expect. I've got Scott Stiles and Chris Harris alongside me. I'll start with you, Scott. In the morning, you were not here, but we were all looking at the pitch, and I guess we all don't know how to read it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It had a little bit of a green tinge, and you just thought the quick bowlers were going to come into play a little more, didn't you? But it was just meant it came onto the bat a little better. We saw the New Zealanders just stroke the ball around. They played good cricket shots, and that really set it up. This first innings is about setting the game up, trying to make sure that you can't lose, and therefore you can take some risks further on down the track. So I like what I've seen from New Zealand. I think they've shown that if you bat and bat sensibly, then you've got all the options to you available, especially as this test match wears on.
Yeah, bat sensibly. We've been talking about how Pakistan probably hasn't used the new ball well, but we shouldn't forget how well the 2 openers have batted. And they shifted their gears through the time with the new ball. They were careful, and then so on, so forth. And look at Conway, he's got another 100.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. I think New Zealand haven't allowed the Pakistan bowling lineup to settle too much. I think they've had some spells. We saw a brilliant spell from Naseem Shah straight after lunch, where he bowled beautifully to Tom Latham and finally got him out with one that just swung back nicely. But I think New Zealand have been really proactive, solid in defence, every opportunity to score. I think they've taken it.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the only 1 wicket to fall in the day up till now. Let's have a look at that. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, brilliant spell from Naseem Shah straight after lunch, and this was great reward. Just started to reverse, it just came in, just skidded on to Tom Latham, through his defences and crashed into about leg stump. As you can see there, terrific bowling. Great start for Pakistan, but great recovery.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. We really talk about Pakistan's fast bowling and the options available. I think the reverse swing is the only key that if they can utilize it well, that might work for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think Naseem Shah in particular has that X factor. We saw Mark Wood in the England series with that extra pace and the ability to reverse the ball, just caused problems by hurrying the batsman up. And I think that's what Pakistan's plan will be moving forward. The other bowlers, not quite that same level of pace, even though their accuracy has been fantastic. I'd like to see Babar Azam get a little bit more aggressive with his field placings. Try and change things up. He's been pretty, I want to say, regimented and I guess, stock standard with the way he's gone about his field. And I think he can just take some risks, try and pick up a couple of wickets, because I think if Pakistan can pick up 3 or 4 wickets in this session, they're well and truly back in this test match.
Yeah. Well, the moment where we ask our guests about the predictions, what's going to happen. So let's have the expert predictions. Expert prediction, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. If I was to get into fan mode, I'd ask you, predict please when the wicket will fall. But I guess that would be tough to say. But if I was to ask you, if you're the captain of New Zealand, so what do you think New Zealand's plan for session 3 would be? Of course, bat on, but any different approach?
No, I don't think so. It's just from New Zealand's point of view, it's just keep on batting, keep on batting. In a perfect world, I think New Zealand may be looking at, if they can keep playing the way they are, maybe declaring it T on day 2. But I think they'll identify that Naseem Shah is their biggest threat, and there'll be a spell after tea where he's reversing it. They know if they get through that, how much easier the game will become.
Any role that you feel that spinners might have? I don't think anything today, but later on, day 2, day 3, Ish, Sodhi and others will have a say.
You're 100% right. I think we saw in the last test match, the spinners came into play, Sodhi, with that bag of wickets he took in the second innings. And that's why I'm with Chris Harris. I think New Zealand will bat as deep and as long as they can. They'll try and make sure there's only 2 results possible, the draw and a New Zealand win. That means batting as long as you can, getting up to around that 600 mark if they're good enough. That way they've got plenty of time to take 20 wickets, bring the spinners into play, allow the Matt Henrys, who've got a bit more pace about him as well, to get the ball to reverse at that extra speed. So I think it's important Pakistan pick up 2 or 3 or 4 wickets in this session just to try and claw themselves back.
Okay, that's the expert prediction. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, a minute and a half to go and we get back to action. So Chris, Babar Azam, what would you like to see from his side in terms of bowlers usage and the field positions like Scott said?
Oh, it's really tough on a surface like this when you've got, well, we've seen 3 batsmen from New Zealand playing so well. Tom Latham will obviously be disappointed to get out. But, I mean, Conway and Williamson look so strong. So from Babar Azam's point of view, I'd like to see him rotate his bowlers as much as he can. Play around with some slightly different fields, maybe an in-out field. But I think he's got to be really careful. Nazim Shah's been the absolute key so far. Just rotate those bowlers, bowl them in short spells. Just tell them to come in, bowl 3 or 4 overs of quick stuff and just keep rotating them. And I think that's their best chance of maybe putting some pressure back on New Zealand and getting wickets.
Yeah, just about thinking out of the box when the surface isn't really supporting you. Then you've got to when limited resources in the bowling.
Yeah, I think one of the other options too that he has at his disposal is to shut down one side of the ground. And I mean by that is bowling a little bit outside off stump, having all your fieldsmen on the offside, maybe pulling that run rate back a little bit. And that way you're asking the batsmen to take a risk and they may lose their patience. So that's the idea at this stage, a few options up his sleeve.
Brilliant. So here we are. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining us in the tee. We'll see you guys after the end of the day's play. Pakistan, well, searching for wickets. New Zealand going strong with 2 sessions, 226 for 1. Lots and lots of cricket left in this test match. Enjoy.
Session 3 of Day 1, the second test match. KFC presents Tougher News, Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series, live from National Bank Cricket Arena, Karachi. Couple of sessions, but New Zealand have just lost 1 wicket to 26 for 1. Williamson 29 not out, but the story of the day, Conway 120 not out. Strike rate of 67. And since he's walked out, he's looked assured. He's pounced on anything that is full or short. His boundary hitting has been very good. 16 boundaries and a 6. And he's made sure that the runs keep flowing, and the rhythm of the innings has been very, very good. Missed out in that previous test match, got 92, but he's got to 3 figures this time around. You know, everywhere you look, he scored run, offside, leg side, very busy. And those boundary hitting through the offside and also leg side, he's preferred the leg side, but it is pretty decent percentages all around. And he's still going, and he's played reverse swing pretty well, and you know, Pakistan haven't found a way yet to dislodge him. Well, it's been a fair old toil yet again. Fast bowlers looking more threatening than the spinners. Abrar has gone at 4.63 to the over. Just a lone wicket that fell. It was a good piece of bowling from Naseem Shah around the wicket. Just got the ball to straighten slightly. It was a good spell of reverse swing bowling, rewarded by the wicket of Tom Latham. He just carried on. Latham did not review, and which was a good decision, but the only success that Pakistan has had. After that, it's been Kane Williamson and Conway, the partnership 92. And they'll be looking to add more to that. It's been all New Zealand throughout the day. First couple of sessions going their way completely. Now they'll just want to carry on with that. They want a big first inning score. They batted first on a surface that looked as if there might be a bit going on for the bowlers, but he nullified all that, and they've built a foundation. Babar, yeah, he's looking at some ideas, looking at something from his bowlers, something to just get his side going, because thus far it's been all about the batting of New Zealand. Only playing the lone spinner. Salman Agha bowled a few overs, but it's been Abrar who's been entrusted with bowling from one end. Hasn't gone his way today. New Zealand batters been able to pick him and also pick him off, especially Devon Conway. And a particular liking towards Abrar this time around. Williamson, as always, very secure, and he's looking yet again in a mood. So the start of the final session, it's Abrar to Conway. Chris Harris, Waqar Yunus alongside me. Harris has been very impressive from New Zealand thus far.
Yeah, Devon Conway has been exceptional again, as he has throughout his short international career so far in all formats. But just his ability to put away any loose bowling. Some of the shots he's played today just seem to have, with no effort, got to the boundary so easily. New Zealand would identify that their first concern after tea is probably that spell that Naseem Shah. Well, nicely tucked on the leg side from Williamson. And to come back for 3. Again, good running from New Zealand. think as we saw that spell after lunch from Shah to Latham, New Zealand will see the reverse. And I think would have identified that it'll be the first spell that they need to get through after the tea break that may cause them some issues.
And probably New Zealand identified after that first game that maybe they could have gone harder when they batted to give themselves more time when they bowl. But I think it's probably a combination of a couple of things: the ball coming on to the bat better, the run rate therefore being better, and probably a conscious effort too.
Yeah, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? It's the first over after the break. New Zealand 230 for 1.
No.
National Bank Cricket Arena. And plenty of runs. It's almost replicating that road outside. And Naseem Shah, as expected from the university end, he got the ball reversing. This ball now into its 60th over. So it'd be slightly softer. But he was the one bowler who was getting it to reverse quite a bit. It should reverse, should carry on reversing. Even Hassan Ali got the ball to reverse. Now how he uses that reverse remains to be seen. Beautiful delivery to start off with. Just shaping away. It is a brilliant length.
I don't think Williamson could see the shiny side of the ball. That's why he sort of kept his bat straight. He didn't really poke at the ball. Normally when the ball seems away or moves away from that region, your bat sort of goes with it. But I guess he didn't pick up the shiny side of the ball, so he said, okay, I'm going to just control my bat, and he did it beautifully.
A quick run. Just that shape away. Normally it's more that ball coming back in with reverse swing, but that just hits the deck and goes away.
Yeah, that's a terrific area, isn't it? If it comes back from there, it's threatening the stumps. If it goes away, so it's an area that Williamson has to play. It's a wonderful line. And I think he's drawn to perhaps play slightly wider than he'd like to, because he knows that ball's reversing.
Well, back in the days when we used to play, great Imran Khan, we used to discuss about this cricket ball, how we're going to make it swing and how we're going to, as a batters, how are you going to bat against it. And the message from Imran was very clear that if you don't pick up the shiny side, play for the in-swinger. Don't look to play for the outswing, just play for an in-swinger. Just hold your shape, just keep your bat as close to your front leg as possible, like that. I love the way Naseem is generating the pace, the
perfect length. This was a beautiful delivery. Don't tell me he's edged it. Don't tell me. Oh, yes, he did.
Has. How many times have we seen this throughout the series? How many times?
Wow.
The edges that haven't been reviewed, the LBW from Blundell, which was apparently edged, this one again.
He's bowling beautifully now. He's bowling beautifully. It's probably one of those grounds where nobody hears a thing, because this is not the first time it has happened. Even in the previous game, you know, we saw edges gone back behind the stumps and nobody heard it and nobody appealed at all. Williamson didn't give anything away, or he didn't show even that he is guilty, or he nicked it.
Yeah, wonderful over. Could have been much, much better. 232 for 1. Yeah, this delivery, once again, this is uncanny because this happened a few times now. Previous test match as well, the little edge, definite spike. There's nothing convincing about that. He just looked at Sarfraz, he hasn't turned around and appealed at all. Previous test match, it was Ish Sodhi who nicked one and nobody appealed. Blundell who nicked one and walked away when given LBW, so nobody's picking them up. Even the batter's not picking them up.
Let alone the players. Us sitting here in the comm box, we have got this earpiece which is connected to the mic down under those stumps. And we do get a little bit of a sound or hear. We hear things, and even we didn't hear a thing. So I don't think we can complain, or we can just blame the wicketkeeper or even the bowler. I don't think even Williamson felt it on the bat, or did he?
I'm not sure. He might have. Always of the opinion that once you nick it, you always know about it. But that Blundell LBW, he nicked it but never reviewed. Just have a listen if you get to it. Just have a listen.
Yeah, let's go normal speed. Nothing. I didn't hear anything. Did you, Harry?
No, I couldn't hear anything. That wouldn't stop me appealing, though.
Yeah, right. That's good, but yeah, Walker just made the point of us not hearing stuff. I hear a lot of voices in my head, so I get disturbed. Don't rely on me to pick up a nick. It's all those voices in my head talking all the time.
What a start it would have been. We talked about Asim Shah being the danger. Had the opportunity to pick up, or he did pick up Williamson, but no one heard it. Brings up a wonderful 100 between these two. Another 100 partnership of 156 balls.
Oi!
234 for 1. They're just waving. I think she heard the nick. There are plenty of young fans in today. It's free entry. So you want to come down here and enjoy Test match cricket. Swing away. He's got now a couple of slips in place. It's 140, so he's getting his pace up, but you're more interested in that curve that he's getting.
I like this from Bubba, though. A couple of slips of gully. Shaping beautifully away from the right-hander. Williamson will be aware, though, that it's probably part of looking to set him up. Maybe ball 3 or 4 that reverses back into the right-hander from that line.
They're just trying that magic delivery, trying to get it to swing from middle leg.
You have to stick to that 4th stump line outside the off stump as you try to swing it from the middle or middle leg. It stops swinging. It doesn't just sort of move. That's better. He's bowling good wheels, good pace, hitting the areas really well. Williamson is not sure which way to go. Should he go forward? Should he go back? He's managing the ball right in the middle. Anything can happen from there. A couple of times, last over, ball beaten his bat. One of that got the edge, which nobody heard. But that area is just beautiful. And he's bowling those maiden overs, putting extra pressure on, especially on Williamson.
Yeah, with all that reverse swing, just calm your nerves. Topal tea moment. It's all very relaxed in that Topal tea lounge. But I tell you what, out in the middle, there's a battle going on. Williamson versus Naseem Shah. Naseem Shah is getting shape on the ball. But what Williamson does well is that doesn't push out at any delivery. That was very full. Normal case, you'd think that was a drivable length, but because the ball's reversing, he's making sure that he plays it very late and doesn't push out at it.
I think he realises the importance of this spell as well. He's bowling in beautiful areas. And what he does so well, Kane Williamson, is plays the ball so late with a full face under his eyes. So he allows that ball to swing before he plays it.
Another probing over. This is good from Naseem. Another maiden. 234 for 1. It's been a good start from Pakistan after tea. It's been a bit of reverse swing. And he's also reverted to Salman Agha. And his job will be to keep it quiet and not allow Conway or Williamson to get a freebie. spin uphill, and he's got one to turn, and he's nicked Conway off.
Yeah, wonderful delivery. Conway wasn't sure that is he going to go back foot or front foot. Got stuck in the middle. Then had to make the angle on the off the bat to just got to play away from him. And at the end, just got a faint edge. First wicket for Salman Agha in this series. Delighted. Babar's delighted. And Pakistan have done really, really well since tea. It's 234 for 2. Conway gone for 122.
Henry Nicholls walks in. Pakistan after tea have been very good. Didn't have a great first test match, would be wanting to make a contribution to New Zealand's cause, but he's got off spin and reverse swing from the other end to contend with. Pakistan have been good after tea. Pressure exerted. That's good length. It's been good from Salman Agha.
You know, Conway will just feel as though he's played away from himself a little bit. You can just see, because he's played away and pushed out, the bat's just opened up. You can see playing with half a bat and it's spinning away from you. That's always fraught with danger. Oi.
A little paddle sweep, and that'll make the fence. The first scoring shot for Henry Nicholls is a boundary.
Good intent from Nicholls. Thought he looked pretty positive in his 22 in the first test. Came out with a similar intent. Nice way to get off the mark. Apply some pressure back on the bowler.
Now a leg slip in place. That leg slip probably just to put him off playing that little paddle sweep. Nicely bowled by Salman Agha. He gets a wicket. New Zealand now 238 for 2. Overs for Naseem Shah has picked up wicket of Tom Latham. And he's got his tail up. And this is a very crucial time where Naseem Shah can pick up a couple of wickets.
The job here for Babar is to somehow give Williamson a single and ask Nichols to face him.
Into the leg side. Williams will come back for the second. That one he tried to bring back in. He swung it back into Ken Williamson.
Careful. Don't drop her. Yeah, the wicket came from round the wicket for Naseem Shah. He went round the wicket, made that angle and ball straightened a little bit and plumb in front. Yeah, excellent delivery. It was crashing into that leg stump. And so far, since this is his third over, and he's been right on the money, threatening the batsman. And this is how Naseem Shah set him up. As Conway LBW shot was the angle on it and just went in. This is Tom Latham, a little bit more fuller. And the ball a little straightened. If you can see that purple line just straighten a bit from a very similar line. Beautiful bowling.
You can see what Babar Azam and Naseem Shah are working on here. They've still got the catches in place for Williamson if he gets it in the right areas with a deep square leg and a deep point. He's pretty keen to get Williamson one. Let Shah have a go at Nichols, the new man. Always difficult facing reverse swing when you first come in. And we've seen how Shah troubled the other two left-handers in Conway and Latham. You'd love a wee go at Henry Nichols early on in his innings.
Catch and gone. The edge this time found, and it's that man again. Naseem Shah is putting on an exhibition.
Yeah, middle of a great spell, Naseem Shah. Just keeping it just outside the off stump and kept asking Williamson to come and play at me. And at last got the edge. And Sarfraz picking up a beautiful catch, low dying catch. Wonderful catch taken. And a big wicket. And what a spell he's in, Naseem Shah. That's his second wicket of the inning. And he looked threatening. Williamson gone for 36. It's 240 for 3 now, New Zealand.
Darryl Mitchell walks in. Suddenly after tea, Naseem Shah has turned it on. He's been fantastic in his start to his test career, averaging 61.44. Right now the test will be reverse swing. Naseem Shah with a spell where he's getting the ball to talk. swings it away. But a big wicket of Kane Williamson in that over. New Zealand now 240 for 3.
A very enjoyable spell from Naseem Shah from that fourth stump line, pushing the ball in and then taking it away after pitching. Last time he didn't hear it. This time it was nice and clear and loud. Big edge this time. Big wicket.
Sensti, 14 for 2 New Zealand. Salman Agha with the wicket. And Naseem Shah with the wicket. With the pressure from both ends now. Left-hander on strike, so Salman Agha carries on. It's good length. He's getting bounce. He's bowling slowly. He's getting bounce. This is a beautiful delivery. Same length this time, just faltering a bit. That is a class delivery to get rid of Williamson.
Yeah, he's getting a bit of drift, bit of spin, and he's getting a bit of seam, bit of swing. Boundary. No need to run.
Yeah, just a bit of a release, short and wide and thumped away.
Yeah, wonderful shot from Nichols. Good use of the feet, back deep in his crease. And you can be assured with these two at the crease, Nichols and Mitchell, they do get an opportunity to put a bad ball away, they will. Both very positive players.
When you're not a regular bowler, you do intend to bowl few loose deliveries, or if you get hit for 4, you know, your hands get sweaty, you get tight, and it becomes hard to land a ball in the same area where you want to. And Salman Agha is going through a very similar sort of situation. When he's on song, he's getting the ball swing. He's not going to let him settle, isn't it? He's just made up his mind that he's going to go after Salman Agha. Played a magnificent knock in the first inning.
Bounce again from outside off. He gets beat. New Zealand 246 for 3.
I'm led.
Really good from Pakistan after tea. And it's this test again of reverse swing. Naseem Shah is getting the ball to shape now. Darryl Mitchell on strike. Shape away. Yeah, it's become a bit feisty. Especially because now, with that reverse swing, there's something to work with. You work Kane Williamson over with the ball seaming away or swinging away and then just going towards slip. Will he just set Darryl Mitchell up with that delivery and then come back with the in swing?
Pakistan have come back into the test match. Now they've got 3. We're hoping that this reverse swing carries on and they can make further inroads. This is good viewing, Simon.
Absolutely, Baz, yeah. It's something we talked about a lot with Wakar in the first test match, didn't we? About at 128, 129, 130, the reverse swing just didn't quite happen at the right pace to unsettle the batters. And in this innings at 135 to 140, and sometimes early 140s, it's happening quick enough to unsettle the batters, just leave them dangling the carrot a little bit, maybe falling over the odd one, playing and missing. So it's I love to watch it. Love to watch good quality reverse swing at speed.
The impressive part for me too with this spell from Naseem Shah has been he's got the length right as well. It can be a tempter to throw the ball up there, trying to get the ball to swing even more, but you've still got to get the length right and allow the batsman to come forward and drive. And he has been exceptional in this spell.
This is the KFC Flip the Bucket Challenge. All you got to do is flip the KFC bucket, wear it on your head fast as you can. Win it or get KFC prizes. Prizes are plenty. Give it a go. Nicely covered.
This is a 4th over from Naseem after tea. Now, Power will be thinking maybe if he's bowling really well or gets another wicket, then he can push him for that 6th over. But you have to look around right now and see where Mir Hamza is or where Hassan Ali is, because right now there's plenty of reverse swing. So how long do you leave Naseem Shah on?
Well, if he gets through a spell of, say, 6 overs, can you then bring him back for another spell in this session at the end of the day? You don't want to fatigue him out, considering the lack of cricket he's played recently.
Means the over 247 for 3. Did he think he heard something there? Naseem couldn't pick up anything in my market, and Safraz dropped the ball anyway, but Naseem was acting like there might have been an edge on that.
Could be a case of it. Fast bowlers think everything's out.
Yeah, no, that's true. Missed it by a long way. Not even in the same area code. Don't know what Naseem Shah was interested in, to be honest, but anyway, onwards. In the meantime, in between those spells that you two are talking about, what you do need is Salman to bowl well. And if he bowls well, then 3 or 4 over spells, you can rotate those seamers around from the other end while it's reversing.
And the good thing is that he's given protection to Salman leg side. There's a long on and a deep mid wicket. We know that Daryl Mitchell will come at him, but just a protection leg side.
Through the development of Daryl Mitchell as well, the playing of fast bowling has been his strength. Spinners have been a real work on for him recently, and it's good to see him making those strides in development. So I think one of the ways to counter it has been that aggression you're talking about. I'm going to get you before you get me. And I think this is smart captaincy by having those fieldsmen out, tempting Mitchell. Still men around the bat, so if he gets it wrong in defence, there's someone there to take the chance.
Well, that reverse sweep we've just seen was his downfall in the first Test match as well. Pretty ordinary reverse sweeps from New Zealand that first Test match. There were some very good ones as well. But 3 dismissals to the reverse sweep. Latham, Mitchell and Wagner. It's a good single. Tidy over though, 249 for 3. He's going to go again, Naseem. Been impressive. 1 for 5 in this spell.
Fifth over of the spell for Naseem Shah. We talked about how impressive he has been. You often see him swing the ball back into the right-handers, but because of the reverse, it is tailing towards those slips. Babar Azam has got 2 in there, trying to test the patience. And beautiful length. Soft hands from Williamson. He didn't do a lot wrong. Exceptional bowling.
Always the case too, isn't it? Starting against that reverse swinging ball is never easy.
You do see some bowlers who can reverse it, but they reverse it in one direction. And when that happens as a batsman, you can set yourself for that swing. But Naseem Shah has shown already in this over that he's got the ability to go away from Henry Nicholls as well as bring the ball back. And that's like Wasim Akram of old, isn't it? And what made him so dangerous. And Waqar in tandem.
A little bit too wide this time, and Nicholls pounces on that short one, picks up 4.
Just let it come on. It was the old-fashioned back cut rather than the square cut. Made sure he played it late, made sure that didn't go at the ball. Even with that short length, it is reversing.
Oh, there's a little bit of indecision. Direct hit may have been tight. I think Mitchell wanted it. It was his call all the way.
In these situations, it's always about where the batsmen are looking. Henry Nicholls at no stage looks at Daryl Mitchell. He just says yes and takes off. Daryl Mitchell at the start was no, no, no. but he saw Henry Nicholls continuing to run. Very lucky. That could have been the third wicket in this session.
Yeah, it was actually Nicholls that was yelling. Yeah. I thought it was Mitchell who was calling the run, but Nicholls was ball watching the whole way. '50th Test match for Henry Nicholls today. It sort of sneaks up on you, I guess, but he has been around for some time now. For some time, that average was up above 40.
It'll be about 3 or 4 years ago. He was in the ICC Test Team of the Year, wasn't it? He was playing exceptionally well, and he'd often score his runs against the best attacks too. But he's had a lean phase, but 20 times past 50 is a good return.
Just nipping down a little bit too much. He's disappointed there, Naseem. He was looking for it. I think they all know. They all know, and he's just indicated as well that it's just nipping down. Babar Azam will decide against it. 254 for 3.
Yeah, plenty of reverse swing. Just started it slightly too straight. It's gone late. And it's gone down leg side, but there is big reverse swing happening right here.
Big shots coming, lads. Big shots coming, lads. Number 4 on the way, lads. Number 4 on the way, lads. Come on.
Yeah, just straight from the hand. He was disappointed, Naseem, that he just did not let that go outside the line of off stump. One thing New Zealand have done is they've given players a lot of rope in the last 6, 7, 8 years. They've decided that if you're good enough to play Test cricket, if we feel you're good enough to play Test cricket, you'll get plenty of opportunity to prove yourself at that level. First 25 Test matches, Henry Nicholls averaged 45. Was in, as you said, Scotty, a rich vein of form. Next 25, he's averaging down at 32. Bowled him straight back through the gate. Just left enough room, did Daryl Mitchell. And Pakistan are having a very nice time of it in the third and final session.
Just quietly, Salman Agha with his second wicket. He's trying to just push this leg side. He's turned the bat too quickly and it's gone through the gate, whatever gate there was. He's very happy with that. A classical off-spinner's dismissal. And coupled with the reverse swing, it's Salman Agha who's got a couple of wickets. New Zealand now in trouble. 4 down, 255.
Very good period of play for Pakistan. Salman has picked up his second wicket. I'm not sure Pakistan will be overly amused about that situation that we've just seen on screen. Think we've just had a change of ball. We'll try and confirm that. Tom Blundell is the new batter. An average a tick over 41. Confirmation of a change of ball. 68 overs and 5 balls. Why is that? Got it reversing nicely. Unless it was completely out of shape, or I didn't see the umpire's rings out at all.
Oh, it's turning, Aga. Aga.
255 for 4. Changed the ball because the seam separated, we've been told. Umpires do have a set of rings in their pocket. If the ball doesn't fit through one and does fit through the other, it can be changed. This was the situation after the fall of the wicket. And Alindar deciding because the seam had separated. Time for a change. Right, Hassan Ali around the wicket.
Every off spinner loves deliveries like this. Back through the gate, not overly well played, it must be said. Daryl Mitchell just going across the line, closing the face of that bat. And this has been an impressive hour after tea from Pakistan. And I think Buzzard Khan must have been tempting for Babar Azam to continue for Nazim Shah just for one more. He'd already bowled 5, but with that fall of wicket to the new batsman, if he could get him on strike.
Yeah, maybe with that change of ball, the ball was reversing and Naseem was in a great spell. Maybe with that change of ball, they thought, firstly, they'll have to wait and see if it reverses, so it's better off just giving to Hassan Ali and for him to work. Also, you have to keep an eye on the overs bowled. So if Pakistan at any situation want to get to that second new ball and Naseem Shah wants to bowl with that new ball, is only after this only 10 overs remaining. So ample break for him.
Well, instantly, I know it looked very comfortable at 234 for 1 at one stage, but a breakthrough, bit of reverse swing. When it's happening a little bit quicker, because the surface is allowing it to happen a little bit quicker, it's making for better cricket. We've seen one now turn off the straight, back through the gate. So we've seen a little bit of spin, seen some reverse swing, but reverse swing with a little bit of pace. It's instantly a slightly better contest.
You think back to the last test match, the turn was predominantly in the rough. Bowlers' foot marks. The main body of the pitch remained pretty good. Still good for batting, didn't have a lot of bounce. You could trust the line and wouldn't be a huge amount of spin. That delivery there from Salman was again outside the off stump. Pakistan have bowled around the wicket a lot. They've got the left armour, of course, too. Wouldn't surprise me if it's come out of the foot marks.
Yeah, he's just turned a bit from that length from outside off. So when he's tossed it up, he's got a bit of purchase off the surface. He's also got a bit of bounce. And Dooley touched upon it. The little bit of pace that's provided from this particular pitch has allowed even the spinners to be in the game.
Yeah, maybe right, Scotty. I just wonder whether that might have been the first step of Amir Hamza. May have been in and around that area from the left arm seamer from that end. 255 for 4.
यकीन नहीं अपने आप पे ये यकीन है लगने का ओके ना थैंक्स ब्रो यस आगा जानी नाइस नाइस आगा जानी बहुत अच्छे
Three for 29. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Chance. No, little fumble. Little fumble. It was pretty quickly through it as well, Blundell.
Well, he ran with the shot, committed straight away, which is the key to these situations. Asanali there. That's good running. Nice way to get off the mark as well.
शाबागा
Nicely flighted again. 257 for 4. Hassan Ali to come around the wicket. Again to Henry Nicholls, a left-hander. Kamran Ghulam has just come on the field to work out who ran off. Abdullah Shafiq, I think he was the man under the helmet and close. It got hit on the back of the hand when Henry Nicholls hit that ball into Selim it off. Nicely driven. Two substitutes on the field at the moment, Sajid Khan and Kamran Ghulam as well. A little bit of movement, just a hint away from the left-hander. A sunny day, a Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment. Life is too short for sensitive teeth.
I think a good indication too of how well Pakistan have bowled in this session. They conceded 119 runs in session number 1, 107 in the second session, and just 31 so far. And that's not even considering the 3 wickets that have fallen. They've managed to get rid of the 2 set batsmen. A 100-run partnership between Williamson and Devon Conway. In many ways, the innings and the match starts now.
Just the one. Yeah, they've been exceptional, and part of that reason was reverse swing. We're seeing a little bit now, but there has been a change of ball as well. This happened just after the fall of Daryl Mitchell's wicket, and that is why. Right there. Just the separation in the seam. So the ball was changed for one of similar age, is what the umpires do. Straight away, Hassan Ali is, because of the shape and the old nature of the ball, ability to just get it to swing a little bit again. Very strong leg side field. Oh, that's a beauty. That is very good from Hassan Ali.
Yeah, I love it from Babar Azam. Just something a bit different. Make the new batsman think, and Hassan Ali backed it up. What a delivery. Tailing back late. Get the feet out of the way. It's brilliant bowling.
He was undone by a ball in the first test match that came back, was reverse swinging. He actually got a little inside edge on it in the end, we discovered, but was judged LBW, did not refer it. Well, that's about the line it was too. 258 for 4. And this is the dismissal. Mohammad Wasim Jr. just tailing back in. Hitting Tom Blundell around about the top of the pads. We did see evidence of a little inside edge afterwards, but not referred, so he didn't have a clue. And was eventually out.
Yeah, important period for Pakistan to continue that pressure, not give away too many loose deliveries. On the couple of good wickets they've picked up, they'll feel that they should be able to break this open. The run rate has dropped significantly because of those 3 wickets, and it's been better lines, better channels from the Pakistan seamers in particular. And Salman with the 2 big wickets.
That's how well Salman has bowled. Very much more a part-time spinner than a Brar, but done a wonderful job for his skipper. 2 big wickets. Applying the pressure, looking lightly. He's also controlling that run rate as well. Look, New Zealand were running away with it. Pakistan, those wickets. Well, this spell since tea, very good. And that ends the over with New Zealand 258 for 4.
And looking for that angle into the right-hander. Just there, this is really good bowling for Hassan Ali to pick up from Naseem Shah, who got into a wonderful rhythm with that reverse swing. And now Babar Azam good with his field placing, keeping the slip and gully for the slash outside off stump. Will Hassan Ali bring the ball back in? Those 3 men on the onside come into play with that ball reversing in. Push for 2. Comfortable in the end. The Osaka boundary contest, and Osaka proudly presents 30,000 rupees to the players to the Osaka boundary contest for the 3 4s hit so far when the Osaka LEDs were on.
Yeah, I love this field from Babar Azam. Hassan Ali is getting it to tail in nicely to the right-hander. And if you do happen just to fall over just a little bit, very hard to control that ball along the ground on the leg side. So you can see those 3 men in your picture just on the right. Ron Blundell needs to be very careful if he's looking to hit leg side. And just as we say that, slip comes out and they fill in that gap even more. So you've got four short catches on the leg side. Could be the bluff. This could be the one that goes away.
Four men now on the leg side, or anything remotely in the air. And they're tight in together as well. They're tight in together in terms of from each other, and they're also tight in closer to the wicket because of the lack of pace on the surface. They need to be closer into the bat for the ball to carry in the air. Just brings Imam into the play.
think Pakistan have identified as well. Big partnership this. Next, of course, is Michael Bracewell, and then they'll feel as though they're into the lower order of New Zealand. Hence the importance of Pakistan and Babar Azam breaking this partnership. Been very good from Hassan Ali. What they wouldn't give for just one more wicket before drinks.
Excellent end to the over. Searching for that Yorker. Really good from Hassan Ali. 260 for 4, and it's time for a drink. Now, welcome back after the drinks break. Second test underway into the final session. New Zealand have lost a few wickets after the first session. 260 for 4. Nichols 18 and Blundell 3. Rebuilding now. 2 wickets fell to seam, 2 wickets to spin. The first one to go done for pace. Excellent line by Naseem Shah. With the ball reversing, it was the big wicket. Tom Latham up front. He went for 71. Agha Salman got the ball to spin. Excellent catch behind the stumps. It was Devon Conway. And this was the big wicket. Excellent catch again from Sarfaraz and Naseem Shah with his second wicket. Kane Williamson, Daryl Mitchell closed the face on the one that spun back in sharply. What a test he is having. Agha Salman. He's had to rotate his bowlers well, Babar, and he's done it. Naseem Shah, pick of the seam bowlers, 2 wickets to him, and Salman Agha with his off spin, turning into a permanent member of the bowling squad for Pakistan. 2 big wickets for him as well, Conway and Daryl Mitchell. Pakistan will feel like they've controlled the session really well.
Yeah, a span of 21 runs. They lost 3 wickets, and that has changed things a lot. In a balance, I'd say. 260 for 4. Earlier on, it was New Zealand controlling the first day. In fact, the first 2 sessions completely. This just changes things, knowing that the ball is turning and gripping a little bit for Salman, and the reverse from the other end. Just before the drinks break, you mentioned Bracewell coming up. Were you surprised they sent him to open? Is that a regular feature when they need big runs?
Yeah, he's done very well in the short format in New Zealand. He's got a strike rate of around 180. Hence the reason. But then you saw the way that Latham and Conway batted. And you thought perhaps it was unnecessary. It was a tough ask on Bracewell. But I guess he would have seen it as an opportunity. Just didn't work out.
Shadow!
Single to Nichols. What a brilliant hour straight after drinks for Pakistan. And I'm sure Babar Azam at the drinks break got the crew together and said, we need to do that again. Certainly controlled things since tea. 3 big wickets, and they've controlled the run rate. So important they finish strong in this last hour.
Yes. Show.
And it's been good from Salman. It's been good from Salman because Pakistan persisting with the 4 frontline bowlers and Salman, who didn't bowl much at all, was a bit under the weather during the first test, and Pakistan had to bowl. Pakistan had to bowl a lot of their spinners, and Babar was obviously having trouble rotating his seam options as well with just the 2 seamers. Now Salman can bowl the way he is bowling. It provides a little bit more balance to Pakistan as a 5th bowling option who's not just holding one end, but also looking like picking up wickets. 262 for 4. It's been a lovely evening here in Karachi. There's been a gentle, cool breeze all the way through. It's been a good day of cricket so far as well. 75 overs bowled in the day so far. 262 for 4. And Babar Azam throwing the ball to Hassan Ali, and rightly so. Just before drinks, he got into a wonderful rhythm with the ball shaping back into the right-hander, and he's persisting with that field as well, with the 4 men tight on the leg side, and now just pushing fine leg a little finer as well. And tucks it away around his legs.
Yeah, with that ball coming into the right-hander, got those 2 short mid-wickets, and now the square leg is being moved out, because of course the left-hander comes in, but it's a good idea. Just trying to force him to play an on drive and hope that it just goes uppish for a moment and those 4 men can come into play. Again, coming back to how Salman has done, don't want to rub it in, but then you beg to ask that question, why wasn't he frequently used, apart from the fact when he wasn't well? And then the other test series where he's your 5th option could have been handy. Well, never too late.
There's been a lot on a discussion of Pakistan missing that quick bowling all-rounder as their 5th option. And with the combination that they've gone with, and if Salman can continue to bowl the way he does, it just makes it a little bit more easy in terms of the combinations Pakistan play, because Salman already made it very tough, scoring that big ton at number 7. Batting friendly conditions, if you've got batting till number 7, the question was that Pakistan's bowling is suffering. They needed bowling to pick up 20 wickets in a test match to win on conditions which don't favor the bowlers. The question was around Pakistan playing the 5 proper bowling options. And if he can continue to bowl the way he's doing, he's got the ball to turn as well into the wickets, 2 of them to his name, now providing a little bit more balance, and backs up the point, Sikandar, that you're making. And if that was the case, yes, he was unwell, but he didn't bowl much at all in that first game. Look for two. This is excellent running. This is really good running, putting the pressure back on and getting up and down the wicket, Blunden and Nichols.
Yeah, these little things matter so much. I mean, just pushing the agenda, getting it and squeezing in that second run, keeping it alive and making the fielders work hard.
Especially this time of the day, it's just easy to tuck it into the leg side and think it's just a cruise through for one, but good to apply some pressure with good running.
Short and just clip the shoulder. That's probably the first effort ball that's been tried to be banged in short in the test match.
It's only the second bouncer Hussain Ali has bowled in this innings that I can remember. And that's good. Just the variation and bounce just makes the batsman think. That one, I think Nichols was through the shot. But it's just something now in the back of his mind that the odd short ball will be coming.
Yay! 265 for 4.
Ball has lovely bowling, boy.
Who's trying to make that hard? Can you figure out how many fingers are involved in that? Not bad, not bad.
Everyone's got their own technique. Good to see kids out in numbers as well, boys and girls, to enjoy the action. Down the track, and he gets good bat on that.
First boundary in 52 balls for New Zealand. Good intent from Blundell. We saw him do this a little bit in the first test, sometimes not quite get there, but wonderful footwork. Gets right to the pitch.
Now with the Agha Salman getting the ball to turn, you just have to be careful because, like you mentioned, Chris, during that first game, we saw him come down the track and fall over slightly, leaving that gap between bat and pad. That one much better. I don't think Salman will mind this too much. He's got mid-on pushed back halfway with the mistimed shot.
Yeah, mid-on was up because of that one aggressive shot from Blundell. Dropped mid-on. He's quite deep for Nichols as well. I just love, especially in this situation, just for them to leave those straight men up a little bit longer. Just one more wicket. It's been such a strong position. And you can still feel there's definitely pressure on New Zealand.
A good place to go.
Oh yes. Yes, Agha.
270 for 4.
Shanu. Change bowling, right arm over.
It's time for some Abrar action. In the middle here, he's bowled 20 overs so far and he's gone for 91 runs. It was good to see Barber continue with him, give him that confidence and persist with him. And he's thrown the ball back to him for another spell, hoping it'll be a little bit more consistent this time around.
Yeah, I like this. A good spell here. Can quickly turn his day around. Inexpensive by his standards, 20 overs for 91. But a wicket or two in this spell, and all of a sudden, your day's looking a lot better.
He's had to rotate his bowlers. Babar Azam as well. 13 overs left in the day's play. He'll probably bowl a bulk of them here. Starts off with one fired down the leg side. Well, the crowd's been fired up every time they visit the Tapal Tea Lounge for a lovely hot cup of tea. A wonderful Tapal tea moment. They're loving it.
नसीम को बुला लेना
Also with the day end approaching, just 12 overs to go after this. It's been a while since Naseem Shah hasn't bowled a longish spell prior to this, when he got into a wonderful rhythm and picked up the wicket of Kane Williamson as well. I just feel maybe for a 2, maybe 3 over stops, bring him in towards the back end as the day closes out.
Well, he's just bowled so well, hasn't he? Post-lunch and then post-tea. I just feel he's asked the most difficult questions of New Zealand, and a little 2 or 3 over spell from him. New Zealand know they'd have to work hard to get through it.
Well, he's not on at the moment. It's excellent running. Single to end that over, 272 for 4. He's back on now. There's an interesting conversation on the boundary sideline, where the 4th umpire has just gone to him and said, well, if you want to bowl, you got to make your way back onto the field.
And usually do, according to protocol, they do inquire why the fielder is outside, what kind of, if there is an injury or niggle or anything. Can't just allow fresh legs on the field for no reason.
Just a little bit of rest.
Keep talking about Pakistan's 5th option. Salman Agha, the recent national T20, had figures, or best figures, through the tournament, 3 overs, 5 for 10. So he just puts a strong case. Yes, a different format, but he can bowl and he can be handy.
Past the diving slip. It's another genuine edge. Turn off the surface once again for the finger spinner.
Oh, he's been excellent today, and he's actually got the ball to spin as well. Initially he's brought on to give other bowlers a rest and hopefully pick up a wicket, but today he's been excellent. 2 big wickets. Again, another false shot.
What he does well is that he gives the ball a little bit of air and gets good revs on the ball for the ball to then grip and turn. And Sikandar, you talk about those figures from the National T20. He can bowl and he's got that knack of picking up wickets as well. And he's done that here again. And with the finger spinning option, even if he's not in amongst the wicket, he can always be that stock bowler to hold down one end. Also provides Babar the option of rotating bowlers and giving his quick bowlers a bit of rest.
Yeah, if there's a place for common sense consultancy, you should apply for that job, because I don't see any other reason why he wouldn't be tried, apart from the fact when he wasn't well. Yeah.
Half appeal. There's more from Babar behind in the slip cordon. No one else really went up. With Babar, you have to wait for the DRS timer to count down all the way. Oh, he's gone for it. With 2 seconds to go, we're going back up.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. I checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Yes, roll back. Roll back. And freeze the frame when ball is next to the bat. Roll back 1 frame. And now, yeah, freeze. There is a spike, Aleem, when ball is next to the bat and there is no gap between ball and bat. I recommend you to change your original not out decision. I'll let you know when you are on screen. Can you go back on, Aleem? Aleem, you're on screen.
With a
Make
wry
a signal,
smile
please.
on his face, Aleem Dar will have to raise the finger because ultra edge is shown that there was a faint tickle and Babar can smile, and rightly so. In time and an excellent review. 100 first-class wickets to Agha Salman, 3 in this test match, and it's with another breakthrough. This time, Nichols will have to make his way back. He's not happy, but he has to walk back for 26. New Zealand 278 for 5.
अभी मुझे बाउंसर मारेंगे जब मैं बद लेने आऊँगा अभी जो लेके दबा देंगे फिर मारूंगा नाइट वॉच में लगेगा जब नाइट वॉच डबल शॉट करना लाइक किस्म के जी ट्रस्ट करें ये मुझे आपको लिख देंगे ना भाई क्या हो रहा है बात
Now Bracewell walks out, and it's been 4 wickets this session. Very early in his test match career. But Pakistan have come roaring back into this test match, courtesy Salman Agha. Now 3 for 51. And how many times have we seen this through the series? Nobody has anything. There's a little nick. This time Pakistan reviewed and got it right, but it's happened far too often this series. It was reverse swing that was causing problems, but the other end, it's been the off spin that just kept chipping away in terms of wickets. That has meant that now New Zealand 278 for 5. And you just think that at the moment Pakistan would think they're in front in the game.
नसीम यहाँ अच्छा वो आप रहा है सही
Abrar from the university end is the 80th over. So after this over, Pakistan with the option of the second new ball. But how good has Salman Agha been? The cut shot, there was not a lot of reaction. Nothing from Sarfraz. But we've seen this so many times already in this 2 test matches. Yeah, couldn't believe it. Neither could Nichols. Yeah, Bracewell got out to Abrar 4 times in that previous test match. I don't think he picked him too well. Tried to turn one leg side and got out, caught at mid-off. Second innings came down the track and was bowled. And this time around he's been wrapped on the pads, right on cue. And that looks very, very straight.
Oh, that's out. Don't bother with the review. I know New Zealand have got 3 and they could be prepared to burn one, but he's not going to. He knows. That is absolutely plumb. Brilliant from Abrar. This is turning out to be an outstanding session of bowling from Pakistan. Waqar Yunus.
Yeah, 3 in 3. It's the 3rd time he got him out, just pitched more or less middle off and straightened, and the umpire didn't take any time at all, and Abrar picking up his wicket, his first wicket. New Zealand under some serious pump. Bracewell gone without scoring. It's 279 for 6.
Pakistan have got 5 for 53 in this final session, day 1. Ishodi, who had a terrific test match, that best 65 in that previous innings that he played. But this is different. Pakistan with the squeeze on now. Short leg, a leg slip and a slip. Abrar with the wicket. 3 for Salman. Bit of reverse swing. This has been fantastic from Pakistan. Into the leg side. Well, fair to say, Bracewell hasn't picked him throughout the series. This one was a carom ball, just came back in, and that's pretty much dead.
Yeah, on a couple of occasions he was turning his bat, he's thinking the ball's going to come in, and he top edged it, and this time around he was looking to defend. But the thing is, his pad was in the line of the ball, and the bat coming from more middle, more gully. Ah, lovely, lovely spell in the middle of a very, very good spell, Labrar. 279 for 6. When you don't like someone or don't like facing someone, this is what happened. Bracewell planting his front leg in the line and then the bat coming from in the angle. And the ball straightened. That was dead. That was plumb. Can't get plumber than that. 80 overs been bowled. New ball is due. How long Babar will wait? Take a new ball? We'll just wait and see.
Yeah, is he thinking about that new ball? The wickets have come from the spinners. We've talked about reverse swing. It's been pressure from fast bowlers. There's been plenty of reverse swing, but the wickets in the end have come from off spin. And just now Ebrar. So does Babar think that they can carry on with the spinners?
Well, if they do for another 4 overs, maybe 5 overs. What you do then get is a couple of bites of the cherry, so to speak. You get maybe 4 overs tonight with a brand new ball, and it's still in great shape when you come back fresh tomorrow. As long as the spinners don't start going for runs, it's a possibility.
I don't think it'll be a 5 overs. It should be less than that, because 80 already gone. If you have to wait for 5, that means 5 overs remaining, and the light sort of fading away also. And you take a new ball when the lights are on, the umpires might just say, no, we got to go out, we got to leave. So we might not have full quota of overs. So wait for maybe 1 or 2 overs, because you don't want Ishodi to sort of settle. Unless they pick up his wicket now, that's a different story. But if he stays around for 2 overs, max 3, take a new ball straight away and give it to Naseem Shah. And ask him to bowl a quick spell. And don't forget to bowl bouncers.
And also you've got to think what the opposition wants less. What is the thing that they don't want to face right now? I think Ishodi will take spin. He'll take a few overs of just slow spin as opposed to somebody steaming in. 81 gone, it's 282 for 6.
I'm going to say I think Ishodi would prefer the new ball. He's a good player, really good player. Be comfortable against the new ball. I think this probably makes him a little uncertain at the minute, but I hear what both of you are saying. I'm not sure which way I would go. I think as an opening bowler, you want that new ball straight away. You just want it in your hands, but just wonder how long he'll last.
It also depends how Naseem Shah is feeling. He's bowled 16 overs. Hamza still very fresh, I would say. I think he's getting cramps there. This has been his old problem, old issue, and he hasn't played too much cricket. Around about this time, when he's bowled 15, 16 overs, he always get those crampy calves.
Well, that answers your question.
Yeah, I'm quite now. I'm quite. Ideally, I would love to have him bowl.
Yeah, he dives across. Bit of footwork, but just doesn't get up.
It's like me going to get out of bed in the morning.
Dooley getting into bed, eh? There we go. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. And then what? On the side table, you go a few anti-inflammatories just to sort of loosen things up. Maybe a long bath and then go through the day.
Yeah, that's why I just wonder whether he might be better off being unleashed tomorrow morning with still a relatively new ball. I mean, they could give it to Hassan Ali for a couple of overs and to Hamza for a couple of overs, and then in the morning it's still relatively new.
Yeah, Hamza is rolling his arm, is trying to warm up. Maybe he was the man. He was the man.
Well ball, शाबाश अबरार. थोड़ा सा दूर गिरेगा ना, थोड़ा सा.
What a terrific last session from Pakistan so far. New Zealand 234 for 1, remember, at one stage, so it's been brilliant.
ये बेटा ये lovely bowling.
I must say that
शाबाश शाबाश ये भी.
pitch produced runs. It was relatively easy to bet on, but it's also produced wickets. It's had good pace in it, going all around the world, of course, our coverage.
Pakistan PTV Sports got streaming options as well outside Pakistan. There's plenty of options, radio even in Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah, Kami. क्या बात है Kami?
284 for 6.
Flow Sports across the Caribbean, Willow in North America, Sky Sports in the UK. Good time of the day to be watching now on Sky Sports. Fox down in Australia, Sky Sport in New Zealand.
सनी भाई लेग स्लिप थे इसके लिए.
8 overs remaining for the day's play. So the new ball just come out. It's still off spin.
शाबाश 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 शाबाश. अब आगा. Yeah, आगा. अब आगा शाबाश.
When you want to see the bowlers on the bowling.
Cliffy has been really busy with Naseem Shah, not only in this game, but he has worked so hard with him over the years. These cramps issue has been with him since he has started, very young at this level. Well, the new ball is taken and given to the man who has picked up 3 wickets. Salman Agha straight away taking a new ball.
Purchase down the leg side though, but a new ball will provide a bit of pace off the pitch. Sodhi just telling Blundell that there was turn off the surface. And with that harder ball, that might just grip into the surface more. Leg slip in place.
Makes it so easy for the other bowlers when your 5th bowler can come and bowl 20 overs and pick up 3 wickets. And today was very impressive. Bowled a couple of beautiful deliveries, especially one to Mitchell. First ball with the new ball, just landed, and look how much amount how much spin he got. And very quickly, I think once it lands on the seam, because the hardest seam, it will grip and bounce.
Oh yeah, थोड़ा सा दूर कर.
286 for 6.
Yeah. Left arm over.
And Naseem Shah just trying to stretch out that crab. He's had his fill of pickle juice.
It's never easy to get rid of them. Once they start, they kept coming back. Doesn't matter what juice you drink, especially to a faster bowler, because he's been exerting a lot after a while. He's playing a test match, 16 overs he's bowled, and he's bowled his heart out. He's bowled quickly.
It's unusual, though, to get them regularly at a young age. It must be something in the diet. Must be something more he can do. I'm sure he's had all the advice, but it's unusual that they happen consistently in a young man.
Mir Hamza starts off with the ball angling away from the right-hander.
Normally a left-armer bowler comes in, you expect the ball to come in. Most of the left-armer you'll see around the world, they'll look to bring the ball back into the right-hander. And that's why most of the batsmen are a little reluctant to go forward. They sort of sit back and search for that in-swinger. Hamza on that occasion went across with the seam.
When you guys used to bowl those long spell, it was, what was it? Bananas, wasn't it? Every other over you have a banana. No pickle juice, nothing.
No pickle juice, that's for sure.
What else? What kind of drink would you have when you're bowling?
I used to get lots of cramps. Actually, my first game when I played against West Indies in Sharjah, they had to carry me out after 4 overs because I did not realize that it takes a lot out of you, especially playing international cricket.
It's the same with anything, I guess, any endurance type sport. That it's not about the day. It's not about how much you drink on the day or what you do. It's the 2 days leading up to it. You've got to hydrate your body leading into any test match or any endurance event of any sort. If you haven't fueled up in the 2-3 days before a test with almost so much water that it's annoying at times, then you just haven't prepared properly.
We never used to even have those salt tablets or Gatorades or whatever you call it, but I used to put lots of salt in a large bottle, and I used to shake it and put it on fine leg, and I just keep sipping it, small sips, and it worked.
Nice rare steak the night before with a whole lot of sea salt on it.
That's every day for you, isn't it?
Pretty much. Just overdo the salt.
Yeah, but they say once you, well, earlier on, once you start playing, when the pressure really hits you, you're losing salt anyway. You're sweating more because of that adrenaline. So the preparation you talked about, maybe he's prepared, but it's still not good enough because he's not catered for the fact that he is playing test match cricket. He's sort of catered for another game of cricket, but not international cricket.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much overs you have bowled, and if once you playing for the first time or you playing after a while, a test match or even a one day at times, you do feel that pressure which takes a lot out of you. You don't even realize that. You think that I've been bowling 20 overs, 25 overs a day in a first-class game. What happened? Why I'm just bowling a spell of 6 over or 7 over and I'm just all over the place? It happens. It's just this. It just plays in your mind and the body responds and it takes all the salt out.
You burn energy as well, nervous energy leading up to the game because it's a test match. You're burning a little more energy than you would for a first-class game.
.288 for 6.
Don't even try. Don't even try.
Discussion. Naseem Shah wanted to bowl. Babar just said that maybe wait for an over or two. He's been off the pitch for a while, but just to settle down after that bit of cramp, I think Babar just wants Hassan Ali. And slowly then get Naseem Shah back in. Only 6 overs to go in the day's play.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not pickled enough yet. Naseem, he's got to go a bit longer before he's fully pickled and then he'll be right.
I think it's a wise move bringing Hassan to the attack because Naseem struggled a bit of cramping. Even the pickle takes a little bit of time to settle in. He might not bowl tonight, but yeah, he'll be ready tomorrow morning. The ball is going to be still pretty much new.
I'd love to see Hassan Ali get a couple up around the badge on the helmet here. Haven't seen any short balls. Brand new, skid on.
Yeah, the stat to look out for is the first innings, average first innings total in the last 5 test matches has been 342. And when New Zealand were 234 for 1, you'd think they'd go way past that. And because of this session, really, Pakistan has dragged that back. And if they can get New Zealand bowled out for anything under that 342, that is a win.
They got a new ball in their hand. There's every chance that they can get New Zealand out under 350.
Yeah, score at 234. The timings 3:17, 25, 20, 46. The outside edge found, but it's raced away to the fence.
Still not there, Hassan Ali. The pace is not what he normally bowls. That last delivery, 130 Ks, it didn't carry, I think, to the gully. But that's not a bad length. Making him drive at this time of the evening with 2 slips in the gully and a backward point. hard ball will skid and might just go in the air.
And nicely behind that, solid in defense. 5 overs of the day remaining.
The second, third, fourth wicket fell in quick time. And then the fifth and sixth as well came very quickly, just 4 minutes apart for those two, with just 1 run between them. At 292 for 6 as we close into this day one. 5 overs to go. He'll have to re-bowl that. Mir Hamza starts off with a no ball.
What a performance this has been from Pakistan, though, in this session. 5 for 67 of 27 overs. They are well and truly back in this test match. They will be looking for 1 more in these final 5 overs.
We've just received confirmation that Naseem Shah cannot bowl till 5 past 5. And by the time this over is over, I reckon he will be okay to bowl. And they'll want a few overs here from him, while 2.
You think that's why there was a no ball? Just to drag out that time, just to make sure they get to 5 past 5. 4 minutes to bowl 5 balls. Could be perfect timing.
The fun news cricketing fact: Devon Conway scored the first century of Test in 2022 as well as 2023. In both innings, he scored 122 against Pakistan today and against Bangladesh in Mount Maunganui in 2022.
That is well done. Mount Maunganui. Impressive.
Thank you. Eventually got it right.
Speculator Chris Harris on the no ball. The old run in, pull out, just drag out that time a little more. We might still see Naseem Shah at the bowling crease in the next over.
Has to run around the bowler. And his bat got stuck in, and they'll have a look at this at the keeper's end. Not sure. Sodhi looks a little bit confused as well, but he's asked for the third umpire.
Please. Yes, please. At the moment, batter is inside the crease. Then bails removed. Satisfied, he is heading towards the stumps. My decision for big screen is
not out, and the right decision for any young boys and girls. That is not the way to drag your bat in.
A bit of a nervous time there for Sodhi. He wasn't absolutely sure that his bat had got over the line.
But he got stuck. And lucky for him on the right side of the crease.
It was good fielding though, wasn't it? Not only the fact that he hit the stumps from mid-off, what, 40 metres away, give or take, 35 metres away. But he also picked the right batsman to go after. Tom Blunder was very quick through the wickets. And Ish Sodi, not so much.
Yeah, good. They've been out in the field for 85 overs, and Hassan Ali, the one thing he does bring to the side is energy, whether it's with the ball or the bat or in the field. Oh, he's overstepped again. I'm not sure this is part of the 505 for Naseem Shah.
Well, we need to get a message out that it is actually 5 past now, so he's okay to bolt. No, to be fair, just over the line. There's got to be a part of your foot behind that line. As close as you can get.
Five no balls in the day. 2 from Mir Hamza. And then the rest from Hassan Ali. You don't want to be in a position where you nick the batter off and you overstep. 5 no balls. End of the over, 296 for 6. Well, it is past 5:05, and well, I thought he was coming on. He had his cap and his sweater given to Aleem Dar, and he was walking back. Not quite sure what's happened. I think it's Babar's decision more than the clock. It is 5 past 5 and beyond, but Hassan Ali has been given the ball. I picked up on the stump mic that Babar Azam probably wants Naseem Shah come in for this final burst from the other end.
Bowlers get used to ends as well, don't they? And Naseem Shah's impressive spells have come from university end. And this is the conversation we were talking about. Jersey and the cap. And then, no. Skipper says, change of ends for you.
Well, I guess it makes sense because it's the only end that Naseem Shah has bowled today. He's got both of his wickets down at the university end.
A couple of balls ago, it was in the air, just past Babar Azam,
Single.
Just trying to work out in my own mind as well, who will believe they've had the best of the day? New Zealand bringing up 300, but choosing to bat first. They've lost the 5 wickets in this session. Have we seen the best batting conditions of this match so far? That's what I'm sure we'll ponder. It'll still be pretty good tomorrow. Will New Zealand be able to get the ball to reverse, as we've seen the impressive bowling unit, particularly those quicks, operate so far this afternoon? 300 for 6.
New Zealand
Change bowling right arm over.
It's going to be spin to finish off. Abrar Ahmed now 23 overs in the day for him. He's got the 1 wicket to show for. And he bowled a better line in his last spell. So no Naseem Shah from this end.
Never know, this could be a bit of a master stroke as well, a bit of fortune. Tom Blundell is another of the New Zealand players in this middle lower order who are very good against the quick bowling, not as much against the spinners.
Unless he gets a ball there. Rocks back onto the back foot and times it absolutely perfectly.
We'll change it to the back foot, shall we? He's very, very good off the back foot. Gets the length.
A hard new ball coming onto the bat as well. It's a good shot because the ball's bounced on him and he's ridden the bounce and just played through the line. That's 100 runs to Abrar. He's been expensive. And every now and then he's provided that boundary opportunity that New Zealand have pounced on.
Yes, boy.
You'd have to think with the Bra bowling, and it looked as though Shah was going to come on from the university end where he's bowled superbly today. It must have a lighter shoot. Umpires must have stepped in and said, if you want to continue, spin's the way to go.
Isn't the ruling now around fairness for both sides as opposed to safety? Genuine question. I'm not sure the answer.
It's a good question. Certainly, through the first test, there was a standard set, and then they stick with that same reading for the rest of the game.
305 for 6.
What's the initial? Oh, yeah. And whatever that reading is, they go right.
When they feel the light.
It seems weird when you look at that sun, when you've got lights on, I mean, I don't know what.
A couple of overs left in the day. 2 slips and a gully.
That's New Zealand's equivalent. that is the New Zealand equivalent of the Bible, the Wisdom Bible. Stats from the previous season. They pick up-and-coming players for the year ahead, the season ahead. All previous records for each province, each first-class team. New Zealand Cricket Almanac. 75 years that's been going, that book. Right from your debut, Harry.
Yeah, I was going to say, you'll be in some of the early editions then, Scotty.
Well, it has the international stats as well, in terms of the touring teams that come to New Zealand or when New Zealand play away. So it's, if any train spotters out there, cricket nerds, it's well worth the read.
You asked a question earlier on whether Pakistan and New Zealand, which team would feel that it's been their day so far. First innings average score in the last 5 tests here, 342. And New Zealand will feel they're in and around that at the moment if they don't lose another wicket here. Start off fresh tomorrow morning. Lovely. That is just sublime. Wonderful to see as we close towards the day.
Genuine half volley, and as we've seen throughout the day's play, the new ball has not moved a lot off the straight. And balance was perfect. It's an interesting question, isn't it? Because if you're looking at it in a vacuum, 309 for 6 is very different to New Zealand being 230 for 1 and Pakistan fighting back. 309 for 6.
One over left in the day. And he'll be spin to finish off proceedings. Salman Agha, 19 overs, 3 wickets to his name, 3 big wickets to his name. "83 runs have come in this session as the 5 wickets that have changed the game for Pakistan." Scotty, you say that. Obviously, if you look at the game and break it up, for Pakistan, the 5 wickets in this session, they'll definitely feel on the front foot towards the day as it closes.
Yeah, totally agree. If you just came in and saw 309 for 6, you'd probably argue that it's probably 50-50. But if you have a look where New Zealand came from, at 234 for 1, Pakistan very much got themselves right back in this contest.
New Zealand will feel disappointed, I think, with the start that they had, with what it's going to end up being, and Pakistan can walk off with their heads held high. Not only for the score, but I think for the character that they've shown as well in this third session, the way that they've fought back under tough conditions.
So that's probably the most important point, that Pakistan will be the one that walk off tonight with the momentum and start first session tomorrow, feeling as though they've very much on top and got themselves back in this contest. And that's a much better feeling than where they could have been at 234 for 1.
You also sense batting's around the corner very different, isn't it? If you're only 3 down at the end of the day, you think, well, we've got a big bowling stint in us still on day 2. And we'll finish with a maiden over. Very good day's cricket. New Zealand starting it off well with bat in hand, but Pakistan fighting back. And it will finish, I think, with a pretty happy captain, Babar Azam. 309 for 6 at the end of day 1.
Yeah, Pakistan have done really well to climb themselves back into this game, and it's the 5 wickets and the 5 big wickets that have come. And they'll feel with Ish Sodhi on the crease starting up first thing tomorrow morning. They're in with a chance to wrap things up for New Zealand. They'll have to be good, they'll have to execute their plans well, which they did towards the latter half of the day. 83 runs came in that final session, where the run rate dropped just to 2.5, and it was a 5 wickets for Pakistan, which we feel they will have their noses in front walking off here on day 1. Yeah, he can be a happy camper there, the Pakistan skipper and the Pakistan team, with things not going according to how they'd hoped earlier on. Their bowlers have come to the party, they've stuck to their plans, and they've picked up the important wickets when they mattered, haven't allowed New Zealand to get away with this. And New Zealand once again with an excellent stand up front. Latham missing out on another ton, 71. He played well. Devon Conway, who missed out in the first game, got a century to his name as well, 122. Williamson Nichols couldn't get big scores, Mitchell neither. And Bracewell went for a duck, but Blundell and Sodhi now 30 runs the partnership, and New Zealand sit at 309 for 6. Partnerships up top, ton partnerships 134 and 100 for the first 2 wickets. Not many after.
And there's some wonderful bowling from Naseem Shah. This was session 3, day 1. Wasn't reviewed, no one heard anything. Little nick. And then a big moment after a 100-run partnership and a magnificent 122 from Conway. Selman got the big breakthrough. And then the next big wicket. Kane Williamson, just a feather. A good catch. Sarfaraz. And then a little bit of attacking cricket from Henry Nichols. Played strongly off the back foot. Daryl Mitchell came and went, just playing across one that spun through the gate. And then this was an interesting one. Half-hearted appeal from Pakistan. Babar Azam decided to review it, and just a little tickle through to the keeper, and this was plum LBW. Abrar picked up his first. Bracewell couldn't trouble the scorers. And then Sodhi and Blundell finished with a 30-run stand.
45 for 5 through the middle. That was the damage from New Zealand's perspective. That's where Pakistan were able to fight their way back into this match. That dismissal of Devon Conway leading to that mini collapse. 234 for 1 to 279 for 6. New Zealand with that 30-run partnership, and they will know, of course, how dangerous Ish Sodhi is coming in at number 8 from the last Test match. So still plenty of work for those 5 gentlemen to do. Naseem Shah, probably the most impressive of the quicks, even though he was the one who picked up the 2 wickets. And the so-called part-time Salman with his 3 for 55. He was exceptional in this first innings on day 1.
It's been a good first day where New Zealand felt that they would have been in front. Pakistan with the 5 wickets getting their way back in. Don't forget to catch us tomorrow live at 9:50 AM local time from the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi.
It is test number 2 and day 1, always excitement brewing on the morning of day 1.
First signs of progression. He's come down the track and that's gone all the way. Goes through the covers.
Oh, beautifully played.
And that will be another 50 in his Test career. 24th 50 to his name, along with the 13 centuries.
That is close. That's slightly fuller. Alex Wolff agrees.
There it is. Conway moves to 4th Test match 100. Brilliant knock from Conway.
Spin, appeal, and he's got one to turn. Catch and gone. And it's that man again, Naseem Shah.
Bowled him straight back through the gate.
New Zealand continued at the control the first two sessions, and Conway got a solid 122, and then it was Pakistan in the final session who managed to get 5 wickets for just 83 in the 32 overs they bowled between tea and the end of the day's play. So it's 309 for 6. quick look at the batting card here. This is how it went by. The start was very good with Latham and Conway going great guns. And then just that one wicket till T226 for one. After that, there was a bit of a nosedive when 83 runs were scored and 5 wickets fell. And Salman Ali Agha was a surprise. And the bowling looks good for Naseem Shah, 2 for 44 and 3 for 55 for Salman. 1 wicket for Abrar as well. Hello and welcome to the Inverx Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you, and what a final session we've had. We've had moments where wickets have fallen, and of course a certain level of balance was created at the end of the day's play between the two sides. I've got Waqar Yunus Costaris alongside me. I'll start with you, Waqar. Be happy to see how Pakistan have utilized that older ball, especially with the fast bowlers, and then Salman, of course, being that surprise package.
Yeah, look, to begin with, I thought New Zealand's going to run away with it when they did not lose. Hardly lost a wicket until 200, and things were looking really, really good. The pitch looks really good. Wonderful bowling by Salman Agha. I thought he spun the ball. He had more control. The more he bowls, I think he gets better and better. And previously, we have seen that every time you play him, you hardly has given him the ball. And this first time, he looked really, really good. And the most impressive bit was Naseem Shah's spell, where he picked up Williamson. I thought that's really set the tone, and from there on Pakistan felt that okay, we can really sneak back into the game, and then everyone sort of looked good and the energy was there, and then the review was taken right, so everything went good after that.
When you look at that final session, a few things you could be saying luck factor as well. When I say luck is when you got a bowler bowling at quick speed and reverse, and then you got a part-timer taking wickets from the other end, so pressure from both sides.
Yeah, a lot is talked about partnerships with batting, but there's partnerships with bowling as well. And I thought Salman and Naseem Shah were simply brilliant together. The pressure they were able to create brought that run rate right back down, and all of a sudden the batsmen are under pressure for the first time today. And I think Naseem Shah could be the one bowler in this test match who has that X factor about him. The two New Zealand seamers are closer in speed to the other two Pakistani fast bowlers. We've got Hassan Ali and of course Hamza. So he's got that little bit of difference between all the fast bowlers. So I think that X factor of speed and his ability to reverse the ball at that speed has been the big difference and got Pakistan back in this match.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's talk about the start of the day. The first two sessions, as I said, were controlled by New Zealand, and a lot had to do with Conway's 122. So we'll look at our top performer of the day. Top performer, brought to you by Inverx Solar Energy. Conway.
Devon Conway was simply brilliant, wasn't he? Made most use of that pitch early on, New Zealand having won the toss, and it was a very good surface just to be able to hit through the line early. The newer ball came onto the bat. There was nothing really sideways for the fast bowlers, and they set this innings up tremendously. New Zealand rely on that top three in particular, and I thought the way that Conway played, he's a good foil to Tom Latham, even though they both are left-handers. Played really well in the last test match. He'll be delighted to pick up a century, because you could argue he deserved one in the last match as well. But he is a brilliant acquisition to this New Zealand side and adds a lot of steel to the top order. Sensational today with that 100.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverx Solar Energy. A quick one, in this short span of time, his conversion rates are good. 550s, 400s, he's on his way and he's enjoying it.
Yeah, I think the thing that you could say is that he resembles Kane Williamson in many ways, in the sense that they both have very strong mental games. They don't throw it away. They are just ball by ball. They're never satisfied with the runs they've got. They always want more. And you always see that with the class players, the elite players of the game, in the history of the game, really. They're just never satisfied. And that's the one skill I think that sets them apart from other very good players, his ability to just keep churning those runs out.
Well, the bowlers were impressive. Waqar Yunus will take us through the wickets, and we'll do all 6 of them, so let's have them in detail. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverx Solar Energy.
Well, the first session went wicketless, and then it was Naseem Shah who came and bowled a spell around the wicket and got the first wicket. LBW, Tom Latham, he played all around it, and it was a straightforward delivery and hitting the leg stump. I thought that was a massive wicket, because that guy, Latham, can really score quickly. And then Conway just poking at one. That one turned and bounced. We didn't see this happen in the previous game. We saw a bit of spin, but it was a slow spin. This time around, the ball actually spun sharply, and this was a beauty. This was not only this delivery, but this whole spell. He created that pressure to get Williamson out, and he made sure that he kept on bowling in the same spot, and eventually got the edge and got that big wicket. This was a beauty. Excellent deliveries, a little bit more flight on it, and the ball spun once again. He's got a spin in his hand. Every time the ball lands on the seam, it just grips and moves. So I think he's a very handful cricketer, no doubt about that. And this was the review. Nobody was sure about it, and the last second barber, what they call it, he's taken the review and really came good. And this was the wicket they were looking for. Picking up 5 wickets is a big achievement. Bracewell had no clue about this. Even the previous game, he was all over the place.
Yeah, he was. He doesn't seem to be able to pick at all. But from a New Zealand perspective,
Fall of wickets brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. All right, you continue. Hughes.
yeah, they were dismissed. There was no soft dismissals, caught on the boundary, reverse sweeps, anything like that. So, listening to Waqar describe that was sensational bowling. They were all knocked over in really good deliveries in a great fashion. So I think Pakistan, with their bowling unit there, can take a lot of pride and character out of that, because they just kept going and genuinely dismissed that whole top order.
Yeah. Now, Scott, we have a segment that's called Have Your Say. That's hashtag Have Your Say. You can go to Twitter handle, and then you ask questions to our guests. So let's find out what you guys are asking today. Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, so the people have your say section asking Scott Status, if you see Salman Agha being a part-timer getting bounce and turn, what to expect from Bracewell and Sodhi and Ejaz later on, as they would come probably by tomorrow.
Yeah, I was wondering that myself. Ish Sodhi is very much a confidence player. And you think back what happened in the back half of that last test match where he got a half century and then picked up those 6 wickets. We haven't seen a genuine wrist spinner in this test match so far. So very much like Naseem Shah has that point of difference as a fast bowler, I think Ish Sodhi can be the same from the spinner's perspective if he can get the ball to turn and use the variations that he naturally has. Bracewell, I think, will be looking to emulate. He's also a batsman who's turned himself into a part-time spinner, if you like, or trying to become a full-time spinner. So he could perform the same sort of role. I think if he can do what Salman's done, he'll be delighted, and so will New Zealand.
Yeah, and the question for you, Waqar, from people is that we've seen the fast bowlers out here. What have you noticed and seen of Mir Hamza? Bowled a very good spell in the first test match. He's still wicketless, but how do you read him and what's not getting him wickets?
Look, guys, I thought in the first game he bowled better. This time around, he was a little lost. I don't think the pace was there. Maybe it's just because there were only 2 days in between, and to come back and bowl again or play a test match again, it's never easy when you're especially coming after 4 years. So I'll give him another go tomorrow and see how he goes. But the other bowlers, I thought they bowled well. Also, Hassan Ali's got to pick himself up and come out and pick up early wickets tomorrow.
Okay, great. So keep sending us your questions for our guests in hashtag Have Your Say. Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, final question to you, Scott, and then we'll let you go and rest. We had a long journey. If you're sitting in the dressing room, New Zealand dressing room, what is your plan for day 2, and how are you thinking 309 for 6 with that 5 wickets in the final session?
Well, I think the conversation will be very different to the one we had here sitting at tea, wasn't it? Where we talked about New Zealand being 200 for 1, that they want to push on back till tea, maybe get to that 500-600 mark and take Pakistan out of the game. Very different conversation now. There'll be one of disappointment that they've let their commanding position slip, but I also think they'll still view, especially with Ish Sodhi there and the way he played in the last match, that if they can put on another 50, 60, especially with this partnership, they could get up around 400. We know the average first innings score here is around that 340 mark. So anything above that, I think they'll believe they're in the game and they've got a good score on the board.
Sounds good. Thank you for joining us. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we will have a Pakistan player joining us, and Waqar will stay. Welcome back to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio, and now we'll be joined by Naseem Shah, and Waqar Yunus, of course, is here with us. I'll throw in the first question, and Waqar, आप भी बीच में अगर सवाल करना चाहें इनसे तो कर सकते हैं. पहला सवाल मेरा आपसे सिर्फ यही होगा, जो हम सुबह देख रहे थे पिच को, और आप लोगों ने भी देखा एज अ बॉलिंग यूनिट, तो आपकी क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन थी, और क्या उस एक्सपेक्टेशन पे हुआ नया बॉल यूज़ जब आप बॉलिंग करा रहे थे?
देखिए कराची में अर्ली ऑन जैसे भी विकेट होती है तो उसमें थोड़ा सा नमी ज़रूर होती है और अर्ली ऑन थोड़ा सा मोमेंट उसमें मिलता है, लेकिन जिस तरह की पिच थी यही था कि पहले घंटे में पहले घंटे में हो रहा था, और हमारी यही कोशिश थी कि पहले घंटे में हम इनके आउट कर सके और अच्छी एरियाज पे बॉल कर सके, और उसके बाद फिर जो पिच था बिल्कुल नॉर्मल हो गया जिस तरह पिछला पिच था, लेकिन हल्का सा उससे बेहतर था कि बॉल थोड़ा सा जा रहा था पिछला जो पिच था, लेकिन बाद में काफ़ी बेहतर हो गया था, और फिर रिवर्स तो ऑब्वियसली यहाँ पे होता है तो रिवर्स पे फिर गए हम.
पहले घंटे की नसीम बात की तुमने, पहले घंटे में क्या आप लोगों ने बॉलिंग अच्छी की या बॉलिंग अच्छी नहीं की? आप कह रहे हैं ना कि उसमें हेल्प थी, पिच में हेल्प थी, तो उस हेल्प को यूज़ किया गया?
बिल्कुल मेरे ख़्याल से कि जैसे मीर हमज़ा ने बॉलिंग की और आई थिंक अच्छी एरियाज़ पे की, और मैं भी कोशिश कर रहा था, लेकिन मैं ये समझता हूँ कि थोड़ा और मैं बेहतर कर सकता था. नया बॉल जिस तरह का हुआ है, लेकिन बाद में थोड़ी सी बॉडी अच्छा फील कर रही थी, जो रिवर्स स्टार्ट हुआ और रिवर्स फिर नए बॉल से अच्छा कंट्रोल हुआ.
तो बॉल चेंज क्यों कर दिया गया था? बॉल एक टाइम पे बॉल स्विंग हो रहा था, तो फिर एकदम पता चला जी बॉल बदल दिया गया है. नॉर्मली जब इस तरह का बॉल स्विंग हो रहा होता है तो बंदा तो अंपायर को बॉल को हाथ नहीं लगाने देता, तो बॉल क्यों बदला गया?
आई थिंक वो सीम में से कुछ ऐसे पटा हुआ था, डोंट नो क्या हुआ था. वो कप्तान और हसन भाई देख रहे थे, तो आई थिंक अंपायर ने फिर देखा, उसके बाद तो उन्होंने ये डिसाइड किया कि बॉल अभी ठीक नहीं है, तो उन्होंने चेंज किया, लेकिन वो वाला बॉल काफ़ी बेहतर था.
अच्छा, सुबह हमारी बात हो रही थी जब कमेंट्री में बैठे हुए थे कि जब नए बॉल के साथ शॉट पड़ रहे थे, रन भी बन रहे थे, वेरिएशंस डिफरेंट, जो बाउंसर का जिक्र हुआ था, कितना नए बॉल के साथ या किस तरह से डिफरेंट टेक्निक या कोई टैक्टिक्स अपनाई जाए बॉलिंग यूनिट की कि उनको थोड़ा सा और पीछे किया जाए, कोई ऐसे प्लान्स थे? और अगर क्या डिस्कशन रहा है बॉलिंग यूनिट का कि जब बॉल कुछ नहीं कर रहा था और रन्स बने जा रहे थे?
देखिए अर्ली ऑन तो हमारी यही कोशिश थी कि हम इनको थोड़ा सा खिलाएं, और उसी में चांस था. आई थिंक बाउंसर का ये है कि मुझे थोड़े से शायद करने चाहिए थे, लेकिन मैं ये सोच रहा था कि आगे से विकेट मिल जाएगी, क्योंकि पिच ऐसा नहीं है. हसन भाई ने ट्राई किए हैं बाउंसर, बॉल इतना पीछे वाला बॉल इतना जा नहीं रहा, लेकिन आगे से ये था कि बीच में थोड़ा सा ग्रास नज़र आता है साइडों पे, वहाँ पे बॉल लग के थोड़ा सा जाता है, तो वहीं से हमने कोशिश की कि वहीं पे बॉलिंग की जाए और वहाँ पे खिलाए, विकेट के चांसेस हैं.
नसीम, बॉल अभी नया है और कल सुबह फिर आपको आके ये जो आखिरी 4 विकेट्स हैं ये लेनी पड़ेंगी, और जल्दी लेनी पड़ेंगी, क्योंकि इस विकेट पे ज़्यादा रन आप नहीं अफोर्ड कर सकते देना. पिच बहुत अच्छा है, तो जो शॉर्ट पिच डिलीवरी, जो हम बड़ी बहस हुई हमारी कि जी शॉर्ट पिच डिलीवरी, और स्पेशली जब आपको इस सऊदी और नीचे वाले बैट्समैन हैं, और आप भी बैटिंग करते हो तो कोई बख्शता नहीं है, सब वो पीछे करते हैं जब टेल एंडर या लेटर ऑर्डर बैट्समैन आते हैं. तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको ये प्लान करना पड़ेगा या प्लान करेंगे कि जो इस सऊदी को या इस तरह की बॉलिंग की जाए जहाँ पे उसको थोड़े से पैर हिलाए जाएं, जो कि हमने पहले मैच में देखा कि ऐसा हुआ, वसीम ने किया. तो प्लान है कोई ऐसा, या प्लान बनाएंगे ऐसा कुछ?
नहीं, देखिए बिल्कुल अर्ली ऑन कोशिश करेंगे, आगे से जिस तरह सुबह थोड़ी सी नमी होती है पिच में, तो कोशिश करेंगे आगे से करें और एक आधा उसमें बाउंसर करें, लेकिन अगर वही से ना हो सका तो फिर यही प्लान है कि अब जिस तरह बॉलर्स होते हैं वो उनको बाउंसर छोड़ना आसान नहीं होता, तो मेरी और सबकी यही कोशिश होगी कि हम उनको एक आधा स्पेल बाउंसर पे भी करें.
नसीम, फिटनेस कहाँ तक है? अभी आज भी देखा फिर के क्रैम्प्स आना शुरू हो गए थे उस बीच में एक टाइम पे. फिटनेस, अपनी फिटनेस को आप इस वक्त कहाँ देख रहे हैं कि और फिटनेस की ज़रूरत है, या यू रियली रेडी फॉर द टेस्ट मैच?
नहीं, कोशिश तो कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि जब मैं वर्ल्ड कप से आया था तो जाहिर है वो जो 2-3 महीने थे हम सिर्फ 4-4 ओवर का स्पेल कर रहे थे, और पूरे वीक के जो हमारे बॉलिंग लोड जो बनता था पूरे वीक का वो 12-12 ओवर थे, और फिर वहाँ से आके हम टेस्ट मैच खेलें, और उसके बाद जो थोड़ा सा मुझे शोल्डर में ओवरलोड और वो मसल का प्रॉब्लम हुआ, और उसके बाद काफ़ी आसान नहीं होता कि आपको कुछ आप रिहैब करते हो, इंजरी होते हो और दोबारा से आते हो। तो कोशिश यही है, अपनी कोशिश कर रहा हूँ और ये है कि टेस्ट क्रिकेट आसान नहीं है। इसके लिए जो फिटनेस चाहिए तो कोशिश करेंगे कि उतना फिट रहे।
वेरी वेल डन नसीम। आई थॉट आज की जो बॉलिंग थी वो बड़ी जानदार थी, बड़ी पर्पसफुल थी, और आपने जो ब्रेक थ्रू दिलाया, आई थिंक पाकिस्तान को उसका बहुत फ़ायदा हुआ।
Yeah, 16 overs, 2 for 44 for Naseem Shah. इससे पहले कि हम आपसे इजाज़त चाहें एंड वी साइन ऑफ, आपसे एक सवाल मैं करना चाहूँगा। अगर आपके पास नया बॉल है, इधर कराची की बात कर रहे हैं हम, और 4-5 ओवर गुजर गए हैं और अब कुछ नहीं हुआ, विकेट नहीं मिला, व्हाट वुड यू डू एज अ स्ट्रैटेजी, एज अ बॉलर योरसेल्फ? कि ऐसी कोई टेक्निक है मैं कुछ डिफरेंट करूँ, ट्राई टू?
देखिए, मैं सिंपल रखूँगा। तो जो नसीम ने बात की, बड़ी अच्छी बात की कि नबी बॉल अभी नया है, तो मैं सुबह आके पहले 1 ओवर 3 ओवर जो है ना, कोशिश करूँगा कि आगे से अगर स्विंग होता है या मुझे कोई थोड़ी बहुत स्विंग मिलती है तो आई विल ट्राई टू गेट दैट। और अगर नहीं आती है तो मी बीइंग टेल एंडर या लेटर और बैट्समैन, मुझे शॉर्ट पिच पसंद नहीं है, तो आई विल अटैक और पीछे बॉल ज़रूर करूँ और मैं आके उनको बाउंसर पे रखूँ। ओवर में 2 जो मेरे पास हैं वो मैं उसको ज़रूर करूँ और मैं दोनों तरफ से करवाऊँ, ताकि एक दफ़ा एक थोड़ा सा टेरर सा ज़रूर आना चाहिए, एंड देन फिर आगे से आउट करने की कोशिश करूँ। आई थिंक दैट प्लान शुड वर्क फॉर मी। आई डोंट नो हाउ दे गोना डील विद इट टुमारो।
Okay. So here we are, 309 for 6 New Zealand. First 2 sessions belong to the visitors. Pakistan came back strongly, gave away 83 runs but took 5 wickets, and they've created this balance in the game. Thank you, Naseem, for joining us. Thank you, Waqar. We've had a long day and we have a good, fruitful day, as both the sides would be happy by the end of it. Tomorrow, another brand new morning. KFC presents Duffer News, Pakistan versus New Zealand. Second test, day 2. Do join us at 9:30 a.m. Pakistan time from the National Bank Cricket Arena. Until then, goodbye and good night.
It is test number 2 and day 1, always excitement brewing on the morning of day 1.
First signs of progression. He's come down the track and that's gone all the way. Goes through the covers.
Beautifully played.
And that will be another 50 in his test career. 24th 50 to his name, along with the 13 centuries.
That is close. That's slightly fuller. Alex Wolff agrees.
There it is. Conway moves to 4th test match 100. Brilliant knock from Conway.
Spin, appeal, and he's got one to turn. Catch and gone. And it's that man again, Naseem Shah.
Bowled him straight back through the gate.
There was a faint tickle and Babar can smile, and rightly so.